Britannico 1986. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151, Fanning the Flames. But this did not prevent the minister from presiding over today's meeting, especially when he first took the stage. He vaguely saw that there seemed to be an extra seat in the back row, and a little golden retriever was looking around their point. When I walked up to the front desk, I realized that the little golden retriever at the end was not the Earl of Carmarthen, who was very popular in the news some time ago. Why is this person here today? He doesn't seem to be old enough to attend a meeting of the House of Lords, but he looked like a naughty and bad student in a civilian school who was assigned to the last row by the teacher and sat alone. The minister of the House of Lords looked at this scene and felt a little amused. How many years has this scene not appeared in the House of Lords? This brought some vitality to the somewhat lifeless and rigid House of Lords. Nodding and smiling at Alan, the Lords minister's expression returned to seriousness, and he sat down. Some curious people, seeing the gaze of the Lords minister, turned to look at Alan. Especially those on the second floor. Alan glared hard at those who looked at him. Ministers of the House of Lords just look at me. Who do you think they are? Have you never seen anyone who was a spectator, listening to the drowsy content of the meeting? Alan was only excited for a short while, and was already a little impatient. For some bills sent by the House of Commons, a group of nobles argued for a long time, but nothing came of it. The House of Lords, which has not yet been reformed, cannot refuse or reject some proposals sent by the House of Commons. But what should the noble gentlemen do if they don't like these proposals? Drag. Anyway, there are 2 meetings every year, which keeps dragging you down. This is also the reason why many outsiders think that many of Deng's proposals cannot be passed every time, or they have been delayed for several years without any results. Trying to repair a broken road, but failing to repair it for several years is an extension of this kind of thing. It was not until the meeting lasted for more than an hour that Duke Angus felt that the surrounding environment was a little quieter. He thought for a moment and thought of what Alan taught him. He coughed dryly and raised his hand to indicate that he was ready to speak. "Oh, Mr. Angus, do you have a proposal?" Angus stood up with a cocky voice. Some people looked down on him in other places because his family was in ruins and he had no money or power. But now this is the House of Lords, the place where status matters most. As long as the Queen or the Crown Prince is not present during the opening ceremony of Congress, the rest of the time. Here, apart from a few old guys in the front row, his speech as a duke still carries a lot of weight. Taking out the speech and smoothing out the wrinkles on it, Angus coughed dryly and said, "Some time ago, the princess attended a charity auction in Paris, under the expectant gazes of a room full of nobles. Everyone wanted to hear what novelty the prodigal duke was going to say. But I never expected that this duke, who usually spends his time doing nothing but eating, drinking and having fun, would actually have time to care about the royal family, and is proposed to increase funding for the royal family. His reasons seem silly. Princess Diana was already doing charity by selling jewelry and used clothes. Wouldn't this be an embarrassment to the British people? Is the royal family so poor that they need to do this? The princess, a weak woman, is already so poor and still needs to do charity. Putting aside other issues, can't the financial department allocate more funds to the royal family? This logic seems to be okay, but if you think about it for a moment, it is completely problematic. Why does the princess still need to do charity when she is already so poor? She sold some random jewelry and old clothes and sold them for millions of pounds. Where did these jewelry come from? Wasn't she the one who bought it? Don't take the question out of context. Did you only see that she was poor at that moment? The more Angus talked, the more relaxed he became. Anyway, it felt pretty good. He looked at a group of stunned nobles in the audience, and even the ministers of the House of Lords on the stage opened their mouths slightly, looking like they were shocked by him. Lifting his chin slightly, Angus said proudly, "I'm done." The entire conference hall was silent. Alan looked at the silent conference hall. This is not okay. He came today to cause trouble, although it is said that he encouraged Angus to propose increasing expenses for the royal family. It's almost Christmas. Although there's still a month left, it's the end of the year and people are impetuous. As soon as this kind of proposal comes out, expect a fuss. Even by the end of this year's parliament, the outcome may not be known. The House of Lords is lifeless. Is that okay? This is not good. Get excited, get noisy, even get louder. Earl Alan was devoted to the royal family, although he was the one who encouraged Angus to propose increasing funds for the royal family. His starting point is good, right? But because of what public opinion this proposal will bring to the royal family or Charles, then Alan doesn't care. Anyway, he is going to run away today when he gets back. I'm going on vacation abroad. You guys are noisy. Slowly. How to cheer. To put it bluntly, he is just a shill. Alan looked at the quiet conference hall and gently raised his hand to lead the applause. When many people heard the sudden applause coming from behind, they subconsciously agreed and clapped along. But then he realized, what is there to applaud for Duke Angus's nonsense proposal? But the rhythm of the scene was messed up and the atmosphere was already heightened. I could only hold back my nausea and looked at the proud Duke Angus in front of me with different expressions and applauded him. Listening to the applause from the audience. The Minister of the House of Lords twitched his lips, but because of his face, he could only clap along in embarrassment. He was sitting at the top and could clearly see the place where the applause started. It seemed to be at the back, right? He squinted and looked back. How? Where are the fucking people? Where is the Earl of Carmarthen who was sitting there just now? Are you here to cause trouble? It's the end of the year. Wouldn't it be nice for everyone to happily noisy and wait until the end of Parliament and then go home for Christmas? Why should we increase funding for the royal family? If we increase funding for the royal family, where should the embezzled money come from? Which department should be appropriated? As soon as this proposal comes out, expect a fight. This time the quarrel was no longer a small quarrel, but a big quarrel. The Minister of the House of Lords stared resentfully at Angus, who was nodding to the left and right. Damn it. When did these two people get together? Are you deliberately stirring up trouble? Fuck. Your Excellency, come with me and go here. There was a meeting inside, but after Alan took the lead in applauding, he took advantage of the chaos and escaped first. He is not an official member, so why did he leave early? You bite me. I need to urinate urgently. Can't I go to the toilet? Ahem. I'm suddenly a little hungry. I don't want to go back. Take me to the parking lot. I'll go back first. After coming out of the toilet, Alan made up a random reason. The waiter was a little confused when he heard this request. After working as a waiter for so many years, he had seen all kinds of nobles in the House of Lords, but this was the first time he saw one who was hungry during a meeting. But right now, Mr. Allen is hungry, and he can't make the decision. He could only lower his head and lead Alan to the parking lot again. Finally getting into his car, Alan patted the driver's seat and said, "Let's go. Go to the airport. Go to the airport. The target is 200. See you when you leave London. I'm going on vacation first. Your Highness, I can only help you get here. I have already applied for the funding on my own initiative. As for whether Congress will grant it or not, that is none of his business. Australia, New South Wales, a suburb of Sydney. A villa with a huge area. Alan was wearing a set of thin pajamas, lying on a recliner, holding a newspaper in his hand. Last Friday's meeting of the House of Lords became famous because of the Duke of Angus's proposal. There was a lot of discussion in the newspapers. Certain lithe Duke of Angus proposal was met with mixed reviews. Some people who support the princess are of course on the side of the royal family and cheering for Duke Angus, but a larger part of the people sneered at the Duke of Angus's proposal. You're taking taxpayers' money and not using it as money. In the past few days, Alan's phone has been turned off and he has it here in 200, enjoying the warmth of the southern hemisphere. He will go on a trip in a few days. He has suddenly arrived in Australia from the cold northern hemisphere. He has to adapt to the temperature first, and then go to have a meal with the governor of 200, and finally go on a trip. But now looking at the photo of the Duke of Angus being interviewed in the newspaper, doesn't this guy like to show off? The stage is given to you. The rest is all up to you. My good uncle, Angus, Master, what day do you think the banquet with the governor is scheduled for? After Taking the schedule, Alan took out a small meatball from a small bucket with a lid next to the lounge chair and threw it towards the balcony. A white shadow next to him ran away without making any sound out. Well, it's up to you. I'll have a good rest for a few days. Then I'll rent a helicopter and I'll go hunting. Who? Ted also came here for this vacation, and there was basically no one left at home. Thinking of what happened in the past few days, Ted gritted his teeth and said, "Young master, we won't answer the phone these days, just in case there is a call from His Highness. Needless to say, I'm on vacation. Where can I find a mobile phone? There is no signal in the wild. Let's wait until we get back." Fine. Glancing at the newspaper, even if Ted didn't understand, he could still imagine how His Highness would feel after seeing Angus's proposal. Happy? No. His Highness will most likely be furious. There's no guarantee this Christmas will be a good one. The sound of propellers muffled the voices. Alan wore earmuffs and patted the docking representative sent by Sony next to him. It was Tanaka Kubo who had the most contact with him at that time. "Do you want to compare your marksmanship with me?" "What? What did you say, Your Excellency?" The hem of Tanaka Kubo's suit was blown around. The helicopter cockpit door was open, and he and Alan had safety measures tied around their waists. Although they were fine, the airflow was strong and the voices could not be heard clearly. Not to mention Tanaka Kubo is a little afraid of heights. He heard the voice in the headset, which was somewhat unclear. Alan curled his lips, raised the gun in his hand, and aimed at a group of kangaroos running on the plain below. Boom. Missed. Alan embarrassedly took 2 more shots before hitting another kangaroo. "Your Excellency is a good marksman, Tanaka." Kubo poked his head, held the handle tightly with both hands, and did not forget to flatter him. The Earl invited them to come to Australia to discuss the company's new plans for next year. Unexpectedly, when we got here, the beating hadn't started yet, but we took him hunting first. Lower. It flew a bit high, and the helicopter vibrated, making aiming very inconvenient. What is the most enjoyable feeling about hunting? It's the thrill of killing with one shot, instead of feeling like you can't hit a single kangaroo hair with several shots. Although the kangaroo is known as one of the symbols of Australia, it seems to be their national treasure. But kangaroos are not protected animals. Not only are they not protected, they can even be hunted. The more you kill, the better. This thing has no natural enemies here now. Although its reproductive ability is so-so, they grow strong and often break into private houses. Sometimes they even attack private cars on the highway. In the past, Tuo and Macao officials even issued hunting and killing orders. But Tuo is so big that there is enough space for these kangaroos to live, and there is no way to kill them all. Later, this thing was regarded as a pest just like the local rabbits. The herdsmen and the people hate it very much. And kangaroo meat is not delicious, and kangaroo skin is not of high quality. Even if you want to sell it for it, you will only be able to trick people and regions who don't understand. It is an animal with no economic value. Alan set up his rifle and shot while flying. Kubo Tanaka handed him the magazine, and he could shoot any kangaroo he wanted. This feeling of chasing and hunting while flying in the sky is like having a god's perspective, which is much more exciting than hunting at home. Before, the shot was always inaccurate, and it would be unsafe to fly lower. Alan's temper got worse. Under Tanaka Kubo's horrified eyes, he adjusted the firing mode, looked down and started playing his favorite strafing shot. Don't worry whether you can hit them or not. These kangaroos can't escape anyway. No matter how fast they jump, can they still beat a helicopter? These kangaroos were beaten to death. No one would even pick them up, and even the small carnivorous animals would not touch them. They would just slowly rot on the ground. Did you see it? These kangaroos look very strong. Ordinary people can't afford to mess with them, but even if they are hit by a bullet, they will die. Alan glanced at Tanaka Kubo and spoke slowly, while changing his ammunition. "See, boy, your marksmanship is better." Ha ha ha. Tanaka Kubo didn't know if he understood what Alan said. Anyway, as long as Alan spoke, he would praise him. After going out for a hunting trip, the helicopter just parked on the helipad. Alan took off the protective measures and jumped out. Tanaka Kubo, who climbed down slowly behind him, felt a little weak. I just caught up with Alan and was ready to praise him some more. Take it. Putting the empty rifle into Tanaka Kubo's arms. Alan took the ice cold soda water handed by the servant. Let's have fun here for a few days, and then we'll have a meeting again. Do you understand? Although it is a partner, Sony is restricted by the terms and has no management rights. The employees they sent to Great Britain could only do menial tasks such as serving tea and water, cleaning, or running errands at Earl Pictures. For the rest, it still depends on how the excellency in front of me arranges it. Now, when it comes to meetings, they have to send someone. The script was submitted some time ago, but Alan's reply greatly increased the confidence of the people at Sony. His Excellency the Earl was very optimistic about their script and gave some small suggestions. Chapter 152. James Cameron. Drenched in sweat, Alan walked ahead, got on the golf cart, and swayed toward the villa while holding onto the handrails. As soon as he entered the door, he planned to take a shower first, but something was thrown in front of him with a pop, which startled Alan. After seeing clearly what was thrown on the ground, Alan was a little amused. This time on vacation, Alan only brought the servants. He arranged for the other employees to go to Spain, while he himself came to Australia. And his little pet Xiao Huang was also brought. When Alan went hunting today, he didn't take it with him, because he was flying in a helicopter. Maybe Xiao Huang was a little tempered. At this time, he didn't know where he caught the rabbit. As soon as he saw Alan coming back, he threw the rabbit at Alan's feet and raised his little head, looking triumphant. Alan grabbed the rabbit and handed it to the servant with some disgust. Don't let it see it, just get rid of it. When he was in Great Britain, Alan would eat the animals he hunted, but when he arrived in Australia, there seemed to be an abundance of prey here. It was said that rabbits were everywhere, but rabbits here could not be eaten. Of course, it's not a big problem for most people to eat one occasionally. In the early years, rabbits over in Australia, causing devastating damage to local vegetation and affecting economic development. The officials here offered a reward and thought of other ways. A few years ago, there was a large-scale spraying of pesticides by airplanes. It is said that a poison for rabbits was developed. But later, the poison did not kill many rabbits, but the pasture was destroyed a lot. Many grazing pastures could no longer be used because of this poison. Later, this group of rabbits also developed antibodies. This poison was not a big problem for rabbits, but many other small animals in the local area were exterminated. Then, of course, poisons were no longer dared to be used, but until now, many rabbits in the wild actually still have trace amounts of toxins in their bodies, some of which come from the food they eat, and some of which may be genetic. Alan didn't know much about these before. He only knew that there were many rabbits in Tuolo, but he was curious why the locals didn't eat them. Even if they didn't eat them themselves, couldn't they hunt them on a large scale and sell them outside? As soon as he came over this time, the receptionist knew that Alan liked hunting, so he mentioned these precautions in advance. It turns out that rabbits are poisonous. This kind of trace toxin is not a big problem for ordinary people to eat 1 or 2 rabbits, but noble sir, that's not possible. You need to inform us in advance to save yourself trouble later. So Xiao Huang had no problem catching and playing with the wild rabbit, but eating it was not an issue. During tea time, wearing short sleeves and large pants, Alan called Tanaka Kubo, who was also no longer wearing a suit. I'm going to have dinner with the governor in a few days. Then you can come with me. Oh, Tanaka. Kubo was stunned. The Governor General of Australia is a figure that their group is still far out of reach of. I didn't expect that your excellency would have such intention in asking Sony to send people to Australia for a meeting this time. Follow Alan to the banquet, and then you can get to know the governor. And then, although Sony has long entered the Australian market, is the relationship with the governor the same as without the governor? Ha ha ha. Thank you for your support. I really don't know how to repay you. Alan looked at Tanaka Kubo's expression of tears of gratitude, as if he wasn't pretending. But this is to the current Governor General of Australia as Ninian Martin Stephen. The Governor General of Australia has been in office since 1982, and it is now the end of his term. By the beginning of 1989, it was time for him to return to his hometown. The remaining term is just over a year. It is said that this person did a good job during his tenure and received several medals in 1985. He also visited China. He was the first to explore the country for the Queen. He was one of the representatives loyal to the royal family. This is also the purpose of Alan coming out to play this time. It is safer to play here. Now he used the governor as a favor and introduced him to Tanaka Kubo. It can not only help him expand his network of contacts, but also sell Sony a favor. The purpose. Of course it costs money. Mr. Alan is not blackmailing Sony. He wants money, but also has to find some fair reason. Now that the benefit has been given, the reason for asking for money has been figured out. Sony has to give it, whether it gives it or not. After they expand sales in Australia, it can take as short as 1 year, or as long as 2 or 3 years. When the next governor comes, Alan can reveal some information to him, and Sony will be the fish on the chopping board. If you want money, you can always use Sony. When the market is small, they don't have to care, but when the market is big, they must care. When the new governor takes office, Alan will collude with him, and he will be able to make money from Sony at any time for any reason. And he, Alan, was hiding behind, and didn't even have to show up. Seeing Tanaka Kubo's grateful expression, Alan smiled and said, with the relationship with the governor, you will develop in South Wales first, and then expand outwards, after you have settled here. Do you understand what I mean? Understood. I understand your excellency very well. Regarding this historical origin, Tanaka Kubo had done some preparation before coming. South Wales is the earliest state for British immigrants, and it is also the capital of Australia. I dare not say it is the most developed, but it has the most British people here. It is also the area with the most stable security. Outside of South Wales, there are many immigrants from other states. Even though there are many white people, Irish people account for more than half of them. Most of the gangs in the northeastern United States are of Irish descent. Now they have a relatively bad reputation. It is not particularly safe to do business in these crowded places. You must first establish a foothold in a safe place. Well, just know it. Go ahead. Alan picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Now that he was done talking, he started to chase people away. A few days later, Master, I have finally met you. It is said that the country is very lively recently. As soon as old Carl entered the door and saw Alan, he took off his hat and saluted, then handed the cane and hat to the servant, and gestured sideways to the people who were following him. Haha, it was also reported over there. Alan looked at the little golden retriever who was following behind old Carl and smiled. He didn't know this person, but since old Carl didn't show up, Alan was not in a hurry and waited for him to introduce him later. It's been reported. The atmosphere in the United States has been very depressed recently. I can see reports every day in Los Angeles that someone jumped from a building here and someone jumped from a building there. Finally, some news about Britain came out, and it must be reported. Old Carol sat down, first filled the teacup in front of Alan with tea, poured 2 more cups of tea, took 1 cup for himself, put the remaining cup next to him, and motioned to those who followed him to sit down. Listening to old Carl's description, Alan was a little funny. These two places seem to dislike each other. Usually when the other side comes up with any news, they try their best to report it and laugh at it. I think of the financial crisis in the United States some time ago. Although the United Kingdom was also affected, when news reports on TV, people in the United States always gloated and laughed at the American people. Unexpectedly, because of the recent news about the British House of Lords, Americans are not to be outdone. They report the British news in reverse and laugh at it. Who is this? Pointing to the person behind old Carol, Alan raised his chin. Oh, look at my memory. I haven't seen you for a few months. I just wanted to catch up with you. This one, old Carol pulled the little golden retriever who had just sat down, and the little golden retriever quickly stood up again with some restraint. This is James Cameron. He was born in Ontario and is currently making some achievements in the Hollywood directing world. That old guy Patrice went to the United States for inspection some time ago and helped Alan recruit people. He also called on old Carol to help. Old Carl is more traditional and old school. You can tell what kind of person he is by seeing that he usually dresses like an old gentleman even in the United States, and in a trendy place like Los Angeles. Patrice is a person who is relatively capable. He doesn't care much about where the new director comes from, but old Carl cares more about it. People who can use the British don't need to be American. After much picking and choosing, in the end Carol Sr. and Patrice had some different opinions. But old Carl has an advantage. He has a high status. Those who made their own decisions brought the candidates directly to Alan and showed them to his young master. Hello, sir. My name is James Cameron. You can just call me Cameron. Although he has only made 3 movies, James Cameron is considered a very talented player, currently very famous in Hollywood, and even though he is only 33 years old this year, he has already had 2 wives, so he just stands out for fun. But Hollywood is Hollywood, and Australia is Australia. As a person born in a Commonwealth country, and also bathed in the glory of the Queen, Cameron is still in awe of the traditional aristocracy of Britain. He flipped up his half-length blonde hair, briefly introduced himself, and looked longingly at the young Earl in front of him. James Cameron. Alan didn't expect that the elegant-looking man in front of him was actually Cameron. Damn it, this guy seems to be a talent, and he is a talent for making commercial films, but according to old Carol's introduction, he has only made 3 movies since his debut. Alan's biggest impression of Cameron is his Terminator Arnold's classic line, "I will be back later." It was used as a mantra by his little fan of the different dimension, Big Wolf, and is also used by other little fans of the different dimension point. But when watching a movie some time ago, Alan found that something seemed wrong with the plot of the current Terminator point. Although the actor is still Arnold, the plot is wrong. The special effects are rather crude, and Arnold is the villain. He clearly remembers that Arnold seems to be a good person. Are these the wings of a butterfly? Well, sit down and say, don't be too formal. I've seen your movie. That Terminator is good. The special effects are very good, but the plot feels weird. Alan smiled and waved his hand, motioning for Cameron, who was a little nervous, to sit down first. Cameron secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Apart from the servants, there were only 3 people on the terrace, a knight, an earl, and he was the only commoner. How could he not be nervous in such an environment? In Hollywood, he can still put on airs and be considered a cutting-edge director, but here, he is nothing. Hearing Alan's question, Cameron was about to stand up, but seeing Alan smile, he took a breath and said, "Sir, actually I haven't finished filming Terminator yet, because I didn't have enough funds at the time. The special effects didn't achieve the effect I wanted. You can understand that this is just the first half of the 2 episodes. What about this statement? No wonder I always feel weird when I watch that movie Terminator. It turns out that's the case. Haha, are you interested in my Earl pictures? Now that everyone has been brought, Alan invites them directly. Since they are talented people, there must be an invitation process. Cameron subconsciously glanced at old Carol next to him, and old Carol gave him a firm look. "I am very happy to serve you." Cameron stood up and saluted again. This time his attitude was much more solemn, a bit like surrendering to the aristocrats in the movie. Hahaha, okay. I have no shortage of funds here. Just write down the names of the people you want, and you can take care of the rest. Thank you for your appreciation. Don't worry, I will prepare the project right away. Cameron repeatedly promised that he could not wait to come up with the project now. It's a bit sad to say that when he made his first movie, he was in Italy. After the movie, the Italians looked down on him and refused to let him edit. Later, Cameron held his breath, taught himself Italian, and forced himself to cut out the film and then Cameron took out his childhood creativity and wrote a script himself, which is Terminator. Later, he took the script to his ex-wife, a producer in Hollywood, and sold the script for a low price of $1. In exchange for the funds, he filmed Terminator 1. With this Terminator 1, Cameron officially became famous and had some funds. But here comes the problem. Many Hollywood directors have no shortage of investors once they become famous, but this is not the case with Cameron. Theoretically speaking, he has no shortage of investors, but the people who come to invest in making movies for him don't have simple motives, and they give him little money. In the end, Cameron had no choice but to launch a beauty trap and met a new female Hollywood producer. Then the two got married, and Cameron had funds again. Then he created Alien to last year until some time ago. The old man named Patrice approached him and asked him to go to Britain to make a movie. He also joined his company and made movies for the company. Cameron was ready to refuse without even thinking about it. This is fucking like being a slave. How can he, a well-known director, do such a thing? But then here comes another mysterious figure who is well known in Los Angeles, Sir Carl. This person carries a lot of weight. In a Vanity Fair like Hollywood, a British and serious aristocratic old gentleman is still very popular and sought after. What's more, Sir Carl is said to be very powerful, and Cameron is ready to have a good talk with him. I thought the other party would stalk me. But Sir Carl gave him a word. Chapter 153 Meeting. Come to Earl Pictures to make a movie. Work hard, and my Earl will give you a knight, or even a baron, so that you can honor your ancestors. Just one sentence. Cameron is speechless. He felt that he was too far away from being a baron. But Jazz, is there anyone in the entire Commonwealth who doesn't care about titles? Compared with this kind of thing, the Oscar will seem boring. Pack your bags, pack your things, and Cameron is ready to go. He is a member of the Commonwealth, and it is his honor to go to Britain. Serving the Earl is the most simple thought in his heart. As for the title, it's all incidental. He simply wants to join Mr. Allen and make movies for you. Old Carl patted Cameron and said, "Okay, you have met your excellency. You go pack your luggage first and take a rest. Your excellency and I still have something to talk about." "Okay, sir, I'll go down first." Cameron was not unhappy at all when he heard that old Cole was starting to drive away guests. The atmosphere here was a bit depressing. The Earl opposite looked young, but the pressure on him was great, and he had long wanted to run away. After saluting Alan again and seeing Alan smiling and nodding, Cameron lowered his head and slowly exited the terrace. "Master, are you satisfied with this choice?" As soon as Cameron left, old Carol spoke much more casually and asked Alan a bit, asking for credit. "How did you find this kind of person?" Alan was also a little strange. In theory, people like Cameron wouldn't come to him as if they were selling themselves. He mainly hangs out in Hollywood. Although he is Canadian, in the United States, isn't it enough to have money? Are people today so thirsty for honors and titles? Haha, master, don't you know this? Old Carl took a sip of tea and began to tell Alan about Cameron's tragic experience, from the time he launched the beauty scheme to the marriage and divorce, all the way to the guy's financial problems. He can't get the funds. Alan blinked, feeling a little strange. How could a director like this, who specializes in commercial films, fail to attract funds? It's not that he can't get it, but it's that big film and television companies have royal directors. He has only made a few low-budget movies, and they were all science fiction films. The big companies look down on him. Old Carol smiled and continued to answer Alan's questions. A large film and television company can support more than one or two royal directors, and only has so much funding every year. If there is a big money director who makes a science fiction film, how should the funds be divided? As for small investors, why do they invest in movies? Make money. Thinking too much. Making money is the least important thing. Money laundering is the fundamental thing. Look at the financial reports of the major Hollywood film and television companies. Which one is not losing money, but they live a very prosperous life? Do you really think they are really at a loss? And Cameron's science fiction movies are most suitable for money laundering, but the two sides have a dispute here. Cameron spends real money to make science fiction movies. Props and special effects require real money. His movie investment amount is relatively realistic. Investors can invest the amount they want, but the money cannot be used to make movies. If you use up all the money, doesn't that mean you are serious about making movies? So how do they launder money? Unless the investment is increased. But if you want to satisfy Cameron, this investment will not be hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, but an increase of tens of millions of dollars. Who would invest in his movie if he has such funds? They have more hidden and mature channels. So Cameron was so embarrassed that he couldn't do anything. High and low. Those who are rich look down on him, and those who do look down on him are not rich enough. It's that simple. Under such circumstances, a nobleman suddenly appeared like a god descending from the earth. His skills gave him the funds to make a movie and gave him a title. How could he not be tempted? Cannot. Oh, Americans are so shameless. After listening to old Carl's explanation, Alan somewhat understood Cameron's current situation. This was a coincidence. Very good. Accepting this person to come to the company as a director will save him a lot of time and energy, and this person can still stand the test. You and Patrice are doing great. Ha. Ha. Thanks. To Alan's exaggeration, old Carol smiled happily. The remaining purpose of his life is to help the young master do things. Now that he has good food and drink in America, if he fails to do anything, wouldn't he feel sorry for the young master? In the villa 3 days later. In the conference room, Christmas is approaching, and there is no snow in the southern hemisphere, so the atmosphere is lacking. Tanaka Kubo looked at the new people he didn't know in the conference room, and didn't pay much attention. Alan, who was late, walked into the conference room accompanied by old Carol. Everyone in the conference room who arrived early stood up quickly and bowed their heads in salute. Haha. Today's meeting is not too formal. It is a meeting between shareholders. Don't be too nervous, Tanaka Kubo. Let me introduce to you. This is my new director, Cameron. When his name was called, Cameron nodded towards the short Asian. His name sounded like he was from an island nation. Cameron, this is our partner, the representative sent by Sony, Mr. Kubo. Tanaka, sure enough, they are from the island country. Cameron doesn't know why there are people from the island country involved in the Earl's industry, but he can roughly guess that it may be because they are rich. Alan sat on the main seat, and the servant placed a map shelf behind him. On the world map above, many places were pinned with small red thumbtacks. Tanaka Kubo looked at the map. Most of the areas with thumbtacks should be Commonwealth countries. This is the division map of our group's existing film and television subsidiaries. With your new partner this year, the group is preparing to expand its scale, increase manpower, and broaden its channels next year. Alan explained a little bit about his plan. Each of these subsidiaries is real, but they don't have many employees and can only maintain basic small functions. Now that Sony has taken a stake, let's take advantage of the trend and develop. But development costs money. Buying equipment, renting space, and increasing manpower all cost money. There are a lot of subsidiaries and Earl Pictures, and Alan is not willing to spend the money himself. Now it's time to use his ATM. You, Sony, can't make movies or distribute them. You're a useless piece of trash who doesn't know anything. Isn't it too much to ask you to pay some money? Tanaka Kubo nodded. According to Mr. Allen's wishes, the company must become bigger and stronger. This is not something they can just leave there and ignore after taking shares. Since Mr. Allen is in charge of the overall situation, it makes sense that Sony is responsible for paying for it. Regardless of whether what this person said is right or not, this was all what Sony had expected, and this visit was not only paid for, but wouldn't Mr. Allen also introduce him to the governor in a few days? This is the main purpose of Sony's investment in this gentleman. Not only can we make movies and increase their influence, but we can also build relationships with them. Other companies want to get to know a governor, especially one who governs such a large area in Australia. Is this someone they can get to know if they want to? Next year, firstly, we will expand the company's scale, and secondly, it will be the first time since we have cooperated to produce a new movie together. It's said to be a joint production, but Sony is only responsible for paying for it. Alan is responsible for taking Sony's money, making movies, and then depending on the situation, he can give them some soup and meat. Forget it. The meat belongs to Mr. Allen. This is my plan. Next year, I will make a new movie, and Cameron, you will also make one. Our company will focus on these two movies next year, as is the budget. Alan stretched out his left hand, made an OK gesture and said, £300 million. I want to go to a big production. Cameron swallowed. He has never made a movie worth hundreds of millions of dollars, let alone one worth hundreds of millions of pounds. I have never fought such a rich battle. 2 movies cost £300 million. Even if you only give him £100 million, that would be enough for him. When Tanaka Kubo saw Alan talking about the size of the company, he immediately talked about making movies. It was not surprising. that this gentleman did not participate in the specific small things in the company, just like the last time we bought shares. When the two parties negotiated the price, Mr. Allen ignored him throughout the whole process. Now it is only said that the company wants to expand its scale. As for how much more money Sony will need to expand its scale, of course, it is up to the people below to discuss it. The rest is what this excellency is good at, making movies. He will tell you how much money is needed for this. Tanaka Kubo carefully recorded Allen's words in his notebook. This amount of money is non-negotiable. Sony will give him as much as he wants. Now that you have boarded the big ship of Earl Pictures, you must abide by the rules on the ship. Seeing that he had almost finished talking, Allen stood up and gestured to Cameron. Let's go and talk to me. You can talk about the remaining funds needed for the company to expand its scale. Tanaka Kubo quickly stood up and said, Your Excellency, walk slowly. While walking in the garden, Allen stretched out his hand and waved. A big white bird, like a glider, slid silently in front of him, flickered its wings, and stood at Allen's feet. This time, Cameron, who was following Allen, was startled. This thing flew silently, unlike other birds. At least it made the sound of flapping wings. When it arrived in front of you, you felt a white shadow coming over the ground. It's fine during the day, but if it were night, it would scare people to death. Aha, sir, what is this? Oh, this is my little pet Xiao Huang. Do you know me? We know each other. There are many of them in Canada. Snowy owls. Hahaha. Do you have any new plans for next year's new movie? As Allen was walking, his footsteps suddenly stopped. Xiao Huang, who was following him, waited for a long time and then stopped when he saw Allen didn't move. The neck of this thing is very strange. It can twist 180 degrees from the front to the back. It looks very scary. Xiao Huang was like this. Seeing that Allen wouldn't leave, he turned his head and looked at Allen curiously. Ha. Allen gently kicked Xiao Huang with his foot and said, Go and play by yourself, cuckoo. Xiao Huang screamed, jumped twice, flicked his wings, and flew away with a slight exertion of his body. Cameron looked at this kind of bird, which seemed to be quite intelligent, and he was very envious. However, the snowy owl is a protected animal, and he did not dare to keep it, especially in a place like the United States, where animal protection organizations are constantly looking for a presence. Sir, since you have seen Terminator, will you shoot Terminator next year? Oh, didn't you say that the special effects are not in place? Allen had always wanted to make a science fiction movie before and thought this thing looked cool. But the special effects are really too awkward, and most of the special effects now are still physical special effects. As for computer special effects, it's not that the special effects produced by current computer equipment are non-existent. They are too fake and expensive. The special effects of web games many years later are like beams of light all over the ground. Come and kill me, brothers. This is a brand new version that I have never played. Such special effects are already considered super high-end special effects now. If we have the funds in place, it's not impossible, but it will be a little more than the budget. Cameron explained carefully. Oh, Allen, who was just asking casually at first, found out that Cameron really had a plan, so he became interested and said, Tell me more about the budget and process. That's it, Your Excellency. In the second half of Terminator, I plan to use CG special effects and make several CG animations to intersperse them into the movie. Cameron gestured with his hands and told Allen his idea. As Allen listened, he suddenly realized, isn't this the Terminator that impressed him most? A clip of the liquid metal advanced robot wearing a police uniform walking through a cell. The whole person hit the iron fence. There was a close-up of his face, and his face was cut open like liquid metal. After passing through the iron fence, it returned to its original shape. What a classic shot. It turns out it was made using CG. CG. Can it be achieved with current technology? Recalling the scenes in the movie, Allen was somewhat doubtful whether current computer special effects could produce such an effect. He has adapted to the current era in which some technologies have not yet developed. Allen has never played with computers. Although there are personal computers now, in Allen's opinion, such computers are equivalent to electronic waste. It's okay, Your Excellency. As long as the funds are in place, it's no problem if you want to do it, but it's more time consuming. Cameron sheepishly emphasized the funds again and again. No problem. You are responsible for the technical matters yourself. Can you win over the people responsible for the special effects? Let's acquire the other company and raise it for our own use. There is no problem with the funds. Alan thinks more deeply. Like Cameron, he only thinks about making special effects, but what he wants is to catch all the people who do special effects and take them into his own hands. Although it will cost him money in the early stage, as long as you buy them, you will save money in the future. Cameron was stunned by what Alan said, and his heart started pounding. It's because I'm too small. I just want to make movies. But when this kind of thing comes to Mr. Allen, my thoughts become acquisitions. In this way, making a movie will not only train the team, but also improve future special effects. Chapter 154 Accident. Cameron had no say in whether to hire special effects personnel, but since Alan asked him to take charge, he nodded and accepted it, and was going to talk to someone about it when he got back. Correct, Alan said, and suddenly asked curiously, since you sold the script to your ex-wife for a low price of $1, what about the copyright? When we make the second half of this movie, you can't afford to make a movie for him and end up in a lawsuit, right, sir? Don't worry about this. The script is the script and the copyright is the copyright. Leave this to me, and I will take care of it. Cameron doesn't know how to explain this kind of thing, but he is confident that he can use the beauty trick once and use it a second time. Alan stared at Cameron with a weird look on his face for a long time. When he was young, he still had a little baby fat on his face. Now he is in his 30s, he still looks young. No wonder he plays in such a fancy way. I have a little bit of my own style. For funds, you go back and make a budget and show it to me then. Okay, I see. Every year on April 29th, there is a small festival in Australia, which is celebrated every year on an integer year. But this year, it is not an integer year, so there is no need to celebrate it. This day is a day when the British Captain Cook discovered Australia. A grand parade will be held locally, but this year's event is long overdue. Now that Alan is here to play, the governor also wants to prepare some special programs so that this high-ranking nobleman from the mainland can experience the Wild 200 and have some local specialties with an excuse to celebrate Christmas. Governor Ninian Martin Stephen invited Alan to watch the parade in Sydney. Being accustomed to the large-scale celebrations of later generations, Alan originally thought that this kind of street parade was like a military parade. Hundreds of people were organized into a square formation. But when I got to the actual place, I saw it. WTF, a group of dark-skinned, but definitely not black indigenous people with colorful faces, wearing strange costumes, and carrying various equipment. They were probably number 100. They were yelling while marching. This was considered a celebration parade. Already, ho, roar, Alan looked expressionlessly at the group of natives on the roadside in the distance, baring their teeth and yelling, and then they took out their repertoire. A group of people held a hoop that looked like it was made of bent wood and put it on their bodies and swayed and danced there. Isn't this just a hula hoop? Things that no one has played for many years. These natives are quite new. Haha, don't you know, sir? The hula hoop evolved from this toy of these natives. Oh, I see. This was the first time Alan heard that hula hoops had such origins. He only knew that there were very few indigenous people in Australia, and they were all killed so quickly. Now the total number of natives in 20 seems to be less than 500,000. As for why the cleanup of the indigenous people in 20 was carried out so thoroughly. At the time, the managers of 20 sought out professionals from the British mainland to learn from their experiences. With the guidance of professionals, British people who have logged into Australia can clean up the natives very efficiently. As for who these professionals are, guess why the most developed state in faraway Australia is called South Wales? Of course, the contribution of the islanders at a certain period is also indispensable. The joint efforts of everyone are the reason why there are so few indigenous people in 20 now. Ahem, Your Excellency, I have contacted the Aboriginal Development and Progress Committee in the past few days. They can provide you with a stable supply of beef. Ninian Martin Stephen, the governor of Turkey and Australia, looked at Alan, who was staring out the car window in a daze, and coughed dryly to change the subject. The two of them came over to watch the parade today. It was not an open and honest parade, but they just parked not far away from the roadside and watched from the car. There are too many people outside, and the governor is afraid of being unsafe and does not dare to be too high profile. The gentleman in front of me has some historical origins. Although not many people know about it, it is better to be careful. Oh, it's done. Haha, thank you for your hard work. When Alan heard this, he finally let go of his worries. This time he came to Australia for vacation. Although he mainly wanted to have fun and relax, he still did some serious work. Contacting the beef suppliers business. But there are so many ranches in Australia. Why did Alan choose the ranch started by the indigenous people to find sources of goods? It was just for this reason. First, it is said to be the Aboriginal Development and Progress Committee, but in this committee, of the 12 members, only 3 are Aboriginal, and the other 9 are all white. It's all routine. No matter how they fool around, they can't escape the clutches of the British masters. Alan, on the other hand, wanted to make amends in advance for the sake of his reputation. In the future of the information society, he is afraid that others will find fault with him and dig up the dark history of his family. So coming here in advance and negotiating business with the ranches opened by the indigenous people can be regarded as some form of compensation. Right, the noble lord will never make a mistake. If you accuse me of having a bad history, then the descendants of my Hill family have already begun to make compensation, quietly and without publicity. And the second point, the Aboriginal territories are all in the north. The Northern Territory, first of all, it is close to China, and transportation is convenient. He makes instant noodles, and it is easy to transport there. Moreover, the supply of goods from the indigenous people is safer. Their production methods are more backward in comparison. They are not as thoughtful as white ranchers, so they can use beef with more confidence. And the price is low, a small gesture that can both make up for and get goods. How great. Your character is really admirable. After so many years, what happened back then was just to get some information and send some servants to guide the work. But you still remember these natives. Ninian glanced at Alan and praised him like a compliment. Haha, after all these years, I still see the past things from some old information at home. Every time I think about it, I can't sleep at night. I always want to do something for them, but here is so far away from the mainland. What I can do, it's really limited. It's great that you can do this. No one will question your character. The two exchanged business blows for a while, and Ninian watched the celebration parade go away before he motioned to the driver to drive back to his governor's mansion for dinner after Christmas. With 1 day left before 1988, Alan was ready to go back. After staying here for almost a month, he was a little tired of it. The main reason was that he didn't bring a female companion this time. He just wanted to relax and be clean. But after being clean for so long, he became a little impatient and homesick. Old Carl had already brought Cameron back to the United States on the day after Christmas. Sony's Tanaka Kubo also brought people back to the island country to report on the negotiations. Except for Alan, who was the only one left in the villa and a group of servants serving Alan. After eating early in the morning, the energetic Alan and Zhao Huang, who was still a little confused, got up for morning exercises. The nature of an owl is to lie down at night and come out at night. Since Zhao Huang followed Alan, he has been forced to develop the habit of staying up at night and coming out at night. However, his nature is still here, and he cannot change it for a while. Every time he is attacked by AI in the morning, when Lun woke up, this guy was wilted. Wake up, go. Alan kicked Zhao Huang, who was standing at his feet with his head lowered, and threw a ball, hoping to cheer Zhao Huang up. Zhao Huang reluctantly raised his head and watched the meatball fall to the ground in an arc, while it stood motionless. Lazy bastard. In winter, it was better. Zhao Huang was quite energetic in the morning, but the hotter the place, the lazier he became. Alan looked at the wilting Zhao Huang and stopped pushing him. Just as he turned around to go back, Huta held a newspaper and motioned to Alan from a distance. Master, something happened. What's wrong? Well, you can see for yourself. Huta was a little afraid to say, and handed the newspaper to Alan. Oh, Is it the report about me again? Alan took the newspaper and was not in a hurry to read it. He turned around and kicked Xiao Huang first to signal it to follow, and then asked Tute to prepare morning tea for him. Without drinking tea and eating dessert, Ellen doesn't want to read the newspaper. It's not a ritual. After pinching a cookie and putting it in his mouth, Xiao Huang stared at Alan. When he saw him eating, he also opened his mouth to let Alan feed him. What the hell? Get out of here. When I played with you in the morning, you looked like you were dying, but now that you have seen something to eat, you are energetic again. Ignoring Xiao Huang, Alan picked up the newspaper, shook it and unfolded it. The headlines on the front page still introduced the current economic situation, and he was tired of seeing this kind of news turning over one page. The second one is his new movie poster. Hugh Grant's gloomy face is facing to the left, and Monica's face is facing to the right. There is a wall between their backs. They only have a close-up of their heads, and the background below is blurred and replaced by waves. The whole poster gives people the feeling of fire above and sea below. The letters deep water are marked at the top of the poster. It still looks very interesting. No one can tell what the plot is just by looking at the poster anyway. The row of letters below the poster is very fancy. What is Earl Allen's latest masterpiece? Earl Allen's Christmas gift to the American people. Best actor at the Venice Film Festival and other signs. It looks full of style, but apart from the posters with pictures, the news headlines below don't look so pleasant. Reprinted from the Washington Post. Your Majesty, the Earl openly discriminates against black people. What the hell? Alan looked at the title and asked, when did I discriminate against black people? So many employees in the Gambia who worked hard to provide him with commissions are all black. After picking up the teacup and taking a sip of tea to calm down his shock, Alan continued to read the contents of the newspaper. It turns out that this movie has received a huge response since it was released on Christmas. Alan thought that since the old United States was in financial crisis, there would definitely be fewer people watching movies, but he fell into a misunderstanding. There are more people unemployed and more people bankrupt. But does this prevent Americans from watching movies? Don't get in the way. Instead. When many Americans heard that this was a movie made by an aristocrat and a Christmas gift to Americans, they were very fond of it and were ready to go to the theater to support the British Earl. Then, day after Christmas Eve, the whole family happily went to the cinema to watch a movie. All opinions aside, the movie is still very enjoyable. Although this movie is not R-rated, it is still Alan's old style, a marginal movie. This time the friction is even worse than in Alan's first movie. If it weren't for the lack of exposure, it would almost be classified as restricted. A family with children watching this. Although the people who watched it were excited, most viewers still felt a little anxious and uneasy after watching it. To cheat on someone after watching a movie is a bit exaggerated. But after watching this movie, I feel like I have opened the door to a new world. Due to the economic situation, the current atmosphere in the United States is generally very pessimistic and depressing. When people are depressed and pessimistic, they need to vent and be stimulated. It's like opening Pandora's box. Originally, the movie had very high reviews. The male and female protagonists were both good looking and the story was very exciting. Some people gave positive reviews based on human nature, and some gave positive reviews based on the story structure. Anyway, good reviews are greater than negative reviews because this movie is so fresh. The subject matter is very interesting and the pictures are exciting. Don't worry about whether it has a skewed outlook on life. Ordinary people don't care about this. Anyway, their outlook on things is just like that. But at this time, a group of people jumped out and started to twist their mouths. Black person in this deep water. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but among all the actors in the film, there is not a single black person. This makes the black community in America have a lot of opinions. They have been spoiled by the Americans. In their America, no matter what kind of movie it is, even if you use it on passers-by, you have to cast a few black actors. Not all the actors are white. Although the Count was British, the movies he made were American movies. The story is set in the United States and is an American movie. Since it is an American movie, how can there be no black actors among the actors? This is racial discrimination. What was originally a small matter was found out by this group of people, attracting more people's attention, and then became more popular. Certainly no idiot has ever come forward to ask this Earl from England to apologize. They only discuss this matter from the perspective of political correctness. But Alan squinted at the newspaper, saying it was for discussion, but among the letters on the entire paper, Alan only saw one word: provoking trouble. It's so damn strange that someone actually dares to cause trouble for me. I'm here, Master. Alan shook the newspaper and asked, "Are there any other reports?" Alan seemed to be leading the way in this kind of thing. He didn't know if someone was guiding him from behind, but there was a key point in this report, reprinted from the Washington Post. At first glance, the name of this newspaper sounds ordinary and rustic. But this newspaper is a well-known broadsheet in the United States. Being able to be reported by them seems to be a big public opinion, so I need to prepare in advance. Talk. What do you think? The corner of Hooter's mouth twitched, and the young master asked him what he thought. How could he see that? If this were in Wales, who cares? Send someone to pick up the newspaper overnight, take the person in charge back to the castle, and have him kneel at the gate of the manor. But it's not like Wales. Chapter 155 Countermeasures. Master, let Carol check carefully. Who? Ter replied somewhat uncertainly. Alan understood what he meant by checking carefully, but he is no longer the Alan he was a year ago, and he can't be so impulsive. When a report comes out here, something happens to the person who made the comment over there. It's still inappropriate in such a stormy situation. Even if Carl is a knight, he is Alan's butler, so he can't waste it on such a trivial matter. But it is impossible to ignore this kind of public opinion. Now that he is in Australia, and the information is not very smooth, Alan doesn't know what is going on in the outside world, but Australian newspapers have reprinted it, so this matter must be quite a big fuss. Go and get ready. I have to go back and call Carol and ask him to check the information, but I only want the information and don't touch anything else. Do you understand? Yes. I'll go right away. Who? Ted bent down and before leaving, he glanced at the silly little yellow one with its mouth open from beginning to end waiting to be fed. Little animals are just fine. No worries. Your Excellency, are you leaving so soon? I'm also planning to wait until I have finished my official duties during this period before accompanying you on the hunt. Ninian, the governor of 200, stood beside the plane, holding Alan's hand affectionately and reluctant to let him go. The two secretly colluded on the Sony incident, and after Sony slowly opened up the market here, Governor Ninian blackmailed them severely before leaving office. This matter was approved by Alan. And when the time comes, one of them will play the good role, and the other will play the bad role. The governor is looking for trouble, and Alan is responsible for rescuing the situation, and the two of them will make a fortune together. Now Mr. Alan is about to leave. It is said that he will stay for a month this time, but the time for the two of them to get together is too short. Ninian, since it is the end of the year, many things need to be dealt with as soon as possible. Governors like them from various places can be regarded as ministers of the border, and they seem to be unparalleled in power, but they also have difficulties. For example, you can only stay in the territory and cannot go out. Many governors in ancient times had to bring their families with them when they took office. This is why, when the governor takes office, they cannot leave their post without permission from the king. For example, Wei Yixin, the governor of Hong Kong, could not even go to sea because it would leave the territory of Hong Kong. If he was discovered, he would be disobeying the king's order. This is a big deal, and Ninian is also like this. During his term in office, he didn't even have a holiday. Want to return to his homeland, write to the queen to apply, but there is a high probability that it will not be approved. The queen issued an edict to him the year before last, asking him to visit China, which made Ninian very happy. Excitedly, I took the whole family for a walk around China, as if they were on vacation. Nowadays, a nobleman who came from the mainland for vacation finally came to 200, stayed for a month and left. It has brought him so many benefits. How could he let it go? Haha, let's meet again when you return to your homeland. Alan slowly pulled his hand out in disgust, and Ninian's hands became sweaty. The handshake was too warm, and it would be bad to attract the media soon. Okay, after I step down, I will hand over the job back home, and the first thing I will do is visit you. I have also written down your instructions. Please rest assured. Okay. That one is waiting for you. Alan took out his hand smoothly, patted Ninian on the shoulder, turned around and boarded the plane accompanied by Huth without any hesitation. On the afternoon of January 3rd, 1988, London Heathrow Airport. When flights are not connected to Cardiff Airport, Alan usually chooses Heathrow Airport. Compared with several other airports in London, this is the most westward airport and is closer to home. Although there is still a lot of smog in the air in London, Alan is still a little happy to return to Britain. At least I'm going home soon. But as soon as he exited the VIP channel, he was blocked by someone, and the person leading the way was the person Alan least wanted to see right now. Capel. Merry Christmas, Your Excellency. Is it not too late to say it now? Capel smiled and nodded to Hutt, then bent slightly to salute Alan. Happy? Wool. I'm not happy when I see you, sir. Are you going out? What a coincidence. Capel smiled and glanced at the passage sign next to him. He would not leave the station passage when he went out. I'm here to wait for you. Did Ninian fucking betray me? He was blocked by people as soon as he got off the plane. He left so secretly that except for the Governor Ninian, Alan could not think of anyone who could find out his whereabouts. Capel's mouth twisted. Although Governor Ninian was also a knight, he did not dare to scold him openly. But Lord Alan guessed it right. When he got on the plane, Governor Ninian's international phone number was called. His Highness reported the whereabouts of Lord Alan. Then he was sent to block this excellency. What are you waiting for me for? His Highness has not seen you for a while and misses you very much. He invites you to the manor for dinner. Capel uses the word miss very strongly. I just got off the plane. Can you go home and rest for a while and then visit His Highness another day? Alan didn't know what Charles wanted from him, but it's definitely not a good thing. Capel just smiled and said nothing, but the meaning was obvious. Okay, let's go. Alan can't escape now, and he is now at the airport. If he is discovered by someone later, he may not know what will happen. Did you have fun in Australia? Charles was wearing a light colored plaid shirt, khaki pants, and a pair of suspenders. He sat on a large single sofa with his legs crossed, a newspaper in his hand, and a cigar leaning on the ashtray next to him. When he heard someone coming in, he asked in a low voice without raising his head, "It's okay. It has made a certain contribution to the local economy." What does it mean to make a certain contribution to the local economy? This kind of nonsense can only be said by one person in the whole of Great Britain. I thought you were planning to stay in Australia for the rest of your life and never come back. No, Your Highness. Am I back? Charles put down the newspaper, bowed, picked up the cigar, and took a puff. Slowly exhaled the smoke, and looked at Alan. This look lasted for a long minute, making Alan feel uncomfortable all over. Originally, last year's House of Representatives meeting was just an ordinary day. Who knew that, because of Angus's speech, public opinion was very passive. Others would think it was an unlearned Angus fooling around. But if I'm willing to check, who has Angus been hanging out with lately? He got mixed up with Alan. Two prodigal sons joined forces. Charles was very passive by Angus's proposal. He was also very angry at the time. When he turned around to find Alan, he realized that this guy had actually run away. When someone checked where he was going, he actually went to Australia for vacation, taking his maid, housekeeper, and pets with him. He worked hard to calm public opinion in Great Britain, and the person who caused trouble actually went on vacation in style. But when Alan came back, Charles found that he didn't want to disturb him anymore. Alan's character is easy to control. He has a very straight temper, is very impulsive, and acts very recklessly. Superiors like this kind of subordinates who are loyal and simple in character. They are legendary for their well-developed limbs and simple minds. Although occasionally my cleverness makes small mistakes, it is not a big problem. And some time ago, the princess said that Alan was planning to start a new service industry. It was said that it could provide employment opportunities for many people and bring a good reputation to the royal family. The most important thing is that he really distributed the dividends from his shares as pocket money for the princess and his 2 sons, regardless of whether it was out of family affection or some other consideration. Alan's behavior made Charles very emotional. In this way, Alan is really encouraging Angus to talk about the proposal, but his starting point may be that he really wants Congress to increase funding for the royal family. Although the consequences of such an idea are not good, his starting point is fine. This was for his own good, Charles. It would be a bit inappropriate for him to quarrel with Alan again. Anyway, this guy didn't have good academic qualifications and didn't think that deeply. This was because of his inadequate teaching. But don't quarrel with him and even encourage him openly. Now that he has not even entered the House of Lords, he dares to drag a down and out Duke into trouble. If he waits for him to enter the House of Lords later, what will he dare to do? You have to think more about what you do in the future. You like writing to me so much, why don't you ask me first? Your Highness, I want to give you a surprise, Alan whispered. Surprise. Hearing this kind of word, Charles instantly felt that his blood pressure was high. He took a deep breath and said, I'll get the key from Capel later. I have a small manor in London. I don't live there often, so I'll give it to you. You should go to London often in the future and don't stay in hotels. Why? Alan was stunned. The lesson he imagined had not come. How could he still get a small manor for nothing? The small estate that Charles refers to is not really small, it is just small to him. But that's a London estate. What are you doing standing still? Just take the key and leave. Charles looked at Alan in a daze and reminded him, Your Highness, didn't you ask Capel to tell me that you missed me and ask me to come for dinner? You're eating shit. Get out of here. Hearing that Alan still mentioned eating, Charles finally couldn't help it. He raised the hand holding the cigar and pointed at Alan and cursed. Hey, I'm leaving now. Good night, Your Highness. This smell was just right. Alan shrank his neck and walked backward out of Charles' study. After closing the door, I heard Charles' heavy hum coming from inside. Master? Why so fast? Let's go home. Who? Te watched Alan come out less than an hour after entering. It was not dark yet, so he finished eating so quickly. Alan waved his hand, not wanting to say so much, and directed the convoy to leave quickly. There was still more than 100 kilometers away from home, and it took more than an hour to arrive. After a few days of rest at home and jet lag, Alan regained his energy. Not only him, but also Xiao Huang has become more aggressive. Snowy owls are birds that live in the cold zone. They can't stand the heat. But now that they have returned to Great Britain and the temperature is still very low, they have become more aggressive again. After exhaling, the white mist blew long, and Alan, dressed in a fleece sportswear, stamped his feet. In the past month, he has become fat, strong, and energetic. He is now used to getting up every day and doing morning exercises to maintain his health. Alan was holding meatballs in his hand. These were made fresh every day, but the weather was cold, and now the meatballs were frozen into ice lumps. He pretended to throw them forward with force, threw them with his right hand, and then hid the meatballs in the palm of your hand. Xiao Huang subconsciously prepared to take off. As soon as he took 2 steps, he turned his head 180 degrees and stared at Alan's hand. Owls are also hawks, and their eyesight is not comparable to that of ordinary dogs. Alan's trick is okay if he deceives dogs, but it is almost useless if he wants to deceive eagles. Looking at Xiao Huang, who was staring at him with some embarrassment, Alan was a little angry and suddenly reached out his hand again. This time he really threw the meatball back. Xiao Huang saw that this time it was really shipped, and he jumped up and down before chasing the meatball. Alan watched it fly away, turned around and ran towards the hall. Who tested happily at the door of the hall, watching Alan playing with his pets holding a thin coat on his left arm. He waited for Alan to run back to the hall and put the coat on him first. He was sweating after exercising, so he had to keep warm. When he returned to the house, Master, I have collected many newspapers, and Carol also sent back some news from the United States. Okay. Wait until I take a shower and then go to the study to read. Okay. After Te finished speaking, He heard another emotional bird call in the distance. When Xiao Huang usually flies, he will never flicker his wings when he can glide. He will only flicker twice symbolically when he is about to land. He seems to have a very easygoing personality with Alan and is very lazy, but at this time, when it turned back, after catching the meatballs, it found that its owner had run away. The somewhat frustrated Xiao Huang quickly flashed his wings and flew towards this direction. With his legs crossed and one foot stretched out to the maid, Alan asked her to massage his feet. Alan, whose hair was still a little damp, picked up the information on the table and looked at it. This group of black people who have been spoiled by the Americans are causing a lot of trouble. They didn't dare to scold Alan openly in the newspaper, but they dared to be weird. Although it is not stated explicitly about what the nobles were like in the past, the meaning between the lines is almost pointing directly at Alan's nose, saying that they, the nobles, did many evil things in ancient times and sold their ancestors to America. Damn it, without the noble master taking your ancestors to America, would you be where you are today? Alan felt uncomfortable seeing these remarks. There are so many things to do all day. Why have I never used black actors in filming? Do you have to use black actors in every movie? Alan couldn't help but feel queasy when he thought about future American movies where black actors would have to be used to film Snow White. This group of people is just treated as trash by some people. He clenched his fists. Although the comments in the newspaper made him very angry, Alan found that he couldn't do anything now. There's nothing you can do against these weird black people. He can directly defeat them physically, but in this way, public opinion will become even more powerful. Alan doesn't want to do this. It's so brainless. However, it's not okay to just leave it like this. This group of rubbish is trying to get in their noses and faces. No matter what they say, there's no telling what they will say in the future. After squinting and thinking for a while, Alan suddenly raised his eyebrows. You say I discriminate against you, and you blame me for it. Can I follow my example and blame these black Americans? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 Alternative Interview. It's not just to meet them, but to make a movie and give them something exciting. But Alan has a toothache, and he wants to make a science fiction movie. Now that Cameron is in charge, he originally planned to shoot a science fiction movie today. It's no longer worthy of Mr. Allen's current level. Now that I have money, if I want to take pictures, I'll take big ones. But when it comes to the yin and yang in science fiction films, it always feels like a cannon to swat mosquitoes. Overkill and overuse. Whose family members, as long as they are somewhat educated, would be picky about the gifts sent by others. Someone who even expresses a sinister attitude and gives gifts. The more Alan thought about it, the angrier he became. Damn it, this movie is for Americans, but not for black people. Call. Hut over. Alan thought for a while, straightened out his thoughts, and prepared some countermeasures. He took out a pen and paper, changed his feet, asked the maid to press them in different directions, and adjusted his sitting posture. First, ask the media for clarification. This is an important point. Although these rubbish are not on the same level as myself, if you don't respond to public opinion, in the eyes of normal people, it means you have something wrong with you. Silence. This doesn't work in the Western world. Secondly, we must not only respond, but also use the British media to bite back. I'm a dignified count. Are you guys the ones who can do whatever you want to do? The BBC has a good relationship with him, and even asked people from the BBC to come this time. Then it depends on the situation. Before making a movie, even if it is just to vent his anger, Alan is ready to find something to do with black Americans, nothing else, just to make them unhappy. While waiting for Hute to arrive, Alan picked up several other documents and checked them slowly, and soon discovered a new problem. Among these shady people, there are very few white people. Most of them are black, and according to old Carl's investigation, there is a black editor-in-chief of the Washington Post. These people. This can be used. The shit-stirring talent in Alan's body instantly awakened. Counterattack alone was of no use. He wanted to cause trouble and sow discord. You need to get some base eduo to help you vent your anger. Then I pretend to be green tea, be more generous, and have a lesbian personality. Hey, this is good. Master. You are looking for me. Help me make an appointment with someone from the BBC Premium channel. I want to clarify this recent matter and see if they are interested. Oh, who? Tef frowned and thought for a while and felt that this method would work. He would not speak out. Some time ago in Australia, it could be used as an excuse for not seeing the news. Now that he is back, he must speak out. That, young master, don't worry about anything else for now. Make an appointment first. The sooner the better. Then ask Syphis to come over. Alan thought for a while and asked, have Syphis and the others come back? All those employees were packed up by him and sent to Spain for a trip. Alan never asked about them, and now he doesn't know if they have come back. Ah, you're back a long time ago. Okay. Also call the two screenwriters here. I have something to explain, so go ahead. Okay. In Wales in January, the temperature is still very low, but the ocean climate is definitely not as cold as the inland areas. When the BBC Premium channel arrived in Carmarthen with its interview team, they thought they would conduct the interview at the Earl's home, but unexpectedly they encountered a new trick. They were taken to the woods not far from the manor. The surrounding area was decorated like a virgin forest. And Alan was dressed like an ordinary volunteer. Of course, this was without looking at his face. Then, who? My face is so clean. What does it look like? Paint it. It's a little dirty, but don't affect the image. After hearing Alan's words, the makeup artist bit the bullet and adjusted some brown eyeshadow to make Alan's face look a little dirty. Standing in front of Alan with a mirror, Alan looked in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction. Then I discovered the very formally dressed female host, Seelan. Oh, Miss Seelan, please make another trip. Haha, I have seen everything that has happened to you recently. I'm very angry at the criticism you have received. It is a great honor to serve you. Haha, thank you for your hard work. Hooter, bring some small gifts for the film crew soon, and put on all the specialties we brought back from Australia. Okay, master. Who? Te responded from a distance and quickly called his servants to prepare gifts. Seelan smiled even more happily when he heard Alan's words. Lord Alan is indeed the most cultivated nobleman, and he is very generous. Your Excellency, are you prepared for today's interview? Seelan looked at the surrounding environment and was a little unsure of what Alan meant. Wait a minute, I'm going to give out the props. That's what I thought. Spring is coming soon. As the lord of the Carmarthen area, I also shoulder the heavy responsibility of taking care of the national park. I'm coming out this time. I need to nail some bird nests on the trees and make some contributions to the protected animals in the national park. If Seelan hadn't been so professional, she would have almost been unable to bear it. This gentleman loves hunting very much. Although she didn't know about Alan and William, the two brothers openly drove a pickup truck and fired machine guns in the national park. But a nobleman who likes hunting now stands up and says that he contributes to protecting animals. What's the difference between this and a wolf showing up to help a rabbit dig a hole? Self-produced and sold. Right. Okay, sir. It's all at your discretion. Seelan looked at the bird's nest made of wood handed over by the servant. It looked crude, but quite beautiful. Alan took the bird's nest, fastened the microphone in his collar, and then signaled to Seelan that it was ready for filming. After the photographer gave a thumbs up, Alan took the bird's nest and, with the help of his servant, stepped on the ladder and lay on the treetop to nail the bird's nest. Don't worry about why volunteers need to bring servants to help when doing charity. He is a noble. Does being a volunteer affect him to bring servants? The servants haven't expressed their opinions yet. Do the viewers have any opinions about Mao? Bang bang bang. After the bird's nest was nailed firmly, Alan leaned back slightly, and the servants holding the ladder quickly separated and stood below with their hands slightly stretched out to prevent the young master from stepping on the ladder and falling. Looking at the nailed bird's nest with satisfaction, Alan was just about to turn his head and say a few words in the direction of the camera. A fat white owl glided quietly and very accurately into the bird's nest. The big yellow eyes looked around, and it was obvious that it was inserted straight up, but its whole body was too fat and filled the entire bird's nest. He turned his head to get out, but was stuck again. He looked at Alan yelling in panic, "You idiot. Why did you come out, Alan? Didn't expect that." Just when he was about to pose for a photo, this silly bird came. This is a nest for wild birds, not for owls. Xiao Huang is now standing on the ground, almost 40 centimeters tall. It looks bigger than the average small dog. It is still a juvenile, and it can still grow. In addition, it eats meat every day, and it has grown much fatter than the average wild snowy owl. With its size, it is almost catching up with the normal wild snowy owl. Twice that of a snowy owl. This thing clicked and flew directly into this small bird's nest, where it was immediately stuck. Seelan wanted to laugh but didn't dare. He watched quietly as Alan gently held the snowy owl with his hands and dug it out of the bird's nest. She knew this bird. It was them who sent it last year, but she didn't expect that it had grown so big now after not seeing it for several months. It seemed that the relationship with Earl Alan was getting along well. It was indeed Lord Alan. He is handsome and kind-hearted. Trash Americans, ignorant black people, who can only point fingers at Mr. Allen. Are you worthy? Ahem. Let's take another shot. I'll pretend that I just nailed the bird's nest. Can we start from here? Alan looked at Seelan, then at the photographer and said, "Okay, Your Excellency, please do it again, if you are tired." Seelan watched the servant wearing thick gloves and holding the fat bird with its claws kicking away as he walked away. He wanted to laugh a little. It seemed that this was not the first time that the bird was taken away like this. After finally finishing a set of posed shots, Alan grabbed the ladder. With a few steps left, he turned around and jumped down. Seelan quickly stepped forward with the microphone and said, "Sir, are you a volunteer?" "Yes. Spring is coming, and life is coming to the Welsh National Park." Alan wiped away the non-existent sweat, pretended to be busy all day, and dutifully popularized the benefits and importance of bird protection to Seelan. The two exchanged business blows and talked for a long time. It didn't look like I was interviewing Alan specifically, but I happened to meet Mr. Allen, who was volunteering in the national park, and happened to interview him. Near the end, Seelan changed the subject and said, "Sir, some media in the United States have recently been controversial about the use of actors in your new movie. What do you think about this matter?" "Oh, is there such a thing?" Alan looked like he had just learned about it. He lowered his head and listened to Seelan telling him a complete story about how black Americans accused him of not using black actors, and how they blamed him in the media. These words, it's not for Alan, but for the audience watching this interview on TV. It's equivalent to the praising crosstalk. It's all a routine. Seelan's explanation inherently has a strong sense of subjectivity. If the audience just listens to Seelan's explanation without waiting for Alan to say anything, a group of unreasonable American media and black people will appear in their minds surrounding Mr. Allen. Picture. I really didn't expect that things would turn out like this. This is my problem. I want to apologize. I didn't consider this problem. I didn't have a deep understanding of some unspoken rules in the American film and television industry. It was mainly because of the script editor at the time. I'm also a newcomer, so I haven't thought about it so deeply." After listening to Seelan's explanation, Alan's face showed no anger at all, but some self-blame, and then he began to review with a serious face. Seelan was a little surprised by this scene. "Isn't this too skilled, sir? You don't have to blame yourself." "No. As a noble, I will not allow such a thing to happen." "What are the most important qualities of a noble?" "Bravery, trustworthiness, and loyalty." "And what is bravery?" "In the war years, it is not afraid of death and charging bravely, but in peaceful times, one must have the courage to admit one's mistakes and shortcomings, and then correct them." Seelan was dumbfounded by Alan's education, and his words got stuck. After Alan said this, he waited for a few seconds, and then said, as if he was aware of it, "This movie was originally a small gift I gave to the American people, because of the economic crisis in the United States, and I wanted them to watch it. After watching the movie, I learned that life is full of accidents and you have to be strong, but now it is interpreted this way." This sentence is the most important sentence in the entire interview. Seelan is an old reporter and an old yin and yang weirdo. Hearing this, he instantly became energetic. Then he praised it and said, "It is obviously a small gift given to them by Your Excellency, but now someone is taking the gift and denouncing it as bad and dissatisfied. "Aren't you angry with such a bad attitude?" "Angry?" Alan was stunned for a moment, and then he said with a gentle smile on his face, "What's there to be angry about? Some people are limited by their low level of education, and their appreciation of art is only superficial. They only focus on the surface, or the lightest skin color issues, while ignoring the most essential content of the movie. We need to be more tolerant towards such people." Seelan smiled. "That's enough." It seems like the two of them are singing along, but what they said before is all nonsense. The front part is dedicated to Lord Alan, and the dignified Earl also comes out to volunteer and nail birds' nests. He cares for small animals. He treats little creatures like this with such care. How could he discriminate against certain groups? Then what follows is a British counter-attack of yin and yang point people who don't know much about the inside story, or people who are not used to this way of speaking. Just listen to the literal meaning, and they will feel that the Count is not as knowledgeable as them. They are just a group of ordinary people who are uneducated and don't understand anything. They should be tolerant. Point. As for those who can understand the meaning inside, point, then just be scolded honestly. Point. They say you are trash viewers. What else do you want? You are so picky about the small gifts given by the Count. This is so uneducated. It's the Americans you're talking about." After the interview was completed, Alan chatted with Seelan on the way back to the manor with his hands behind his back. "Sir, I may have to transform after a while." "Oh, are you no longer the host?" Alan was a little pity. Seelan was old, but old age means rich experience. He is an old BBC host. He is a real talent. "I'm going to transition to the post-production department. I want to take on a position like a producer," Seelan said truthfully. Point. No matter how good the host is, she still gets a dead salary. As she gets older, she wants to use her connections in the past few years to become a producer or something, to see if she can go further. Is it the kind of photo shoot of the animal world? The BBC is most famous for documentaries on various animals, and Alan thought Seelan wanted to do that. "No, I want to make some breakthroughs elsewhere. TSK, are you interested in coming to my place?" Alan took advantage of the situation and sent out an invitation. "What are you doing with the BBC? Talents like this should come to Mr. Allen and become a spokesperson in the future. Point. If you have any questions, please speak up for Mr. Allen first. Reporters must be professional when criticizing people, whatever he wants to do." Allen also owns a film and television group, so he can also be a producer. "What?" When Seelan heard this, her heart was beating with excitement. She actually received an invitation from His Excellency the Earl. Chapter 157, Physical Examination. She didn't know anything else, but she knew one thing. Lord Allen was very generous, and he would even reward talented people with titles, and since she is a woman, she is inherently disadvantaged in this regard. If she follows the Earl in the future, wouldn't it mean that she can achieve success in one step? Dame, this is rare in Great Britain, and it is an achievement that she will never be able to achieve in her lifetime of doing shows. Haha, don't make a decision in a hurry. Go back and think about it slowly. When you think about it, you can come to the manor to find who Alan was originally going to pat her shoulder, but just as he was about to reach out his hand, he thought that the other party was a lady, and it would be impolite to do so. "Okay, Your Excellency. I will go back and think about it." Seelan looked grateful and once again felt the kindness from Alan. This Excellency was so considerate that even under such circumstances, he gave her enough time to think about it. Point. After finishing today's photo shoot, Alan returned to the manor, washed briefly, and returned to the study. Point. Uta was setting the tableau on the desk. Point. Alan likes to eat while reading documents. According to his hobby, it has gradually evolved into putting some snacks or snacks next to him every time he works. Today's meal is a small hot pot with a white soup base and freshly cut mutton slices neatly stacked on the plate next to it. Point. Alan was not in a hurry to eat. He picked up the report on the table and read it first. Point. The first week box office of Deepwater has been released. The British box office is as sluggish as ever, at £1.4 million. It's neither too much nor too little. It can only be considered a normal level. Point. According to this trend, nothing unexpected happens. The total box office is expected to reach £5 million. But now something unexpected happens. The box office will have to go up a little, and it is expected to reach £6 million. As for the box office in the United States, Alan was a little surprised, with $7.32 million in the first week. This number is already quite large, and coupled with the current public opinion, Alan is not sure whether the box office will reach $30 million before the movie is taken off the shelves, excluding theater shares and taxes. If the box office is $30 million, he can earn more than $10 million. Add in the bits and pieces of income from other regions, this small cost movie can give him bringing in a total profit of almost £20 million. This does not include the long-term income from selling videotapes in the future. Making movies is really profitable. Alan thought about the various money laundering projects he had cleverly created and stuffed into investment projects, which resulted in another nearly £10 million point. If Sony hadn't appeared, Mr. Allen would have become a billionaire, even if he only relied on churning out movies and accumulated profits in a few years. Billionaire in pounds. Putting down the movie box office report, Allen picked up the application form for acquiring the special effects team sent by Cameron Point. After looking at Cameron's scrupulously proposed budget of $2 million and preparing to negotiate an acquisition, Alan curled his lips. It seems that Cameron, who is used to searching, is still a little uncomfortable with the life. After joining the noble lord, he picked up the pen and crossed out the words $2 million and then wrote a new number on it, $10 million. This is like buying a horse's bones for $1,000. He pays more attention to talents in film special effects. As long as he gets these people, equipment and other things come second. How much is that worth? Anyway, Alan doesn't have to pay for the acquisition. Point isn't there also Sony? The purpose of acquiring a special effects team is to make a movie. In this case, it makes sense to include the cost in the movie budget, right? Then after the special effects team is acquired, Alan will set up a separate special effects company, make them independent, and then let them do special effects for Cameron's new movie for a fee. Use Sony's money to make Sony's money. At the bottom of the document, it was emphasized again that Cameron was asked to recruit people and not to worry about the equipment. Putting down his pen and raising his head, Alan sighed and twisted his neck. He glanced around and saw the maid standing at the door. He coughed lightly, pointed to his neck, and motioned for her to come over and massage him. Master, who sat across from his desk, would review the documents that Alan had processed and then package them up. Those that needed to be sent would be mailed, and those that needed to be faxed. Now that he saw that Alan was finished, he spoke out. You have a physical examination tomorrow, so you need to rest early today. Okay, I understand. I'll take a break and finish these things. Alan shook his neck and waited for the maid to massage him to relax, then picked up the documents with different colors and started to look at them. What is recorded here is the family affairs. Now although the factories owned by the Hill family have not changed much, Alan is still prepared to make some changes slowly, and it is not a problem to leave him alone. In the past, it was because he had no money, but later he gradually got funds. He was busy with film and television companies. Now that it is a new year, of course he must develop these factories. Heoli can also be translated as making a fortune. This is the name of his wool textile factory. Mainly engaged in wool products. This is considered a traditional industry of the nobility. Basically, most nobles had such factories. The wool products factory in Alan's family has a history of more than 300 years. It now specializes in wool blankets and various wools and fabrics. It is considered the first choice for foreign tourists to buy souvenirs when visiting Wales, but the profits tell the truth. Their entire factory can barely maintain a balance of payments. If it wants to modernize and upgrade, it has to invest money. Alan plans to rename the factory this year, change its trademark, and sponsor Manchester United. From now on, Manchester United's team uniforms will be produced by wool textile mills. In a few years, when Manchester United slowly kicks out, it can also take advantage of the opportunity to transform into a clothing manufacturing company. First, I marked my thoughts on a document, then put down the document and picked up another one. This is a tinplate factory. Its main products are tin cans and the like. This is a specialty product of Wales. Occasionally, I also make some tourist souvenirs. To be honest, Alan is planning to transform this factory into a movie props production factory. Tinplate is of little use now. Many canneries are upgrading new equipment, but in his factory, upgrading equipment will cost a lot of money, mainly for making this kind of supporting industry basically follows the route of small profits but quick turnover. The steel output in Wales is just that. Without the advantage of raw materials, the return on investment is not good, so Alan is too lazy to bother. The equipment of the remaining larger factories and radio factories were all moved to China, and the only remaining ones that could be counted were food manufacturing factories. Yummy. Food manufacturing factory. The name is rustic, and the products produced are all kinds of. Most of them are traditional snacks. They are the type where you can't make a lot of money and you won't starve to death. Thistleton is even more troubled. The tinplate factory has been transformed. How about the food manufacturing plant also be transformed? After thinking about it for a long time, I didn't have any clue, so I might as well just do it like this first, and wait until I have an idea later. After taking care of things at home, Alan picked up the manuscript paper and wrote on the paper the words Delivery Workers Union, Delivery Workers Customer Service Union, Delivery Map Investigators Union, etc. In the UK, or in many Western countries, no matter what you do, you must have a trade union. The same is true for new industries. Trade unions have mixed reputations. They can guarantee the interests of members under certain circumstances, but under certain circumstances, they can squeeze members in disguise. Alan wanted to establish this kind of thing by himself first and fill it with his own people. This is a new industry that he created by himself. When the time comes, he can also invite exclusive delivery people from many restaurants to join the membership, and then contact various restaurants, or he can also use this channel to recruit wild delivery people in society. That's right. Have you discussed the matter of veterans? Alan suddenly looked up at Ute and asked. Before we left, I called Secretary Charlie. There was no problem with him. Oh, Alan nodded. That's enough. Secretary Charlie. The position sounds like he's not a big official, but he works in the Naval Logistics Department and can play a role in many key issues. For example, I would like to suggest that the Logistics Department purchase something for military supplies. This is a good job. The magazine company under Alan is still producing bad magazines, and it uses the channel of Secretary Charlie. If I shipped something some time ago, I could go through the Navy Logistics channel, which is safe and saves shipping costs. Okay, it's all done. Take your time. Alan put down his pen. All the big and small things were basically taken care of, and he got off work. Early the next morning, a small convoy of several ordinary private cars arrived at the manor, followed by 2 ambulances in the lobby on the first floor. The reception room was transformed into a temporary school hospital. Most of the doctors from Carmarthen Public Hospital came today. Even the doctor from as far away as the Gambia has returned. Alan wore a thick bathrobe and walked into the living room accompanied by Hute. This is an annual physical examination. The physical examination of nobles is completely different from that of ordinary people. Although the items and purposes of everyone's physical examination are similar, the process is very different. The social resources consumed by a noble are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The young man nicknamed Doctor was Alan's comrade in arms when he was serving. He was later recruited by Alan to be his personal doctor. He also came back from Gambia this time. Every noble has a personal doctor. Even if the conditions at home are poor, there are still people. This kind of private doctors do not need to have high medical skills. Their duty is to help their employers to see if they have been deceived or misdiagnosed. Play a strict control and coordination role. The old Western medicine doctors in Europe are notorious for their knowledge of all kinds of crooked practices. The most famous one, let alone the far one, is that Mustache was tricked by his personal doctor. He is a sick man in his 50s. Several doctors in white coats took matters into their own hands and helped Alan draw blood under the scrutiny of a circle of people. All the medical equipment they used were provided by the manor, not brought by themselves. Watching the 3 tubes of blood being drawn out, the doctor first took the blood collection tubes, put away the used needles, and then measured the weight on a small gram scale. After measuring the weight. Because the blood test equipment was difficult to move, he had to hold the blood collection tube with his own hands and be accompanied by several people to Carmarthen Public Hospital for testing. After getting the results, he brought the remaining blood back to the hospital. The instruments must also be checked to make sure nothing is left behind. The reason for all the fuss has some historical reasons. Many people only learned about the term cloning in the world after the 1990s. But in fact, cloning has been around since the 1950s, and the legal system at that time was not strict. Not to mention animals. Human experiments were all done. Ordinary people don't care, but nobles are afraid of this. The rumors at that time were extremely mysterious. What about recreating yourself? If this thing is taken away by someone with intentions, wouldn't it mean that someone exactly like yourself will pop up to grab the title? And there have always been legends about witches and curses in Great Britain, regardless of whether they are true or false. Since ancient times, nobles have attached great importance to keeping their information confidential, especially personal items and blood. Even a few decades later, when the internet has developed, has anyone ever noticed it and searched for a certain noble's height and weight information online to see if they can find it out? Can't find it at all. Alan didn't care about this, but Ute paid more attention to it, so he followed suit. After drawing blood, he rested for a while. Several old doctors took turns holding stethoscopes to help Alan auscultate. Alan did not do some testing items such as machine photography. Ute's ideas were more old school and said that those things were not good for the body. Although it's only a trace amount, but that's not okay either. The rest, apart from blood tests, the most important thing is auscultation. Your Excellency is in good physical condition. Very strong, just a little bit. The doctor in a white coat and with white hair put down his stethoscope, first smiled and praised Alan's physical fitness, and then prepared to make a small show. Ute narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Now was not the time for joking. He hated it when someone tried to tell him off at this time, especially about the young master's physical condition. The doctor looked at Ute's expression and smiled awkwardly and said, "Your health is very good, sir. You don't have to worry. It's just that you lack an outlet for venting recently. You feel a little." He didn't know how to say such a thing, so he made a few gestures with his hands. Alan raised his eyebrows, understanding what he meant. He just got angry, so he could hold it in. He has been recuperating for more than a month. He is a young and strong man. He eats and drinks well every day. Can he not get angry? I understand, as long as there are no other questions. After Alan finished speaking, he closed his eyes and waited for the next doctor to continue auscultation. After all the examinations were over, Ute clapped his hands and directed the servants to line up to continue the physical examination, and then rewarded several doctors for their hard work. After going through these procedures, Alan had already gone back to the room to finish breakfast and clean up. The old guy Patrice finally came back from the United States. As soon as he got home, he caught up with the lively scene of the annual physical examination. He glanced at Ute, who pointed upstairs and motioned for him to go upstairs. "Okay, housekeepers, you guys are busy first. I'm going to find the young master." "Master, I'm back." "Ha. Carol has already gone back to look for me." "Why are you back now?" Alan smiled and took a look at Patrice. The old guy didn't look very good, but he seemed very excited. Could it be that he was drained by the old lady he met in America? "Master, I'm busy looking for the director." Chapter 158. Ferguson is coming. Patrice blushed and was too embarrassed to say anything else. "Okay, you're back just in time. Rest at home for a few days, and then go and help me choose actors." "Oh, master, are you going to make a new movie so soon?" Patrice is a little strange. Doesn't the young master have to rest for a long time after every filming? Why are you in such a hurry this time? Alan frowned, wondering if Patrice hadn't read the newspaper recently. This kind of ideological consciousness is not good. "Have you not watched the news recently? Those people are talking a lot about me." "I'm paying attention to this." Patrice looked at Alan. "What big move is the young master planning to hold back?" "Well, where is the actress? She is still the little girl from last time." "What is the name of the one you brought back?" "Natalie Portman." "Yes, it's her. This time she plays the leading role." "Ah." Patrice was a little confused. Is the young master going to make a children's cartoon movie? Alan ignored Patrice's doubts and continued. Let's not talk about the content of the story for now. I'll choose the actor first. The heroine is Natalie. For the rest, I want a man who looks simple and honest to play her father. Finally, I want a man with a more honest appearance to play her father. Someone taller and stronger, not British. Then, as for the other actors, we need 2 young and beautiful actresses. They can be in their 20s or 30s. If you can't use an Englishman, you don't need an Englishman. You can find a Chinese. It's best to have good looks. A bit more vicious. Well, finally, there must be someone older. 1 boy and 1 girl is enough. The role is not big. Just pick one from the Screen Actors Guild. You can take the role if you want. Alan seemed to say the last words unintentionally, but his eyes were fixed on Patrice. Patrice's old face turned red when Alan looked at him and said, "Young master, you are a man, don't explain to me. Just handle it yourself." As soon as he said this, Alan understood what was going on, but he didn't want to say more about Patrice, as long as he handled the family relationship. Okay. When do you want these actors, master? TSK, this is it. Alan thought about the general plot he told the screenwriter that day. In fact, the movie he wanted to make this time was an old movie. It should have been shot in 1956, and it was remade again. Alan found it. I searched around, but couldn't find that movie. Then he asked people to find the original novel of the movie, and then contacted the author's descendants, and negotiated the copyright. It was originally an unpopular novel, and he spent $30,000 on it, and the other party immediately agreed. But when it comes to the script, he really hasn't pressed the screenwriter, and he doesn't know the specific time. Patrice had a headache. Every time he went out to cast actors, he felt like a vicious butler in an ancient noble house. Help the bad boy in the family go out and choose a good woman. His selection of actors is a bit different from the selection of actors by ordinary crews. Male actors don't matter, but an actress not only must the appearance meet the requirements of the plot, but also the young master's aesthetic sense. Because their movie is not only a movie, but also a big toy for young masters, and actresses not only have to be good at acting and make movies. In the past, when Patrice went out to find actors, he had to talk about Alan's title and family matters, etc. To create a small scene. It's no longer necessary. Now, when it comes to Master Alan's name, who doesn't know it? Whenever he twitches his fingers, I don't know how many actresses who want to be on top want to come over, but the young master doesn't look down on those people. Now that I have just returned home, I have to go out and look for actors again. Chinese actors are easy to say. If you go to Zhangjiang for a while, you can choose them. What about the others? Patrice had a headache. I understand, master. You can rest for a few days before going. Before Patrice could ask for leave, Alan asked him to rest for a few days. It wasn't too urgent, so he wouldn't tire the old guy to death. Thank you for your understanding, young master. Now that you are busy, I will go back first. Patrice licked his old face and flattered him, stood up, bent over, bowed and walked out of the study. Throughout January, discussions over whether Earl Alan discriminated against certain groups were lingering in the skies of the United States and Britain. This topic dragged on and finally began to spread. Many people have the impression that the United States will be as awesome as it is in the future. But now. At the end of the 1980s, it was really not at the level of being able to dominate the world with one hand. It might have a slight military advantage, but it was indeed not very oppressive. The Americans are smart. They are scared to death of big bears and want to trick their allies into testing them all day long. But the European gentlemen are not stupid. They also want to trick others into testing them. Anyway, the current situation is one where there is pressure from the outside and everyone is arguing and cheating on each other internally. Don't tell anyone. But when it comes to public opinion, Britain's traditional influence is far beyond what the United States, which has come from behind, can even out. In just a few decades there is a very interesting phenomenon. Before the 1990s, Hollywood movies were relatively close to the 3 major European film festivals. It is not mainly commercial films, but takes the route of literary and artistic films. paying attention to ideas and connotations. After the 1990s, due to certain historical reasons, Hollywood culture gradually expanded outwards. And movies with personal hero ideas also increased, as did commercial movies. Then a group of sci-fi films came up, and the technology was in place. Only then did various later films disguised as superheroes spread all over the world. This is a slowly developing process, and is not static. In this discussion about Earl Allen's movie, the American media clearly has the upper hand. First, the media is not united. It is only the media that a small number of black people can influence that accuse Allen. The media that white people can influence will definitely not accuse Allen. This originally made their strength drop by several levels. But on the other hand, dang side point, since his debut, Allen has taken a female-oriented approach. This group of people, there are the most idle people, plus Allen takes a people-friendly and moderate route, as well as his identity. There are so many people who help him speak and speak out, even if he didn't know anything about Allen. Once he was blown away by the British media, the media from other Commonwealth countries followed suit. Although Canada is a neighbor to the United States, the media's trend is obviously on the British side. It was a bitter cold land, and people had few entertainment options. Watching movies was just for fun. Who cares whether you use black actors or not? You have to use black actors to make a movie. You Americans are so pretentious. Allen occasionally reads the newspapers and the discussions in the newspapers, but does not want to pay attention to them. His status is not suitable for going up to engage in scoldings. He has clarified that giving an explanation is the limit. The rest depends on the media. But because of this incident, Allen also saw the importance of the media. Whether it is now or in the future, things like the right to speak are very important. But directly acquiring a large media company would be too big a goal. Allen thought of a workaround, focusing on quantity rather than quality. His film and television company has many subsidiaries. These companies have increased manpower and expanded this time, and simply acquired some local small media on the spot. Allen does not require it to be big, as long as it can cover a small area. Such small media is easy to control and looks inconspicuous, but dozens or hundreds of media outlets speaking out at the same time are quite bluffing. At 10 o'clock in the morning on February 2nd, a car with the Manchester United logo slowly drove into the manor. Ferguson got out of the car, his face a little gloomy. The English League One is currently in the winter break, and the game has only been out for a few days. The reason why he came to the manor to report to Allen today was not because he was too arrogant, but because he couldn't get an appointment. In the first half of the season, Ferguson, who was full of confidence, led the team to achieve results that are hard to describe. The team has not been relegated, but it is not far away from being relegated. Thinking of how he praised Haycow in front of this excellency, Ferguson felt sad. He looked at the main entrance of the hall. It was gloomy inside. There were people standing in the hall faintly. Butler in West Point. He knew that this gentle looking man named Hooter was the butler of the Hill family. He usually seems very gentle, but when it comes to work, he becomes very strict. Not only is he strict with his subordinates, he is also very strict with some of the leaders of his subordinate companies. At the very least, Ferguson was a little afraid of him. Some time ago, when he asked him for money, he was severely punished by the housekeeper. Good afternoon, Sir Huth. Ferguson slowly moved to the door of the hall with an embarrassed look on his face, a smile on his face, and he bowed and said hello. Squinting and staring at Ferguson for a long time, Huth said slowly, has the transfer been settled? It's done. It's done. Ferguson felt uncomfortable and put the file in his hand under his arm. Well, come with me. Your Excellency is having morning tea. You have half an hour to report on your work. Yes, sir. Please take me to see Your Excellency. Huth raised his chin and stood for a few seconds before humming softly through his nose, turning around and leading Ferguson upstairs. Walking in this old castle, the layout inside is hard to see clearly and is a bit dark. Ferguson sniffed. The weather in February was still a bit cold, and there was no rotten smell, but it gave him a very depressing feeling, like the depressing feeling inherent in class itself, which made everyone who came in feel like leaving. After passing this section of the road, everyone has to correct their mentality and go to see the owner of this place, His Excellency the Earl, with all. Take the stairs all the way to the third floor. At the corner of each staircase, there is a place where ancient torches were set. There are some mold spots on the wall, which are traces of history. The stone steps under your feet make a gentle muffled sound and echo. In the empty stair space point, even the stairs here look very dark. The windows are very small, and the angle of the windows looks weird. Ferguson can't figure out why they are designed this way. Ted just led the way without saying a word. The atmosphere between the two of them was a bit depressed. When they walked to the study, Ted nodded to the servant outside the door, knocked on the door lightly and said, "Young master, Mr. Ferguson is here." Ferguson looked at the shiny heavy wooden door, which slowly opened. The light in the study was much better than that in the corridor. Ted did not follow him in. After Ferguson entered, he gently closed the study door again. "Coming? Sit down." Alan was half lying on the chair, and the maid behind him was rubbing his neck. She pointed to the seat in front of the desk for Ferguson to sit first. "Good afternoon, sir. Let me report to you on the team's work in the first half of the season. I heard my grades were bad." Yes, this question was too direct, and Ferguson was a little embarrassed, but he did his best. "Well, don't worry, just pour the tea yourself. This is the tea brought back from China. It's quite good. You can try it." "Thank you, Your Excellency." Ferguson slowly sat on the chair. The maid next to him placed a teacup in front of him, pointed to the teapot with her little hand, and motioned for him to pour it himself. "I remember you promised me grades last year." After Ferguson took a sip of tea, Alan asked slowly, "Well, Ferguson felt unlucky. He used to play in Scotland, and the Scottish team's style of play is inherently technical. But now at Manchester United, when he arrived at the beginning of last season, he could still have an excuse due to the rush to take over, but this season, he has been leading from beginning to end. Compared with last season, his results are still the same. This is the head coach's problem. But now Ferguson has found the key point of the problem, but it will take time to change, to transform from a long pass to a technical team. It is not just a matter of training for a few days. To talk about positions and formations, he didn't dare to tell Alan these things now. If he didn't understand, he would say something else. At first, he was a little arrogant and spoke too loudly, but now there seems to be no room for turning around. And at that time, he did not have a deep understanding of the concept of nobility. Until later. The fate of little Edwards, in Ferguson's opinion, was a bit shocking. Although the Edwards family has become rich in the greater Manchester area, their reputation was also bad. Ferguson didn't even know what happened. He only occasionally heard that a certain former major shareholder of Manchester United was killed, and his body was left in an alley like a dead dog. The remaining shareholders also ran away and changed careers, but in the end no one stayed in the Manchester area. Millionaire, in the eyes of ordinary people, this is already a very impressive existence. Ferguson's net worth is only £60,000. He is now 31 years old, and his salary is probably less than £20,000 a year. How many years will it take him to save to become a millionaire? And it was this kind of person, who was a local, who just said no and was gone. And it happened at the critical time, when Your Excellency happened to acquire Manchester United. At last. These things are all gone. Edwards Jr. said that he was the honorary president of the club, but now he has retreated to the background and has not been to the club for a long time. Facing such a person, Ferguson raised his head slightly and looked at Alan. He was still so young. The smile on his face was very friendly and peaceful, and he looked harmless. But this is Your Excellency. He can make people he dislikes disappear with just a few clicks of his fingers, and he can even get the things in their hands without taking any responsibility. This is fucking nobility. It seemed far away, but when it came time to get really close to them, Ferguson was left with nothing but horror. Chapter 159. The news has passed. This method of physically disappearing is too scary. Listening to a story is a story, but when such a story actually happens around you, everyone will be afraid. He is just an ordinary person, just a little football coach, and he has no ability to resist this kind of thing. Ferguson glanced at the desk in front of him with his peripheral vision. Folders of different colors were neatly arranged in categories. In front of Mr. Allen, there was a list that seemed to be a physical examination report and a copy of today's newspaper. Ferguson looked away when he saw this and did not dare to continue looking. Isn't there the European Cup this year? Are you going back to Scotland then? Alan looked at the somewhat reserved Ferguson and prepared to chat with him for a while. It's, Your Excellency, I have already gone back during the winter break. I haven't had time to tell you yet. When this season is over, I will go back as an assistant coach in May, which will take about half a month. Oh, that's right. As long as it doesn't delay the work of the new season. It's time for the European Cup, which happens every few years, and it's time for a few beautiful boys from the British Isles to send their football teams to compete. Not only is Ferguson going back to the Scotland men's national team as an assistant coach, Manchester United players are also going to be transferred back to their respective national teams, and England will also participate in the European Cup. Left over anyway. The four beautiful boys on the British island each play their own cultural and sports projects. The overall strength is of course England's strongest, followed by Scotland. Northern Ireland is second and Wales is at the bottom. In this year's European Cup, Wales also participated in the qualifiers, but wanted to reach the finals. Forget it. The Welsh men's national team is now the legendary team that sends belly fat. Whoever is assigned to a group will be happy with the other team. In the second half of the season, you can release the news. When this season is over, the team's uniforms and team logo will make certain changes next season. Can you boost morale by revealing this news? Alan grabbed a document and threw it to Ferguson, asking him to take a look at the newly designed Manchester United team logo and uniforms. The previous Manchester United uniforms were bright red in color and relatively tacky. Alan doesn't like it. He likes a kind of aristocratic red that is full of power, just like the color of his dress and cloak. The red is very pure, and this kind of red is the kind of red with nobility. The team logo is simple. Other teams, some with royal connections, will add a small crown logo to the team logo, which looks very classy. The Manchester United team emblem of this period has two upper and lower banners connected with old-fashioned football logos. The city name is written on the top and the name of the football club is written below. There is a small shield badge in the middle. The pattern on the badge is a lion wearing a castle crown, also holding a dung fork in his hand. The designer of Chicken Thief designed 3 small golden protrusions on the top of the banner. At first glance, it looks like a crown, but that's it. It's just a borderline. They are a workers' team without royal authorization, so they dare not openly use the crown symbol on their team emblem. Teams like Real Madrid have a crown logo on their team emblem. Just compare it with others, and you will instantly feel that it is very inferior. Alan's idea is still the same, using the Earl's crown as a logo. This is much better than the edging method used in Manchester United's current team emblem. I don't know how to behave like this. I took a quick look at Manchester United's new team logo and thought they had quietly changed it to Royal Manchester United. Ferguson took the folder and opened it. The things inside were all made into real objects. They looked very good in the photos. Since Alan acquired Manchester United, they have not promoted it. Everyone only knows that Manchester United has changed owners and the club's funds have changed. Enough. The rest is not something ordinary players can know. Okay, sir. I will notify you. Ha. Ha. Alan is not particularly concerned about the team's current performance. Anyway, the Premier League has not yet been established. As long as it is not relegated, it is still in the penalty period. So what if they win the League One championship? Since he can't go to European competitions, it's better to take advantage of this period to reorganize the team. After a few years, when the Premier League is established and the penalty period has passed, he can make a splash again. For him, Manchester United is used to enhance his reputation and show off. In Great Britain, we don't discuss football, and we are embarrassed to say hello to people when we go out. Although Mr. Allen doesn't like it, he just buys a team so that he will look very cool in the future. I heard that you like to scold players in the locker room. Is there someone who doesn't listen to your instructions? Alan suddenly asked Ferguson curiously. This guy has a nickname called Ferguson Hairdryer. This means that when he curses, he speaks very fast, and the wind from his mouth blows on people's faces like a hairdryer. Well, some of your players are used to playing. They are fine during training, but as soon as they play, they forget everything. Ferguson thought Alan had some objection to him scolding the players. After hearing his inquiry, he tried his best to explain. No, you don't have to explain to me. Opening the desk drawer, Alan took out a small gadget, shook it at Ferguson twice, and threw it directly to him. I'll give you a small toy. This is the dagger I carried with me when I was serving. If someone doesn't do it in the future, be obedient. Just use this. Scolding all the time. The effect is not as direct as this. These people were bought with my money. If they don't obey and play football well, you will destroy them, so that they will never have to obey or play football again. Ferguson subconsciously took the dagger thrown by Alan, and when he heard what he said, his whole body went numb. He thought Alan had a problem with him scolding the players, but unexpectedly, he thought his scolding was ineffective. Point as expected. You are very resolute and considerate in your work. Yes, okay. You are responsible for the team's results. Don't you want to rectify the youth training? I have left these to you. You don't have to rush. Take your time. What I want is not temporary results, but long-term results. Clear. Ferguson stood up with the dagger and saw Alan pick up the teacup, which meant that he could leave. Point. When he came to report to work today, he basically didn't say a few words. He was just beaten a little and then comforted and reassured that his position as head coach was saved, which made Ferguson sigh in relief. Then, I will take my leave now, Your Excellency. Early in the morning on February 3rd, Alan went to Cardiff, the capital, and listened to a small meeting. This was the procedure needed to establish several unions related to the food delivery industry. Point. If it were established in England, the procedure would be a bit more complicated, as it would have to be announced, and a lot of materials would have to be submitted. Point. But setting up a trade union in Wales is much simpler. He just needs to hand over all the materials and someone will naturally help him fill them in. And after this kind of union was established, it was still valid in England. After returning home from Cardiff and having lunch, in the afternoon Alan, accompanied by his servants, set up the equipment for him and slipped to the creek to fish. He was waiting for someone. Old Cole was coming back after more than a month. Master, Old Cole was still dressed in a very traditional way, but this time he put his top hat and other things in the hall, and put on a cloak. It was still a bit cold outside, and it was even cooler. When he was fishing by the river, Alan was lying on a lounge chair by the river, covered with a thin woolen blanket, and there was a small stove next to him with tea warmed, and the aroma of tea overflowed. Point. After sniffing, Old Carol said hello, took the small soft stool handed by the servant, and sat next to Alan's lounge chair, and helped Alan pull up the blanket. You're back. Have you discovered anything new recently? Alan didn't open his eyes. The fishing rod was just set up by the river, and he was dozing off. It's quite a discovery. Old Carl waved his hands to the servants around him, signaling them to stay away. After the surrounding area was clear, he whispered, Master, I discovered that it has only been a while since, and the stock prices of several small steel plants have already risen, and there are the stock prices of many chemical raw material factories have also changed. If you don't know what's going on here, normal people probably won't pay attention to such a trivial matter. Not all companies are affected by the financial crisis. It's normal for some companies to slowly recover after experiencing a short-term blow. You can't always do that. Fall. But according to Alan's instructions, Old Cole observed carefully and checked according to the context and found some things inside. Oh, Alan was slightly startled. Steel. Chemical raw materials. What chemical raw materials? Of course it's for weapons. In other words, it makes ammunition. Point. As the old saying goes, spring river water warms the duck. Profit. There is something before it started. There was performance in the market. But didn't the experts analyze that they would have to wait for a period of time before they could stand it any longer before doing something? Are there signs starting now? Alan opened his eyes, tilted his head, and looked at Old Carol and said, help me up. Old Carl quickly stood up, carefully dragged Alan's neck, and slowly lifted him up from his semi-lying state. How many companies are there? Very spread out. And Old Carol looked around again warily, then leaned into Alan's ear and said, a large part of it is Jewish industry. Yeah, I understand. Alan frowned. Many people didn't understand why this group of people hated them. This is the reason. The root of many disasters was caused by them. And the purpose was just for money. Take your time and keep an eye on it. If there is a trend, take a look. How is the acquisition of the production line? We are talking about this. We don't have much to buy. Those small factories have different production line models. It's too troublesome to put them together. We are only talking about medium-sized factories at the moment. Okay, Alan was about to say something when the fishing rod he held suddenly moved slightly. Old Carol reached out, grabbed the rod firmly, and handed it to Alan. Point basically no one eats this kind of fish in the creek. The locals don't eat it anyway, because it has many thorns. Foreigners, there are not many outsiders in Wales. Alan pulled hard, not using any fish teasing techniques, just a simple and rough deadlift, and a small white strip about the length of a palm was pulled out of the water. He had just taken off the hook, and was about to throw it back into the river. A white and fat figure flew quietly behind Alan, flashed its wings twice, and slowed down to pass Alan, grabbed the fish in Alan's hand with one claw, and with two strong wings, was ready to fly away. You idiot, why are you eating this? Is it dirty? Alan looked at Xiao Huang, who was not actively doing anything but eating. He was so fat and still eating. And he ate it secretly. Looking at its fat figure, he cursed. Who knows? Xiao Huang, who was about to disappear, made a big turn and flew back. When he passed by Alan, he dropped the caught and dying fish next to Alan's lounge chair, and then flopped 2 times. He lowered his wings and landed, tilting his head and looking at Alan like this. I'm going to fucking die. What's the use of you? After gently rubbing the fluffy bird's head, Alan looked at its curious look, stood up, washed the small fish in the stream, cut off the head with a knife, and handed only the body to it. Xiao Huang took the fish body in his mouth, raised his head, moved his neck and swallowed hard. Alan seemed to hear an exaggerated swallowing sound, and then this little fish was just swallowed. Go, go, go. Play by yourself. Seeing that this stupid bird hadn't tasted the fish after eating it, and was still waiting for Alan to fish with a cute look on his face, Alan waved his hand and let it play by itself. Do you know why I asked you to come back this time? Old Carl curiously looked at the fat bird that was not flying. When Alan told it to go, it really jumped up and ran away with its legs crossed like a free-range chicken. He thought it was quite funny and spread the word in his ears. It was Alan's voice that brought old Carol back to his senses. Huh? Master, what do you want? Old Carol thought for a moment. Nothing big happened recently. Theoretically speaking, if there are some small things that are not urgent, there is no need to ask him to fly back. You can just send these things back by mail or fax. The news has passed recently, but I still feel unhappy. Alan touched the recliner and took out a small notebook and handed it to old Carol. After taking the thin notebook, old Carol tilted his neck back slightly and narrowed his eyes. He was a bit presbyopic due to his age. There was nothing written in the notebook, but newspaper clippings posted there. It was a picture of several black people and some of their remarks in the newspaper. Seeing this thing, old Carol understood what was going on. Everyone knows that his young master is small-minded, and these are the people who had accused him in a strange way some time ago. Unexpectedly, the young master himself actually cut out the newspapers and posted them on his notebook. This hatred not too small to be cared about so much by an earl. These black people are like smoke rising from their ancestral graves. Master, what do you mean? After closing the notebook, old Carol asked cautiously. People are always responsible for their own words. Everyone is the same. Hanging a little bit of bait on the fish hook. He threw the fish hook into the water, put down the fishing rod, sat down again, and looked at old Carl. I have injured it for more than a month. Now the public opinion has long passed. I want them to be smashed to pieces. Licking his lips, Alan added, not just themselves, but their families too. Do these American bastards think that I can't do anything to them across the Atlantic Ocean? I want you to let them taste pain and despair. Can you do that? Old Carol swallowed as he listened to Alan's cold voice. Chapter 160. A trap worth $100,000. Abel, regardless of whether it is possible or not. When the young master asked, old Carl said yes. Even if it is not possible, it must be possible. Master, why don't you wait a little longer? It hasn't been long yet, although. He agreed happily. As a veteran of doing dirty work, old Carl still reminded him responsibly. It's only February. The news has passed, but it's too late. This is the United States, not Wales, so officers should be more restrained. No need to persuade me. If you have great influence in the United States, just trick them into doing it outside. Do you want me to teach you how to do it? Old Carl watched Alan stare at the creek and said bravely, "Then what are you going to do, young master?" His style is simple and rough. If Alan doesn't explain it specifically, then Carroll Sr. will be prepared to follow his own method, but Alan will occasionally quarrel with him, saying that he is too direct in his work, has no technical content, and cannot keep up with the times. This makes old Carl very sad. He is old, but he is loyal. Alan smacked his lips, took out a cigarette from the bag on the side of the recliner, and lit a pipe himself. In the future, technology will become more and more developed, and surveillance cameras commonly used in casinos will become more and more common in the future, even on the streets. They are installed on the roads and intersections. Hearing this statement, old Carroll frowned. This was a scene he could not imagine. In the past, in Wales, the old Earl gave an order, and at night, he and his people could go to work. The most technical thing, just cut the phone line and turn on the switch. Nowadays, society is developing too fast, and there are more and more surveillance cameras. If you don't pay attention in the future and are photographed, it will always be bad. He himself is not afraid, but aren't those subordinates? Pity. I've always told you to keep pace with the times. You're getting older. Sometimes you don't have to do everything by yourself. When you go back this time, take a few people back with you, and let them train your subordinates. Yes, in addition, this time you choose a place in Africa. Use the excuse of letting them go back to their hometown to give a speech. Give them some benefits, and invite their whole family to travel there. When they get to Africa, the rest will be easy. Yes, I remember it. Old Carl thought to himself, this is also a method, very technical, and as long as people are transferred out, they can do whatever they want. When they get to Africa, then, young master, the person in the book, wants no need to rush. This time, Alan actually comforted old Carl not to worry. Come, one by one, from the oldest to the youngest. I want to see if these people will wake up later and watch those people slowly disappear. Will one of them be frightened to death? As if he thought of something fun. Alan looked a little excited as he spoke. Yes, I understand. Old Carroll blinked and sat on the soft stool honestly. Well, you watch and order the fishing rod. I'll take a rest. But the cool wind was blowing, and I was listening to the rushing sound of the creek. In this environment, there was a small stove next to it, and I was covered with a small blanket. It was so comfortable to sleep. It was very artistic. Alan has never been afraid of trouble, but loves trouble. His thoughts have been very extreme and aristocratic over the years. Every noble is not afraid of trouble, and the Hill family is the representative of this. Don't be afraid of trouble. As long as you fight back hard, you can not only solve the trouble, but also deter newcomers, and save a lot of trouble. That has not happened. For example, the old Fox family sent people to test Alan before he inherited the title, and Alan bit them hard, causing the Fox family to be ruined. This time, he not only shocked all the local nobles in Wales, but also proved his ability. Despite his young age, no one dared to despise him, as long as he was ruthless. At in life you really encounter trouble that cannot be solved, you can only give in and beg for mercy. These black people accused him and slandered him. At that time, Alan came forward to clarify, and then pretended that the matter was over. Wait for the wind to pass. Haha. Master Alan is very vindictive. He has been so wronged since he came to Great Britain. In Wales, even if Mr. Alan's motorcade passes by a village and a dog in the village dares to bark, he will have his servants get out of the car to catch the dog and give it a slap. Is it fun for these people to say a few words in the newspaper and jump up and down? Do you think that blaming a nobleman across the Atlantic Ocean can improve your status if they dare to accuse and blame themselves today? Will they dare to scold themselves next time? Will you dare to come and seize his property next time? This wind cannot last long. Count them one by one and solve them all. This is Alan's method. It can both express bad temper and shock these ignorant American bastards. If they don't remember, what awaits them next time will be even more ruthless measures than this time. Washington, D.C. is the capital of the United States. The entire special zone occupies a huge area, and the southeastern area is mainly a slum area. The wealthy areas are mainly concentrated in the Northwest District. Hall drives his beloved burgundy Cadillac Seville. This car is the most classic model of Cadillac in the 1980s. Faced with serious homogeneity of cars, Cadillac took the lead in launching it, referencing the design of the skirt style of European aristocratic ladies. The trunk of the Seville is not an ordinary curved one, but has a diagonally downward section, which looks full of personality. In the words of professional car reviewers, the Seville model is full of European aristocrats' breath. Certainly this kind of idea only exists in the cognition of Americans. This so-called aristocratic atmosphere is a very standard American conjecture. They rely entirely on their self-righteous conjectures to entertain themselves. Outside the United States, no one thinks of this car. There's something aristocratic about it. On the contrary, I thought it was extremely ugly. At the end of February, there was already a breath of spring in Washington. Hall lowered his car window and greeted every neighbor he met on the road. He likes the atmosphere of the community very much. Everyone is rich, maintaining surface politeness, and respecting each other as guests. There is no discrimination or chaos here, just a harmonious and prosperous atmosphere. As a black man who managed to become one of the editors-in-chief of the Washington Post step by step, Hall's achievements may not seem like much to outsiders, but he has broken away from the class he should be in, and has risen several classes. This was also his purpose, in buying a house in this community, to live with the upper class and escape from the inherent ghettos of black people. As soon as the car arrived at his door, a black Ford sedan parked in front of his home. Hall frowned and felt nervous. After turning the wheel and parking his beloved Cadillac Seville in front of his home, Hall quickly got out of the car and saw his wife talking to two white people at the front door of the home. "Hey, gentlemen, what do you want at my house?" The two white men seemed to have just discovered Hall. They smiled at Hall and took a step back to make room for the door. First, a shorter white man nodded slightly and said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Hall. I came to visit you, but I didn't expect you hadn't gotten off work yet." "Hall, these two gentlemen have been waiting here for half an hour. I asked them to come in, but they didn't come in." Hearing his wife say this, Hall breathed a sigh of relief. Under the inherent impression, he thought these two people were here to cause trouble for him. Now that they talked about it, Hall suddenly relaxed his vigilance. Since they didn't even enter the house and spoke very politely, they don't look like bad people. He straightened his back slightly, coughed twice and said, "What do you want from me?" "That's right, Mr. Hall. Can we go in and talk?" The little white man took out a document bag from the briefcase in his hand and handed it to Hall. But Hall took the document bag, motioned to his wife with his eyes, and invited the two guests in. "You mean the Côte d'Ivoire conference invited me back to give a speech?" Hall held the document and was a little puzzled. "The two white men in front of me have already shown their IDs. They are members of a small black mutual aid union in the United States. Don't wonder why there are white people in the Black Mutual Aid League. There are white people everywhere in these organizations, large and small. The management and execution abilities of black people are not good. There are white people involved in all their organizations, and they can't do anything solely because of the black people themselves." "Yes, Mr. Hall." Plus the little white man seemed to be embarrassed and whispered, "Because of your current reputation in Washington, they will give you a reward of $100,000, but they will have to wait until you arrive in Côte d'Ivoire to pay." Hall, who originally didn't bother to have anything to do with these poor West African relatives, was a little moved when he heard the reward of $100,000. Although this amount of money is not too big for him, it will take several years to save it. But with the daily life plan of a black man, he cannot save this as a windfall for him, and he hasn't taken his annual leave this year. Yet taking advantage of this opportunity, it will be a good idea to take the family there for a vacation with food and accommodation included. Since Côte d'Ivoire became independent from France in the 1960s. Although the economy isn't developed, the public security is quite good. Although there are still wars in some areas, overall it is not a particularly chaotic period. I went there to give a speech and still had a good time. It can improve his reputation point. Just when he was about to agree, Hall narrowed his eyes and said, I want to think about it. Okay. The little white man didn't try to persuade him anymore. He stood up and prepared to leave. He paused before leaving the house, took out his business card, and handed it to Hall. Sir, if you agree, please call us back within a week. You know, this event is time limited, and we have to invite a few more gentlemen as backup. The meaning behind the words was very clear. There was no shortage of him, Hall. He could consider it, but time was limited, so he had to call the other party in advance. Otherwise they are going to be replaced. Hall snorted with a heavy nasal voice, and said with a smile, I know. The plane landed at Abidjan International Airport. Calling it an international airport is just putting it nicely. This is the largest airport in the province of Abidjan, the capital of Côte d'Ivoire. There are currently only 2 international airports in Côte d'Ivoire that can land large passenger planes, and there are more than a dozen other small airports. Hall thought about it for a few days and decided to take his family to Côte d'Ivoire to travel and give lectures. He's not doing it for money. He's just doing it to show off. Is there anything better than showing off in front of your poor, bumpkin relatives in West Africa? After getting off the plane, the other party sent several old-fashioned sedans to pick them up. The person in charge of the other party was a strong white man with a friendly face and slightly brown hair. He seemed to have some French ancestry. Mr. Hall, please accept our wishes. The first thing the strong white man did when they met was to hand the envelope in his hand to Hall. Hall took the envelope, squeezed it with his big hand, and looked inside the envelope. It was a check from Morgan Chase Bank with a long string of zeros on it. Hall counted it carefully. $100,000. That's right. Calmly, he stretched out 2 fat fingers and pinched the check, and it felt right. Hall often comes into contact with these things. As long as the amount is right and the feel is right, there is no need to look further. The other party is very trustworthy. When it comes to giving money to Côte d'Ivoire, he actually gave the money as soon as he got off the plane. Haha. Thank you for your hard work. I heard that there are many national parks in Côte d'Ivoire, and I have heard of the name of Nimba Mountain Nature Reserve in the United States. Hall looked knowledgeable and casually reported several locations. Sir, let's go meet the organizer first. We have to drive across the province to Aboizo, the neighboring province. Please be patient, but Hall knows this. Aboizo is a border province, close to neighboring Ghana. Due to its geographical location, the economy is not particularly developed, but as a coastal province, it has great potential. This is why the other party invited him to give a speech. The purpose is to boost morale and talk about the advanced deeds of the United States. After leaving the province of Abidjan, the convoy drove all the way to the northeast. The dust stirred up by the dirt road along the way made Hall look very novel. There were few villages around, and he had only passed one village along the waypoint, and as the road became more and more eccentric, Hall slowly felt something was wrong. Even if you are going to give a lecture, you should at least go to the city, right? Who goes to the village? The largest city in Aboizo province is close to the sea, and the convoy's current route is obviously towards the inland area. Did we go in the wrong direction? That's right, sir. We are almost there. Hall looked back with some worry. His wife and child were sitting in the car behind him. Fortunately, he could still see the car behind him. It seemed that he had taken a detour. It was a building that looked like an abandoned factory in the wild. The tall walls had cracks in some places. The convoy filed in 5 cars, and the last car stopped at the gate of the factory. Hall gets off looking at this dilapidated factory building. A bad feeling arose in my heart. This is just when I was about to ask a question, there was a click and a heartbreaking pain suddenly came from my calf. Hall fell to the ground holding his legs and screamed. The strong white man, who had a gentle smile on his face when picking him up, slowly took back his left leg. He had just whipped Hall's calf with a whip kick. He was very confident about this, and the fracture would be the least severe result. A fat black woman with 2 children got out of the car behind. She was shocked by the scene. The black woman rushed up screaming, "Catch him and bring him in." The strong white man waved his hand, as if giving an order, without even looking at them. Chapter 161. Are you desperate? Hall screamed and looked at several strong men who walked into the factory one after another. He was now hung up with his hands tied, and the pain in his calf prevented him from concentrating. He could only tilt his head and watch his wife and child being similarly hung not far from him. At this time the little white man who had come to the door and asked him to give a speech in Cote d'Ivoire with a friendly face held something that looked like a Walkman, pressed the button, and placed it next to him. No sound came from the Walkman, and Hall suddenly realized that the other party was recording. What kind of person is he who wants to cause trouble for him? Such a group of people made up all the reasons and spent more than half a month to lure him here. Mr. Hall, can I ask you a few questions? The leading white man finally came in, holding a bundle of newspapers in his hand, with the same gentle smile, but Hall no longer cared about his smile. On the contrary, seeing his smile made Hall tremble slightly. This man kept this kind of calm smile from beginning to end, and his smile made him feel very charming. Don't hurt my family, I'll give you money. Ha. Ha. The strong white man looked at Hall and was frightened for a moment. He laughed twice, walked slowly to Hall, put the newspaper under his arm, reached out and dug around Hall, and took out the check containing $100,000 envelope. After opening the check and checking the envelope, the strong man breathed a sigh of relief. The check was real, but it was not for Hall, but a reward for them. He is Alan's bodyguard. Because of his good behavior, the last time Alan went to Italy, he was in the theater and helped Alan hold a blanket to cover the window in the private room. This time I went to the United States with Carol Leo. The first was to take a vacation and have some fun there. The second was to help Carol Leo train his employees. By the way, after these employees are trained, they must test the training results. How to check actual combat? Let's start with the most conspicuous Hall. Every step they took was strictly in accordance with the words and movements they had been trained in advance. After every contact with Hall, you have to make a summary. When you go back, discuss the target's mental state, and then make notes for everyone to refer to and learn from each other. Now that I have finally hooked up with my target in Cote d'Ivoire, half of the task is completed. Even the place where the crime was committed was carefully selected by strong white men. Cote d'Ivoire used to be a French colony, which made it easier for them to frame it, and the current Aboizo province is close to the border with Ghana. Where is Ghana? This is a Commonwealth country, a former British colony, and they are now only more than half an hour's drive from the border. Make it easier for them to retreat after finishing their work. And this $100,000 was what Alan gave them before leaving as a reward for this job. Now he is being used as bait by a strong white man. He can deceive one after another. No one will withstand the temptation of $100,000. Right? I don't want your money. Please answer my questions honestly. You ask. Hall's voice was hoarse from shouting, and the bones in his calf must have been broken by the kick. This kind of pain can't be touched with hands. The strong white man picked up the newspaper under his arm and started reading from the first one. On December 27, 1987, the headline of the news below the back page of this newspaper is, "Was it written by you?" Looking at the newspaper that the strong white man took out, Hall's pupils shrank, and he timidly said, "Yes, very good." The strong man put down the newspaper, took out the next one and said, "December 30th, 1987. Did you write this?" "Yes." "Did you write this?" "Yes." "Did you find a relationship and write this with someone?" "Yes." Hall took a look at each newspaper he took out and said yes. There were a total of 9 newspapers, all related to him or written directly by him, about articles accusing the Count. Hall had realized why the group was here. "Very good. I thought you wouldn't admit it, but I didn't expect you to be so cooperative." The strong man put down the last newspaper. Since they all had the right numbers, it proved that they had arrested the wrong person. This is the unique rigor of the British. Even though he had wasted more than half a month on this product, he finally confirmed it himself. "Can I ask you a personal question?" The strong man didn't expect that the interview would go so smoothly. Before he even started, the other party admitted it, which actually made him a little curious. Hall moved his dry lips, a little confused as to what a private issue was. Could it be that the previous issues were public issues? You ask. I want to drink water. I feel so uncomfortable. Can you put me down? I'm more curious. What makes you so bold and dare to publicly accuse an earl? Aren't you afraid? Who gave you the courage? You're Martin Luther King. The strong man was just too curious due to the difference in his growing environment. He really couldn't imagine why this black man was so persistent in publicly accusing an earl in a newspaper, or in a very influential newspaper. The strong man who grew up in England is a little confused by this kind of courage. Not to mess with nobles is a principle that even a 3-year-old child knows. You may think that they have no rights now, or you may think that they are very low-key now. But you can't output with such blatant facial expressions. Even if there are no aristocrats in the United States, don't they understand that rich people are not something ordinary people can mess with? Is it just because he is an editor and lives in a wealthy community? Do you feel like you are an upper-class person? Hall was stunned by this question. This is a misunderstanding. The United States is big, but it is also small. It is so big that many people have never left a city in their lives and live in slums all day long. It is so small that as long as you are rich and famous, you can get to know elite neighbors from all walks of life in the same community. He didn't feel that his little protest in the newspaper was nothing to a nobleman. It was just a few words about him. No public insults. Isn't it okay to just say a few words? Now that you've made a movie, why don't you let people comment on it? Looking at the silent hall, the strong white man waved his hand without urging him. Boom, boom, boom. There were 3 dull muffled sounds, followed by a woman's wolf-like cry. Hall came to his senses in a daze and looked at the opposite side not far away. The younger son, who had been jumping around just a moment ago, was beaten to death in the blink of an eye. Hall's mind went blank and he stared at the hanging, motionless body for a full minute. With a sudden jerk, Hall roared and twisted. I'll fight you. I said whatever you ask me. Why? Why do you want to hurt my family? Oh, I thought you were asleep. I just asked you. Weren't you silent? Let me cheer you up. There was not even a trace of fluctuation on the white man's face. He still maintained his peaceful smile and looked at Hall. The people in Hall are all crazy. Just because he was in a daze, his youngest son was lost like this. These people are so cruel, so lawless. I said, haha. That question is invalid. I don't want to hear it anymore. The strong man didn't give Hall any chance and waved gently again. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of the iron rod wrapped in cloth hitting the body was a bit dull. When the first sound came, Hall's wife screamed a bit loudly. But the next few muffled sounds ended and the annoying screams had disappeared. In the entire factory, apart from Hall's wailing, there was only the cry of a child. I say, please, I will tell you whatever you ask. Let my child go. Haha, that's right. The strong man motioned to his men to put Hall down. With a muffled sound of plop, Hall fell directly to the ground like a dead pig. His leg was thrown so hard that he began to scream in pain again. The strong white man just squatted on the ground, tilting his head and looking at Hall holding his legs and yelling, "Ah, you okay, Mr. Hall? My patience is limited." After hearing this, Hall raised his head with difficulty. His eyes were bloodshot, dragged one leg and slowly climbed up to the strong man and shouted, Ask. Haha, Your Excellency asked me to ask you, when you posted the article, did you ever think about where you are today? Do you regret it now? Hall gasped, eyes filled with hatred. He doesn't care who he has accused now. In his mind, this is the oppression and persecution of him by the nobles. He didn't feel that he had done anything wrong, and he never felt that he had done anything wrong. As one of the editors-in-chief of a major newspaper, Alan is like a symbol in his eyes. He just comments on this symbol and then criticizes it a little. He just fulfilled his duties as an editor and spoke for his own people. The strong man slowly raised his hand, looked at Hall's hateful eyes, slightly curled his lips, and snorted with some disdain. Regret. Seeing the strong man's actions, Hall was scared again. People had to bow their heads under the eaves. He still understood that, as long as he was allowed to get out alive today, he would not spare these people. He could see their IDs. However, He remembered all their names, and he wanted to find them all one by one. Don't test my patience. The strong man dropped his hand as he spoke. No. Hall looked at the man with the stick in the distance, then walked towards his son, shouting and crawling towards the strong man. He wanted to beg for mercy, but the other party's movements were too fast and not artificial at all. There was a scream, followed by a muffled sound, and the entire factory became quiet. Hall stared blankly at the three hanging, motionless figures. He was completely stunned. An hour ago, their family got off the plane happily and were still thinking about where to go. Now all is lost. Hall slowly turned his head and looked at the strong man, opening his mouth. He wanted to curse, he wanted to roar, but seeing the strong man still smiling, all the emotions and words were stuck in Hall's throat. "Ah, you desperate?" the strong man asked with a smile. Hall nodded numbly. The strong man frowned slightly. It was not enough to just nod and not speak. The tape recorder only recorded sounds but not video. "Speak. Are you desperate?" "Despair." Snort. The strong man snorted coldly, took what his subordinates handed him, and threw it to the ground in front of Hall. Hall stared blankly at the things thrown over. "This is 2 servings. I personally identified it. The name above looks very familiar. Those were his 2 sons and his name." And the following results were so dazzling that line had no biological connection, and Hall's heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. "The son is not your own. You didn't expect it, did you? The son you adopted is not your biological son." The strong man still had the same gentle tone, which further stimulated Hall. Hall's current state is very strange. His mouth is open and his head is shaking. He seems to have not heard the words. He is stupid. "Work. Retreat after finishing the work." The strong man nodded with satisfaction at the effect and directed his men to continue working. With the last muffled groan, the entire factory became completely silent. The little white man came to Hall's side, picked up the appraisal certificate on the ground, and looked at it curiously. "Boss, what about this matter? I remember it wasn't recorded in the file. This is a false report made by me. You want to make him despair and suffer. Nothing less will do." The strong man snatched the fake paternity test, folded it in half, and stuffed it into his trouser pocket. The little man swallowed his saliva and glanced at all who had expired on the ground. I really felt pity for him. Before he died, he was deceived that his son was not his biological son. TSK. Hurry up and get to work. Clean up this place. The first group will be left to clean up. The other 2 groups will clean up separately and go to Ghana according to the planned route. Let's meet in Wilmington. The strong white man stood up and asked someone to take pictures with a camera, then put away the Walkman on the ground. Recording and taking photos. These are all things that need to be done when we go back. In the gentle string atmosphere, Alan leaned on the lounge chair, and the maid next to him was shaving his ears with a long bird feather. This is a very popular ear picking method in the island country. The whole process is complicated, but the process is very comfortable. Everything is fine, except that I can't do it often. Hearing a noise outside the door in the distance, Alan raised his hand slightly to ask the maid to stop. Sitting upright, Alan's ears moved slightly as the sound got closer and closer. The sound seemed familiar. Isn't this Angus's voice? Bump. Angus didn't even knock on the door, but pushed it open angrily. Angus, who was still full of anger, happened to meet the eyes of Alan, who had just sat down and looked expressionless. "Aaron, when did you come back?" Angus's momentum suddenly dropped, and he asked in a low voice. Ute, who was following him, walked into the study room and looked at the scene in front of him, somewhat dumbfounded. Angus was a duke after all, and he couldn't stop him when he barged in. He glanced at Alan, and Alan motioned for him to close the door and go out. Hard nodded, closed the door and went out. "I came back not long after Christmas. What happened?" Angus originally wanted to complain a few words about Alan cheating him and then sneaking away alone. Now looking at the calm looking Alan, he suddenly didn't know how to speak. "Sit down first. Go and potty for the duke." The maid bent down and carefully walked around Angus to get the tea set. Chapter 162. Only I, Patrice, can do this job. Angus looked at Alan with a grieved expression. Who knows? After he finished speaking happily, when the meeting was over, and he wanted to look for Alan, he found that Alan was missing. He is the only one left. What happened next was something Angus could not have imagined. He was cyberviolated, which can be regarded as the predecessor of cyberviolence. It should be called noble violence. Many nobles stood up and accused him. Angus, who encountered this kind of thing for the first time, also followed Alan's example and ran away. Then, where have you been? I'm going back to Kenya. Alan saw that this guy was obviously tanned and his belly was round. It turned out that he went back to Kenya to gain weight. The African zoo has an environment that is good for raising people. I don't want to discuss this topic too much. Alan still has something to do. Angus has never been exposed to this kind of thing since he was a child. Although he is now a duke, his political consciousness is very poor. It is just a suggestion. What is a proposal? If it is brought up for everyone to discuss, quarrels are inevitable. If you want peace and quiet, just hide. Our country is vast. Where can we hide? Seeing that Alan didn't speak, Angus didn't want to ask for trouble and asked why Alan ran away early. Alan, what are you going to do next? I'm going to make a movie in a while. Alan picked up the newspaper on the table. An interesting little thing happened in the island country some time ago. It didn't attract Alan's attention at first, but it was when he was reading the newspaper today that he realized that he seemed to be innocently implicated. Why are you making a movie again and going to America with me? Didn't you want me to introduce you to buying an ice hockey team some time ago? Angus moved his stool and the old-fashioned solid wood stool creaked under his pressure. Don't buy it yet. I'm busy recently. You have free time to go to the club for a walk. You can do the rest by yourself. Alan put away the newspaper, stood up and took Angus to eat, preparing to comfort the temporary spokesman. After lunch, Alan bid farewell to the confused Angus and returned to the study. The follow-up progress from the United States has not yet been reported back. Alan felt that he had done something rash recently, and it seemed that nothing could get through to him. The newspaper in front of me published an interesting story from the Far East. A man from the island country was caught by a girl on the subway, and then she reported him to the police for molesting others. This kind of thing happens all the time in island countries. As for the tram mania, Alan just enjoys watching it. But if it were ordinary news, if it were reported like this, it would definitely not be called interesting news, and the British media would not be boring enough to bother reporting it in newspapers. What is interesting about this matter? The man from the island country who was arrested by the police was half a train car away from the girl. According to his confession, he looked in the girl's direction to see the arrival notice on the subway and to see where he was arriving. A stop, not just to see girls, but the island country's police's dirty tricks came. They did not believe what the man said, but issued a search warrant and asked the police to search the man's home. As expected, they collected the so-called evidence, a small pornographic magazine. He was falsely accused of molestation by a girl on the subway, and there was no evidence on the man's body to prove that he had committed such an act. When he was still so far away from the girl at the time, he actually relied on a small magazine that was searched in her house to get him. Do you think this man is a pervert? I have to say that the police in the island country act very logically. The arrested man will definitely refuse to accept the crime. If he is found guilty, he will have to go to jail for at least 1 to 3 years, and the most important thing is to pay compensation. Then the man found a lawyer, and his lawyer was also very conscientious and helped him find evidence. The girl who called the police to arrest him had already reported similar cases 4 times last year before she met him, and she received a total of a huge compensation amount. Converted into pounds sterling, is about £50,000. This is £50,000, which is quite a lot in a place like an island country. Moreover, several men who were caught by girls calling the police lacked strong evidence. They could not prove that they had not molested girls, but the girls could not provide evidence to prove that they had molested themselves anyway. In the end, the men are arrested, paid, and sent to jail. In fact, judging from the newspapers, the logic of this matter is already very clear. This girl is almost going to turn this kind of thing into an industrial chain. She is £50,000 a year. It is only March this year, and she is already doing it again. Once an order is made, each person will pay between £10,000 and £20,000. If she persists for a few more years, she might become a millionaire or something. The man refused, appealed, and then he was convicted just because of the pornographic magazine found in his house. And what is Alan's concern about? He didn't care whether the man was wrongly accused, but the picture published in the newspaper was the pornographic magazine found in the man's home. This is a foreign magazine. On the cover is a blonde old woman wearing cool clothes, squatting on the ground. On the left is a big magazine titled Sailor's Happy Time. This is a magazine defined as military supplies in his home. It was the first time I saw a magazine from home in a newspaper, but I didn't expect it to be on this kind of news. This makes Alan a little unhappy. Although the nature of this magazine is, ahem, so bad, you can't just and openly say that the readers of our magazine are perverts. There are so many British sailors who have read this magazine. Many sailors read it every year and every month. So are they all perverts? Alan directly asked the servant to notify Hute to come over. Master, look at this newspaper. Alan handed Huth the newspaper and let him read it first. Hute saw the clear magazine cover in the picture at a glance. He looked up at Alan in surprise and continued to read the news. After watching the news, Hute was quite speechless. Send someone with a lawyer to sue this woman. Even the court that convicted them. Get this man out. Ask the media who photographed this magazine to pay compensation and say they slandered our magazine society. Who? Flipped through the newspaper and understood what Alan meant. You islanders can do whatever you like behind closed doors, but as long as it involves Mr. Foreign, then the consequences will not continue as they expected. This magazine may seem insignificant, but it is not something they want to define. Whoever reads this magazine is a pervert. Don't talk nonsense. Okay, young master, I'll make arrangements right now. It's early April, and the mornings in Wales are no longer too cold. Alan wore a long spring sportswear and took Xiao Huang to play on the lawn of the manor early in the morning. A very arrogant Lotus, or Lotus sports car, buzzed into the manor. The sports car was about to speed up to the parking lot. When it saw Alan in the distance, it braked and slowly approached. Beside the lawn, the old guy Patrice got out of the car slowly, holding a few documents in his hand. He waved them at Alan from a distance twice and said, Master, I brought the documents today. I will go to the study to look for them later. You bring it to me and see. Okay. Patrice didn't care that his leather shoes would be stained with dew on the lawn, and walked towards Alan slightly on tiptoes. Xiao Huang swayed and hit Alan's feet with a dung sound. He curiously poked his head to see what Alan was holding. This silly bird is curious about everything and wants to peck at everything it sees to see if it can be eaten. Alan deliberately squatted down and let him look at the information in his hand. Go away and play. You can't eat this. After touching Xiao Huang's head, Alan opened the book, which was not too thick. This is the cast information sheet. The first one is of a man with glasses and some baldness. He has a very distinctive hooked nose, which fits many people's inherent impression of French people, but in fact he is a Hispanic actor. Jane Reno, born in Casablanca, is a Spanish-French actor. He is 40 years old and has appeared in 3 movies. He is still tepid in middle age, but he looks very elegant. Jane Reno in the photo, he looks a bit silly, very much like an honest person. Master, this is the male protagonist I chose, who is also the father of the little heroine. Do you think you are satisfied with it? Yeah, that's not bad. Alan was very satisfied with the image of Jane Reno, who looked like a catcher at first glance. Don't ask Alan why he had to cast a Frenchman to play the role of the heroine's father, because many people have this inherent impression of French people. They like to take over. My big France is romantic. But what happens after the romance is over? After the romance is over, there is a high probability that it will lead to romantic crystallization. Someone has to take over, right? So we have to choose a French character who fits the popular impression. Turning to the next page, this is the heroine's sister, the Chinese that Alan requested. Looking at the photo, Alan raised his eyebrows. Why did the person in this photo look familiar? Shousen, last year, in 1987, I participated in the Miss Hong Kong competition, but was accused of having plastic surgery. Then she had a strong temper and withdrew angrily. Looking at the photos and the information, there are innocent ones, and there are also those in ancient costumes with evil looks on their faces, especially when she looks sideways. The corners of her mouth are slightly curved, and she looks very evil. When she smiles, this fits Alan's requirements perfectly. And she is only 20 years old this year. As a girl, as long as she puts on a little makeup, she will look very young. She is very suitable to play the heroine's sister. Patrice looked at Alan, who was flipping through the information, especially when Alan was flipping through the actress's information. He nodded subconsciously, which made Patrice breathe a sigh of relief. It's hard to choose an actress. He is the one who knows the young master's aesthetic sense and temperament. If anyone else does this job, he will definitely not be able to do it. Next, there is another actress who appears a lot, who will play the teacher. Alan flipped through Shazam's information, and behind her was another actress, Julianne Moore. The name Alan is a bit unfamiliar, but he seems vaguely impressed. Looking at the photo, his face looks vaguely familiar, but he just can't remember what role this person has played. This man is only 28 years old this year. He has a little freckles on his face and brown hair. He looks a little exotic. The information specifically stated that her father had Welsh ancestry. I don't know why Patrice specifically marked this out. Before Alan had time to express his doubts, Patrice, who had been observing him, took the lead and said, "Master, don't forget that she is a TV drama actress and has not acted in a few works, but her acting skills are not bad. She should be introduced by an acquaintance of." Oh, introduced by an acquaintance. If Patrice could be said to be introduced by an acquaintance, at least it was someone Alan knew. This time I went to the United States to select actors and met Meryl. She originally wanted to come. Patrice groaned and talked about another person, Meryl, the heroine of Alan's first movie. This Oscar-winning actress is still very famous in the United States. Her relationship with Alan others don't know, but Patrice knows that, although he came later, he has heard some of these rumors in his family. After staying here for a long time. Patrice hesitated for a moment, but decisively refused Meryl, who offered her a job without even being paid for the film. The young master knows this person, and has a romantic relationship with her, but why didn't he approach her directly this time? Don't you understand the meaning here? Later, a somewhat sad Meryl recommended Julianne Moore to Patrice. Meryl knew Alan's preferences very well, so she helped Alan choose an actor according to her own standards. When Patrice found Julianne Moore's information, it felt like a good fit, not to mention having Welsh ancestry. Her appearance is very in line with European aesthetics, with a high nose and deep eyes. Her facial features are somewhat tough, but there is also a bit of heroism and charm in her toughness. The young master should like this type. The key is that he has only been married not long ago. This is a plus. Meryl recommended it. Alan looked at Julianne Moore's profile again and found it quite pleasing to the eye. He was 1.65 meters tall, with a slim body and a well-proportioned figure. With her tough appearance and a little makeup, very suitable for uniform cough, very suitable for playing a teacher. Well, it's okay. After these pieces of information, there was also information about backup actors, but with the previous ones already available, Alan was not even interested in looking through the rest. Get ready to negotiate a contract with them. The script is almost ready. After negotiating the contract in a few days, we will start filming. Alan, who hadn't made a movie for a long time, felt a little itchy when he thought about this. Okay, young master, but there is another thing. Explain. I went to Zhangjiang this time to select actors, and I ran into a little trouble. Governor Wen Yidue hosted me, and he asked me to bring you a letter. Putting aside the letter, Alan was more curious about what kind of trouble Patrice could get into. In a place like Zhangjiang, someone is giving you trouble. No, it's not a problem. It's this guy. Patrice took the information book in Alan's hand, flipped it forward, found Shazam's information, pointed it to Alan and said, "When we chose her, one person seemed to be a little bit critical. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, Visiting for Accountability. Who? I don't even know. A little fat guy. Patrice's trip to Zhangjiang this time was not a big fanfare. He was not like Alan, who had to ask someone to pick him up at the airport point, but as a veteran of the British film industry, Patrice himself knew this very well. There is a film union in Hong Kong, which is the department that specializes in reviewing their films with the help of these people. It was easy for him to choose an actor, but for such a simple thing, a small accident suddenly occurred. This actress named Shuzhen was attracted by a little fat man, and was going to take her away to star in a movie. Everyone in Patrice has picked peaches, and now someone actually comes out to pick peaches. Is this okay? How dare someone be so bold as to compete with his own young master for an actor? But before Patrice could complain, the Hong Kong governor Wei Yixin, who had been hiding in the dark, popped out. The fat guy named Wang didn't know who Patrice was. It didn't matter. Wei Yixin knew. That's it. All along, Wei Yi's confidence was actually a bit uneasy. 4. That real estate project. How much dividends did Alan give him in the first phase alone? Millions of pounds. This is not a small sum of money for a person who came from a civilian background and climbed up to the position of Hong Kong governor step by step. What's more, Wei Yixin thought that he basically did no work. He just stepped in to preside over it and got millions of pounds. This is more money than he ever made in the first half of his life. This money instantly improved his family's quality of life by several levels. Not one grade, but several. This time, Wei Yixin looks more like a real jazz in this society. When a person gets a huge sum of money that is not suitable for his or her status, the money in some people's hands will leave him for various reasons. For example, being cheated, etc. And some smart people will try their best to improve themselves and keep this money so that they can rely on this money to reach a high level. Wei Yixin is the latter. He is still hoping to make another fortune before leaving. The second phase of the project has not even started yet, and the wallets of Hong Kong's richest people have already lost their patience and want to invest in the L. We have the right time, right place and the right people. So we just need a chance to perform. He wrote to Alan last year and wanted to invite Alan to a party in Zhangjiang for Christmas, but Alan refused. Now Patrice just encountered a little trouble, and Wei Yixin couldn't wait to jump out. He personally called little fatty Wang's father. This is a call from the governor himself. The old guy was almost frightened to death. Before he knew what was going on, the governor scolded him on the phone and said bluntly, "If your son doesn't want it anymore, you can kill it yourself. There's no need to take it. If you come out to be disgusting, there is no need to take the initiative to provoke noble people and then in turn cause trouble for him." As the governor, the old guy put down the phone respectfully and went to find his son. After understanding the situation, he discovered that his son was competing for an actor. In fact, it's not really a fight. The actor himself didn't have any objections, but his son felt that someone was robbing him of being an actor before he even launched any crooked ideas. His father came to the company to look for him. He was whipped with a belt. A man in his 30s was blocked by his father in the company and whipped with a belt. Fatty Wang was stunned. Fatty Wang was confused, and Patrice was also a little confused. He only found out later from Wei Yixin that someone was going to compete with him for the actor. If Wei Yixin hadn't told him, he wouldn't have known what happened. Because from beginning to end, he never encountered any situation here. It was just before leaving that Wei Yixin had someone find him and invited Patrice to have a farewell banquet. At the dinner table, Wei Yixin used this matter as a topic of conversation and told Patrice, and then Wei Yixin asked Patrice to return to Britain this time, help him bring a letter to His Excellency the Earl, and say hello to him by the way, saying that he missed Lord Alan very much. Where's the letter? Alan frowned. He was too lazy to worry about such nonsense. What about Fatty Wang and all that? The actor he liked came to find him. Who dared to steal his things? Here it is. Patrice quickly handed over the letter he brought back with both hands. "Okay, I understand. Go ahead and get going, Alan." took the letter, and stuffed it casually into his pocket without rushing to read it. April 4th is a very auspicious day. Piccadilly, London W1J7JT. A fleet of several Toyota Century vehicles parked very low-key in front of the island country's embassy in the UK. This is a very typical 4-story European-style building, which is entirely white. The small yard in front is surrounded by a wrought iron fence, and there is a row of holly trees planted outside the fence. A plaster flag is stuck diagonally on the main entrance of the embassy, representing who this place belongs to. After the convoy came to a stop, a short island man got out of the second car on the right side first, jogged all the way to the left door, bent down and opened the door, and asked the people inside to get out. 210 indicated that he did not need to support him. After getting out of the car, he lightly stamped his feet, straightened the folds on his clothes, took out his glasses from his breast pocket, put them on, and nodded towards the short island man. The short middle-aged man bowed, stretched out his left hand and said, "Hi, Sir Hutt, let's go in. Mr. Ambassador is already waiting for you today. We are from Sony, accompanying Hutt to the embassy to cause trouble." The people at Sony were very positive and even a little excited, which made Hutt slightly uncomfortable. He couldn't understand. He obviously came to their embassy to cause trouble. Why were the people at Sony excited? Snapped. The ambassador of the island country still had a smile on his face, and he was about to shake hands with Hutt, but he knew who he was in front of him. In terms of status alone, the other party is a serious British sir. He is very noble, and cannot be compared to him as an ambassador. Behind him is a relationship with an earl, which is beyond his comparison. What's more, islanders are usually very cautious, and like to inquire about information. Last year the earl, who has a very positive image on the screen, is not as gentle and approachable as ordinary people see him in reality. That one has a very bad temper. It seems that it was because of something the reporter said that was not good. He came out of his manor, and did not even leave Wales. Faced with such a background, the ambassador of the island nation did not dare to neglect him at all. If he had not gone to the embassy door to greet him in person, it would have looked very strange. Otherwise, he would have wanted to stand at the door in person and wait for the night to visit. He didn't say anything to see him on the phone, but when the other party called, his tone was not very good. The ambassador of the island nation was mentally prepared for this, but he didn't expect that when they met, he didn't even shake hands. Sir Hutt took the newspaper and threw it on his chest. Looking at the newspaper that fell on the ground, the ambassador of the island country squatted down to pick it up with an embarrassed look. He didn't bother to read it, but stretched out his hand and said, "Sir, you have worked hard all the way. Please have a seat." Who? Sat expressionlessly on the sofa, crossed his legs, put his hands on his knees, and looked very serious. The short middle-aged man from Sony, who came with him, had a look of gloating on his face. He also sat next to Hutt like a dog relying on human strength. They also looked at their own ambassador with their eyes. "Do you know why I came to you?" Ahem. The island country's ambassador held the newspaper in his hand and sat diagonally across from Hutt. He put down the newspaper and poured a cup of tea for Hutt and the man next to him. Hearing Hutt's question, the island country's ambassador was a little embarrassed. Said, "Sir, please make it clear. HMPH. You guys are very brave. You should read the news in the newspaper first." After hearing this, the ambassador of the island country picked up the newspaper. He didn't know which news Hutt asked him to read, but if he wanted to find the special news from the entire newspaper, it would not be found in a short time point. But with interscrolls, a piece of news caught the attention of the island country's ambassador. There was no other way. There were pictures, but after reading the news, the ambassador of the island country felt a little unsure. This news is nothing to him. In the past few years, European and American feminist ideas have spread to the island country, and then the domestic atmosphere has become chaotic. In addition, the island country's economic development has been very good, which has further encouraged this trend. The women of the island country once shouted that everyone has 3 wallets. What are 3 wallets? Each of them has at least 3 lickers, one who drives them there, one who delivers gifts, and one who delivers money. In such an environment, it is not surprising that magical things happen. The ambassador of the island country raised his head blankly, glanced at Ute first and said, "Sir, is this the news?" Who? Ute raised his chin slightly, pointed at the picture in the newspaper with his hand and said, "I don't know how you got this magazine, but do you know whose property it is?" A bad premonition made the island nation's ambassador break out in a cold sweat. Since Ute asked this, there is no need to elaborate on the meaning. This is the Earl's property. The ambassador of the island country picked up the newspaper and read the news again. This time he read it very carefully. Looking at the report, it was specifically pointed out that people who read this kind of magazine are perverts. Based on this, it was further pointed out that the man was obscene. Damn, it's better not to read it. After reading the news, the ambassador of the island country felt cold. Now that he knew who this magazine belonged to, and then looked at the conclusions in the newspaper, no wonder they would send the butler to the door in person to dump the newspaper on him, the ambassador of the island country. On the body it is indeed the British Empire, and it deserves to be a nobleman. Even if he was so angry, Sir Ute just slapped the newspaper on his body instead of his face. This is the virtue of a nobleman. I'm very sorry, Sir Hut, for causing you trouble. I'll call China right now. The ambassador of the island country stood up decisively and made a very standard 90-degree bow point before Ute could react. The short middle-aged man sitting next to him was already grinning widely. "Don't worry, I haven't finished yet. This magazine is not only your property, but also involves the participation of the Naval Logistics Department and the Munitions Department. Every ship in the UK has this magazine." Hearing this, the island country's ambassador had even more cold sweat on his forehead this time. This kind of thing is quite big, even if it is a small thing. As soon as this map cannon was fired, anyone who read this magazine was a pervert. How many foreign adults were scolded by this sentence? This is not counting by one, but counting by tens of thousands. Thinking of this, the ambassador of the island country felt a little numb. He was afraid of being serious about this kind of thing. Once he was serious, he would be in big trouble. I have sent a team of lawyers to the island country. I hope you will understand the stakes. Your Excellency, the Earl, read this newspaper a few days ago, and was very angry. He said that he wanted to investigate clearly. Do you understand? Who? Ute squinted his eyes and stared at the ambassador of the island country. Although the other party is an ambassador, His Highness and the Princess only visited the island country the year before last year. How long has it been now? They actually dare to blatantly slander an Earl, who is also His Highness's personal assistant. Is this looking for trouble? Should he be severely punished for causing trouble? He was too lazy to worry about this kind of thing, but since the young master had told him, he would directly find the person with the problem, go directly to the other party's embassy, and let them figure it out. Islanders are much crueler to their own people than to outsiders. Now that Ute has come personally to explain the stakes here clearly, I believe they will know what to do. Yes. Thank you for your hard work, sir. I will call back and state the facts. I will definitely give you an explanation. You better hurry up. After Ute said this, he stood up and looked at the short middle-aged man next to him who had been watching the joke, then turned and left. Mr. Ambassador, I'm the person in charge of Sona's marketing department in the UK. I can still help you. You'd better make a call quickly. I'll take my leave now. After Ute left, the short middle-aged man quickly came to the ambassador of the island country and pretended to be a favor. Thanks. The content of Wei Yixin's letter was very simple. During the afternoon tea time, Alan had time to open his letter and read it. I would like to say hello to other people, not to mention the words of merit. At the end of the letter, the topic of Alan's real estate project will be launched in the second phase in the near future. To be honest, Alan is still quite busy now. On the big side, his food delivery company needs to be piloted. It is not easy to do business in Daying. The preliminary land acquisition, decoration, information collection, employee recruitment, training, union formation, etc. cannot be done in a short time. A new industry cannot operate at all within half a year after that. There are some minor chores with the team over there, and some minor chores with the film and television company. Foreign production lines still have to be acquired. People have to pick out locations, send operations teams there, and finally, he still has to film movies. There were all these bits and pieces, and he was almost overwhelmed. The working time has been increased by 1 hour every day. It is more than 4 hours of working time, which is not easy. He wants to enjoy life, not do hard work. But the rich people in Zhangjiang are so impatient that when Yixin has written to them several times, it would be unfair to them if they don't earn the money that is delivered to their door. Alan frowned and thought for a long time. All the money for the first phase of the project was lost due to his various clever tricks. In theory, for the second phase of the project, with the experience from the last time, it will be smoother this time. But if Alan wants to do something this time, he can't just do it all the time. He has to lay a foundation or something to show off, right? Chapter 164. Mr. Allen, who is dedicated to the public good. Alan has always maintained a tolerant attitude towards his residence. Especially when he lived alone. The castle was so big, which gave him enough sense of security. Whether it's the bodyguards living downstairs or the pile of weapons stored in the basement. But one thing cannot be denied. Things like castles look nice and have a sense of history, but when you live in them, it's completely different. The most intolerable thing for Alan is the light problem. In the past, this place was used for combat needs, and most of the windows were specially designed in order to prevent frontal attacks from bows and arrows. The windows in the entire castle were for ventilation, not for light. As a result, normal people will inevitably feel very uncomfortable after living there for a long time. The whole castle looks eerie. Although you can turn on the lights during the day, if you want to lie in bed and enjoy some sunshine, don't even think about it. The entire building is made of stone. It's a little cooler inside in the summer, but it's also cold in the winter. Although there is a fireplace, it is also very cold and cold. In addition, many rooms have been converted into staff offices. As the number of employees increases in the future, it will inevitably be inconvenient for everyone to be together. This gave Alan the idea of building a new residence. We need to build a modern house, a house that is practical for living in. This old castle at home will be repaired and renovated in the future, and it can be used as an ancestral house or a family museum or something. Now, with the money from Zhangjiang Regal, it is not impossible to start the second phase of the real estate project and build a new house near the castle on the pretext of a construction project. Right, put down the teacup and ask the servants to put away the tea sets and desserts. Alan took out the manuscript paper and wrote down the request. The most important thing about site selection, design, etc. is the convenience of living. He wants a house with a strong natural atmosphere, more wind from logs, and good sunlight. It is best to have large floor-to-ceiling windows that can be illuminated by the sun in the morning. The kind that wakes up naturally is best. Private swimming pools and helipads must also be arranged. There must also be enough rooms for servants, and a living room that is convenient for your daily work, and other requirements. Finally, he had to add a huge basement where he could hide some weapons and ammunition for added safety. After writing these requirements, Alan rubbed his brows with a headache. Building such a large new manor requires a lot of manpower and material resources. The funds are provided by Zhangjiang Rich, so he doesn't have to worry about it. But the engineering team is a bit of a headache. In the past, it was to embezzle funds, and the people below didn't hire many construction teams at all. But this time, if they want to actually build a house, they have to hire manpower. In fact, Alan used to be very optimistic about this kind of construction team. It is convenient to hide all kinds of strong young men, and can also buy some equipment openly, which is very suitable for his requirement of secretly accumulating manpower. But this is old-fashioned Eastern thinking. Just swap it, and you will understand how unreliable the construction team's method, which seems to be very suitable for his needs, is unreliable. First of all, construction teams are a very old industry and the entire industry is very mature. In the West, as long as it is a mature industry, there is one thing that cannot be avoided: trade unions. There are various trade unions, such as the plumbers union, the bricklayers union, even those who move bricks have a union. And what is the purpose of establishing a trade union? In essence, It is to fight against the powerful and protect the interests and rights of members. When a trade union develops to a certain extent, it will also bring certain benefits to its members, achieving the effect of staying together to keep each other warm. Point. If Alan wants to use the construction team to hide people, not to mention whether other qualifications and procedures are easy to handle, this union will be a huge trouble that cannot be avoided. He is here to support himself, not as a charity to the union. Therefore, Alan chose a food delivery industry that no one had ever integrated to open up the situation, and established his own union to prevent others from causing trouble through the union. He wanted to keep all these things in his own hands. During dinner, the local Welsh MP whom Alan supported came to visit with a small gift. Alan invited him to have dinner together. The two didn't talk much. They only talked about the recent situation in each other's family. After the meal, the congressman put down the gift and a document bag and left. Right on the dining table, Alan picked up the document bag. The stuff inside is a bit interesting. The economic crisis broke out in mid-October last year, and the second half of the domestic parliamentary session ended before Christmas last year. There was a window of several months in between. Every year, Congress holds 2 sessions to discuss various issues. The first session runs from the end of March to the beginning of August each year. The second meeting is from the end of October to before Christmas every year. Beyond this time, you will have to wait until next year, and because of the various follow-up effects of the US financial crisis, the British official will also introduce some policies and remedial measures. One of them is to provide subsidies to various local small and medium-sized enterprises. This was the first issue discussed after the parliament began last month. In normal times, the parliament may have to quarrel about issues that have lasted for a year or two. But when it comes to a financial crisis like this, there will be no quarrels. Many policies are introduced very quickly. As England's most loyal younger brother, Wales also has special subsidy funds issued by London to subsidize some local small and medium-sized enterprises in Wales, but the specific use of this fund is not clear to the MPs in London. It can only be sent to the local parliament in Wales first, and the Welsh people can make arrangements for themselves. The funds were distributed. As a well-known figure in Wales, Alan had ideas about the funds. He is now going to be a food delivery company, and he himself has been affected by the financial crisis. Does Mr. Alan need subsidies? Of course it is. Moreover, Alan is very responsible and considers a more realistic situation for the majority of small and medium-sized enterprises in Wales nowadays. More and more places in the outside world are affected by the financial crisis in the United States. In small places like Wales, many people do not have a deep understanding of the outside world. Will they rashly take money from London? What negative impact will it have on their cognition? Flowers in the greenhouse are essential. How can you see a rainbow without going through wind and rain? In order to allow these small and medium-sized enterprises in Wales to more truly feel the severity and impact of the financial crisis, Mr. Allen, together with several parliamentarians, privately withheld part of this batch of funds. The funds were divided into 10 parts in total, with Allen taking 6 parts, other congressmen who were not very close to him taking 3 parts, and the remaining part being distributed to more promising small and medium-sized enterprises as subsidies. What is now in this document bag is the use and distribution of Alan's 6 funds. He gave 2 shares to the congressmen who followed him and the people around them as benefits, and used the remaining 4 shares to subsidize his takeaway company. Although the company has not yet officially started operations, this does not affect his ability to receive subsidies. Looking at the various distribution details on the document, Alan nodded with satisfaction, finally lit the document, put it in the ashtray, and watched the document slowly burn to ashes. He's doing it all for the Welsh people. What's the old saying? Don't neglect a good deed because it's too small. Alan didn't see Huth until after breakfast the next day. Master, I went to London yesterday to explain the matter. Alan put down his fork, wiped his mouth with a warm towel, and said, do I have any other plans for a while? I'm going to go to the shooting location to see if everything is ready. This time Alan reluctantly gave up his dream science fiction film and instead made a modern urban themed film, but he had to do a lot of preparation work. Apart from anything else, the small American style community built during the filming of the previous movie has not yet been demolished. This time, based on the original community, it has been improved a bit, adding more British element, and will continue to be used to make new movies, but the accounting is different. This is a new community specially built for the new movie. The cost of the entire community is as high as nearly £10 million. Even the cost of the last construction was included. Well, we don't have much scheduled today. Patrice said he would bring a director to see you, but he seems to have been delayed on the way. It might be in the evening or tomorrow, so you won't have anything to do during the day. Ted thought for a while. Alan's schedule has not been busy recently. Many things have been arranged and done by the people below. It is a rare few days of leisure. Okay, then you go and do your work, and I'll go shopping. Since the last time we left the United States, Patrice has been tricked by old Carl. He took a fancy to a young director, but Carl Sr. relied more on Canadian director Cameron. Later Sr. Carl relied on his seniority and directly took Cameron to Australia to find Alan, who was on vacation there at the time. Then Cameron became the first director to turn to Mr. Alan. But Patrice couldn't swallow this breath. It's not that there are restrictions on recruiting directors in the company, but that there are already directors who are mainly involved in Hollywood. If he finds another director who is involved in Hollywood, the styles will overlap. And the director he was interested in now really seems to be inferior to Cameron in terms of ability. Later, Patrice learned from the pain and changed his mind and went back to Europe to find a group of people. After helping Alan select actors, he went on a business trip again. This time he vowed to bring back a man who was not inferior to Cameron for his young master. A new generation of capable directors. Alan thought he would be able to see Patrice that night or the next day. I waited for 2 full days before seeing Patrice. Alan, who was a little itchy to be seduced, finally met the so-called talent in Patrice's mouth in the manner. A fat man with an unshaven beard. He is not very tall, only about 1.7 meters tall, with black hair and eyes, and a beer belly. But the talent Patrice talked about seemed familiar to Alan. Master, let me introduce to you. This is Luc Besson, a very talented French young man. I taught him when he was in school. When he applied for the French National Film School, he failed. Later went to Hollywood to study and has been in Europe these years, studying while making movies. With a haggard look on his face, Patrice pulled the fat man to introduce Alan. Luc Besson. Alan was a little impressed that he actually found this guy. Thinking of this, Alan suddenly came back to his senses. The female lead in his film is the little guy Natalie Portman, plus Jane Reno who plays her father, and now here comes Luc Besson. Good guy. The 3 of you are here together. Can we launch the youth version of This Killer Isn't Too Cold? Hello, Your Excellency. Very nice to meet you. Luc Besson has a beer belly and a confident face. Although he is fat, his manners are neither humble nor overbearing, and he looks very calm. The beer belly is like a cushion, and it bounces up after a slight bend. Haha. Thank you for your hard work. Didn't you say you arrived 2 days ago? Did you encounter any trouble on the way? Alan was a little curious. France was not far from Wales, just across the sea. What was it like after a few days of walking? Before Luc Besson could explain, Patrice spoke first. Master, Besson made a movie last year, starring Jane Reno. It will be released next month. We were already ready to set off, but the producers encountered some problems and had no choice but to turn back. Oh, do you need my help? Alan asked with a smile. No need, Your Excellency. It's just a minor problem and we had solved it. Alan smiled and nodded. Seeing that the 2 of them looked dusty, he didn't want to talk more and asked his servants to take Luc Besson to rest first, leaving Patrice to ask questions. What's going on here? Alan pointed at Luc Besson who was walking away. He makes his own movies. Frenchman, don't you know? There are many demands on the movie, and he has to change some parts according to the requirements of the employer. He can't stand the grievance. Alan frowned. This sounds a bit thorny. No matter how talented such a person is, the movie cannot be controlled by him. When he was making a movie, it didn't matter to him whether he lost money or not. Alan cared about it in his heart, but now if there is an old man who wants to take his money and do whatever he wants, then he doesn't need it very much. Young Master, he is mainly good at small budget, fast-paced movies, but his small budget is not the kind of shoddy small budget, but the small budget with big scenes, perhaps. Seeing Alan's doubts, Patrice explained thoughtfully, "Oh, when it comes to low cost, Alan understands that if a movie has a small investment and the producer adds some special requirements to the director, it will really be unsustainable. If you have money, add some requirements." It just increased, and it passed with patience. So how can you let other directors do it with such a small budget and so many requirements? Funds are already tight and there is no room for error. Then stay and give it a try. You'll be the assistant director of this movie with me. Alan smiled slightly and thought to himself that I now have James Cameron on my left hand, Luc Besson on my right hand, and an ATM Sony behind me. How can this be done if this isn't how you shoot it? Chapter 165. Everyone is ready. You go to urge the crew these days to prepare quickly. Let's start filming early. I was originally planning to release it on Children's Day, but now it's too late. It might have to be postponed until Christmas this year. After waving Patrice away, Alan returned to the bedroom. He stood by the cramped small window of the bedroom, looking at the lawn downstairs of the castle. Thinking about the movie he was about to shoot, Alan was not only looking forward to it. Last time, it was an excuse to give the film a Christmas gift to the American people, but some of them actually didn't appreciate it, couldn't understand Mr. Allen's kindness, and actually said that he was discriminating against minorities by not using black actors. Alan, who was already a little angry, had endured the black people for a long time. After finally waiting until the news had passed, he immediately sent people to find the black people who caused trouble and asked his men to bring him the care and love from Master Alan. It's been more than a month, and I don't know what the outcome is now. This kind of information cannot be given over the phone. It's not safe to mail a letter. Alan can only know the outcome of the matter after those people come back. To Alan, these little black guys are a bit like those keyboard warriors of later generations. They like to talk nonsense online about big things, and they think that no one can do anything to him through the screen. When some people are angry, they casually say, "Go to hell." Most of these words are angry words with a little blessing, and cannot be taken seriously. But when it comes to Alan, it's different. He is really capable of following the network cable to find these keyboard warriors on the other side of the Atlantic. It's nothing more than spending some money and time. He now has money, manpower, and is not afraid of spending money, so he remembered every one of these little black men who had their heads exposed. He also cut out their photos, names, and comments they made in newspapers and pasted them into his notebook. As soon as the news subsided, he couldn't wait to send someone over to greet him. These little black guys thought that across the Atlantic Ocean, there was nothing Alan could do to them. But what a coincidence. Alan also thought that across the Atlantic Ocean, even if someone knew that this kind of thing was related to him, they would still be unable to do anything to him. The people opposite would only make sarcastic remarks in newspapers, but Alan would not playing so lightly. Offended Master Alan, there is no use hiding anywhere. America can't save you. Moreover, when he asked his men to go out to work this time, Alan generously gave a reward of $100,000. Many people, especially those who work for big shots, are not afraid of hard work, but they are afraid that there will be no work for them to do. What is a confidant? Only after doing secret dirty work and tiring work for the master can he call his confidant. And helping the master get rid of the little black kid and venting evil spirits, this obviously falls into the category of secret dirty work and tiring work. After the work is done, you vent your anger for the master. You can get rewarded, and you will be more important in the future. Who wouldn't want to do such a good thing? And Alan point, all you have to do is open your mouth and pay a little reward. That's it. Although the results haven't come yet, Alan can't wait to prepare his second wave of counterattack. Point, killing a few gangsters was just a sign of bad temper, but Mr. Allen has a big temper, so how can he only have such a few countermeasures? Do you really think that all the self-blame he said in the interview was true? That's just a character design. Mr. Allen wants to make a big deal for these little black guys. Early in the morning on April 20th, at Cardiff, the capital of Wales, where the crew was temporarily assembled, 2 buses were parked in front of the hotel. To help pull things, some actors rushed to the meeting place as soon as they were notified by the crew. Point, however, some actors are far away from dating, and even if they want to rush over, it will take time. Later, the crew booked a hotel in Cardiff, and those who came first were accompanied by a tour guide to walk around first, and then we waited for everyone to gather with the last actor in place last night. Everyone got on the bus this morning and took the bus prepared by the crew to go to the studio together to prepare for the opening ceremony and filming in the afternoon. Point, Julianne Moore was sitting in the last row of the bus, leaning against the window. Point, she is a TV drama actress. As we all know, no matter where she is, TV drama stars generally have a much lower status than movie stars overseas. It will be slightly better, but there are still visible differences in treatment. Point, Julianne Moore's original name is Julianne Smith, but someone in the entertainment industry has already called her by this name. To make a difference, Julianne Moore is her father's Christian name, which can also be understood as a stage name. Point, after graduating in 1983, I wandered around New York for a while. I started acting in plays in a repertory troupe, but the play was not profitable, and Julianne Moore's family conditions were not very good. Point, it was not until a year later that she had her first chance to perform on screen. She participated in 2 TV series in 1984 and 1985 and won a small award. Point, but for the small awards in the TV drama field, to be honest, no one pays much attention to it. Point, sure enough, Julianne Moore is unemployed again after winning the award. There is no other way. What should a woman do if she loses her job? Find a partner. Julianne Moore met an unknown young actor at the end of 1985, but in Julianne Moore's opinion, this actor boyfriend was already considered a senior in the industry. The two fell in love for just over a year and got married the following year. Then, relying on her boyfriend's salary, Julianne Moore worked on the set while taking care of his family. It was not until last year that he received another invitation to a mini television series. Then the dreamy things happened. Point, a subordinate of His Excellency Earl Allen, a famous but controversial aristocrat from Great Britain who is now very famous in the United States, but full of controversy, invited her to participate in his latest movie. Although it is only a small supporting role, Julianne Moore cherishes this opportunity very much. Before coming to the United States, she had read reports in the newspapers. The former Oscar winner Meryl had revealed the news in the newspapers, and Mr. Patrice, who called her to inform her, also made it clear that the reason Julianne Moore was able to join the cast because of Meryl's recommendation. Point, this made Julianne Moore, who had always felt unlucky and depressed, very grateful. Point, although his father is of Welsh descent, it was Julianne Moore's first time to visit Wales. Looking at the scenery outside the window, he felt that it was somewhat different from what he had imagined. Point, in Julianne Moore's imagination, this place should be like that of a medieval lord. The people were all dressed in coarse linen clothes, leading horses, or riding in carriages, as if they were living in ancient times, because there are aristocrats here. This is the impression most Americans have of the British aristocracy. Point, the high-ranking aristocratic men sit in gorgeous carriages, with countless servants coming and going. Wherever they go, common people have to kneel down to greet the aristocratic masters, and the aristocratic masters usually have to wear Dang's iconic white curly wig, and so on. Point, but when he got here, Julianne Moore felt that there was no big difference between this place and an ordinary American town. Point, it has everything it should have. Although it is not developed, it seems that nothing is bad. The people are not said to be rich, but they all seem to be quite simple. Point, for Wales, the most intuitive impression she has received these days is the slow pace of life. Point, in particular, Julianne Moore has always lived in a fast-paced metropolis like New York. When he suddenly came to Wales, the contrast became even more obvious. Take the hotel she's staying in these days as an example. Want to have breakfast? You have to go to the restaurant after 9 AM to get breakfast. Is it too early? Sorry, the chef can't get up that early. If you go there too early, there will be no food. People here usually don't start work until 8 or 9 in the morning, and some even go to work at 10 o'clock. Since the bus left Cardiff, the scenery on the road has become lush and lush. Villages are rarely seen on the roadside, but buildings such as castles and dilapidated castles are very common. After all, it is called the land of 1,000 fortresses. Wales itself is not too big. In such a small area, there are thousands of fortresses densely distributed. Looking at this number, you can imagine the end of the war between Wales and England. How intense. The bus was driving on the asphalt road, and the tire noise was a bit loud. It took about 40 minutes to drive. When passing by Carmarthen town, Julian Moore's heart was pounding with excitement, and he wanted to take a look at the legendary "What does the castle where the nobles live look like?" But the driver did not turn or slow down. Not far from the town of Carmarthen, and only a few minutes drive away, we arrived at our destination point. When he got out of the car, Julian Moore was a little surprised by the scene in front of him. How should I put it? Julian Moore has seen many small communities like this that are used as studios for filming. He heard that there are larger studios in Hollywood than this one. But the overall style was so weird, she had never seen it before. The architectural style of Americans is called American style. They like to use wooden structures to build small villas, which are big, rough and have a cowboy feel. As for the British, many of their villages, especially those with a long history, are made of stone buildings, which look very historical. This is completely different from the American style. This small community now gives people a strange feeling, a bit like British style architecture, but it always feels like it was modified from American style buildings, which looks nondescript, and the overall style is more American style. Several staff from the production team came over with small speakers to remind the actors, pointed to several buildings hidden in the community, assigned temporary housing to several actors during filming, and also introduced the locations of restaurants and dressing rooms. Please give everyone an hour to rest. His Excellency the Earl will be here in an hour. Julian Moore followed the staff to put on makeup and change clothes first. A very exaggerated looking bus was walking in the middle of the convoy. The entire bus was painted black, but the black bus was embellished with many silver lines, making it look luxurious. Julian Moore heard from the crew that this was the nobleman's RV, which was used exclusively for filming. If he saw this bus coming, it would prove that the nobleman was about to appear. Realize the motorcade came to a stop. A few strong men who looked like bodyguards got out of the car in front. However, the overall atmosphere at the scene was not too tense. The actors had gone through security checks before arriving, so safety was still guaranteed. As the bus door was opened, a few more servants got out. After waiting for a few minutes, Julian Moore saw a young man wearing a thin woolen plaid casual suit get off the bus. The specific appearance is not clear. The other person is wearing a very traditional hat and a British casual suit. He looks very elegant. He is also holding it seems to be a small cage. When Ellen first saw Natalie Portman, she almost laughed. This little girl is only 7 years old this year. Other children at her age didn't know anything, but this one can be considered an experienced actor now. At this time, Natalie Portman's face looked very unique with the makeup that made her look very much like a mixed race, not the kind of white or white and yellow mixed race, but a mixed race of black and white. That's right, the female lead that Alan wants this time is a little black girl, but he didn't want to use a black person to play the role, so he simply used Natalie Portman. Anyway, this little guy has been quite delicate since he was a child. As long as he darkens his skin color and changes his hairstyle, he will really look like that. Something happened. Hello, Your Excellency. I didn't expect to see you again so soon, Natalie. Portman's father rubbed his hands with some restraint and said hello to Alan. Well, have you all read the agreement? I've seen it. The young man looked at the small cage held by Alan and hesitated to speak. This time, their daughter was once again invited by His Excellency to play the heroine in a movie. As parents, they were relatively happy point, but after watching the acting agreement, the man was a little unhappy. In the last movie, because Natalie Portman didn't have many roles, she was actually not very famous, but this time, filming hasn't started yet. The other party asked them to sign the agreement. This movie will be very controversial. For the sake of their family of 3, Your Excellency has specially approved the compensation of £300,000, including Natalie Portman's salary. The total is £700,000. This is £700,000, millions of dollars. Natalie Portman's father signed the agreement without any hesitation, but when they came to Wales again and got the script, they realized that the money was really hard to say. Their precious daughter is going to play a black man. Natalie, come here, this is a little gift for you. Alan nodded, squatted down, put the cage in his hand on the ground, and looked at Natalie, who looked strange. After putting on makeup, brother, what little gift did you give me? What? Do you call me brother? Call me uncle. Alan glanced at Natalie Portman, reached out and lifted the cloth covering the cage, revealing the little thing inside. A pure white little rabbit trembling with fear. Don't ask why it was shivering with fear. Xiao Huang, who had pressed his head against the cage all the way, almost scared him to death. If it hadn't been for Alan, who couldn't stand it anymore and asked someone to find a cloth to cover the cage. Otherwise, it's still up to 2 people whether this rabbit will make it to the set alive. Chapter 166. Natalie Portman looked at the little rabbit curiously, wondering why Alan gave her such a gift. Compared to the soft and frail little rabbit, she prefers Alan's little chubby bird. But today, Natalie glanced behind Alan, but didn't see the fat little bird that liked murderers. You have to treat this rabbit well. It is a very important prop. You should try to feed it with your hands once a day. You will be rewarded when the time comes. Is there a reward? Natalie's eyes suddenly lit up when she heard that there was a reward. After all, she was still a child. If you take good care of this little rabbit, I will reward you with a whole cart of candy. Okay, this is what you said. Faced with this temptation, Natalie quickly fell. Alan gently rubbed Natalie's head and signaled to her father that she could be taken away. This little rabbit is an important prop. It will come in handy after a while. It is actually very tiring to get along with such underage actors. If the plot does not require it, the last thing Alan would want to use is a small actor. The risks here were too great. In order to avoid risks, he placed the set in Wales, which could largely avoid unscrupulous media or paparazzi. If it were the United States, if a director dared to play like this, what if it was reported by the unscrupulous media? Had her point. Jackson's future examples. Alan still knows there is no lower limit for Americans when they are shameless. Now even in Wales, when Alan communicates with children like this, she has to bring her parents along to avoid being gossiped about in the future. Of course, if you are in Wales, if any paparazzi dares to take a secret photo, it will be easier to handle. The power on ceremony was not that cumbersome, unlike the one in Alan's previous life, which involved burning incense and paying tribute. Although foreigners are also superstitious, they each have their own specialties in this matter. Anyway, there are all kinds of messy startup ceremonies, but Alan doesn't want to do it. Everything is simple. After the opening ceremony, the first shot is usually to choose a relatively simple and easy to shoot scene and go through it one by one, so as to get off to a good start. Jane Reno wore small round glasses, looked very homely, and wore trousers and a plaid shirt. His identity in this movie is that of a single father who cannot survive in the United States due to the economic crisis and wants to find a place to live in seclusion. Very relevant to current hot topics. He searched for a long time and finally chose Wales, which is quiet, peaceful and has simple folk customs. That's right. This movie Alan has changed to a British movie again, and it boldly uses the original address, and the background is set in Wales. Jane Reno brought up 2 daughters. The eldest daughter is almost 20 years old. She is a good sister who stopped going to school after graduating from high school and works part-time while taking care of her father and younger sister. This role was given to Shazin. And the youngest daughter is Natasha Portman. A French American has 2 daughters, and of these 2 daughters, one is Asian and the other is African. That's it now. Very politically correct. These 2 daughters were born to Jane Reno by his wife, who was also white point. It can be seen from this that he has the talent of a shepherd. With a prairie on his head, Alan folded his arms and just stood in the living room watching the crew setting up the machines and preparing to shoot the first scene. The teacher, played by Julianne Moore, comes to visit. The cause was that Natalie Portman, a little black girl, had an accident with her classmates during an outing organized by her school. A little boy accidentally fell off a cliff and died. As a teacher, she could only take the children to end the trip early and had to go door to door to explain to the parents. Although Julianne Moore is only 1.65 meters tall, she has good body proportions. Foreign women generally have small upper body proportions, which makes their legs look very long. Plus, she is dressed in a professional suit and short skirt. It is better to say it is a suit. Hip skirt looks sexy. Especially the makeup on his face. Julianne Moore's eyes are deep and his eyebrows are very straight. If he applies eyeshadow a little heavier, his eyes will look very deep and very charming. Wearing gold rimmed glasses and holding a pile of information to his chest. When he comes to the door, he feels a bit. The female teacher's after school tutoring smells like that. Jane Reno touched his iconic big nose uncomfortably, and the photographer just gave Julianne Moore a close-up shot of the deep ravine. There are some differences between the British education model and the American one. The United States pursues the so-called happy education for civilians for a period of time. This thing deceived some people who admired foreign things and wanted them to do nothing. It was highly praised by a bunch of so-called experts. But speaking of it, the essence of American-style happy education is to fool the people. There are still people who can take advantage of this thing. What kind of education do the children of the upper class in America follow? Elite education. This is what was born out of the British aristocratic education. Those children of truly wealthy and powerful families who would let their children engage in happy education, and the aristocratic schools in Great Britain in recent years just like that. It has slowly transformed from the so-called real aristocratic education to a vanity fair for children. Take the famous Eton College as an example. In the entire school, there are not even 1/10 local people. The total number of existing nobles in Britain has not exceeded 1,000. How many children of the right age nobles are there every year? Most of the entire school is composed of children from so-called rich and powerful families from abroad who come to study. To say it is a school, it is better to say it is a vanity fair that I have been exposed to since childhood. Alan's eldest brother used to go to Eton College, but when he came to Alan, this was no longer the case. He was introverted and didn't like to talk when he was a child. If he were sent to that kind of school, he would easily have conflicts with his classmates. Moreover, the old earl did not cultivate Alan as an heir, so he let him go to an ordinary civilian school. The purpose is to let this little son go to school happily, learn something, and then live his life peacefully, without having to be exposed to these intrigues and connections. Since childhood. There is no need to worry that Alan won't learn anything in civilian schools. He will have private teachers or butlers to teach him the really useful things, such as aristocratic etiquette, family history, etc. Although Alan went to a civilian school, the educational resources he enjoyed were beyond the imagination of ordinary civilians. But later I didn't expect that going to school would be so troublesome. A simple conversation between teachers and parents was filmed smoothly. Alan took his special trumpet and shouted, "Click, okay, let's all pack our things. We will go to the beach for dinner and barbecue later." Handling the trumpet to Sisyphus next to him, Alan stared at Julianne Moore for a second time. In fact, speaking of it, this guy is at most 7 points taller, or a little taller. Moreover, Julianne Moore belongs to the type where the older she gets, the more interesting she becomes, and her appearance is more temperamental. In other words, if you just look at her photos, you might think they are just average. There are highlights, but they feel far from Monica Bellucci. But as long as you see a living person, especially with her temperament, that cannot be captured in photos, you will feel that the more you look at it, the more interesting it becomes. On the contrary, it is similar to Meryl's temperament. In addition, I have been keeping healthy at home for so long. Originally, Alan was looking forward to the Shazam that Patrice was talking about, but when he actually saw the real person, Shazam was watching silently today, and he didn't even dare to look at Alan openly, looking very shy. Compared with a 20-year-old girl like Julianne Moore, a young woman who exuded a different temperament. Alan felt that Shazan was almost boring. Sitting in his special RV, Alan called Cameron and Luc Besson to ride in the same car with him. Luc, you will shoot all the thrilling scenes in this movie. Alan felt that since this guy was good at fast-paced plots and had good command of the camera, it would be better to let him lead the crew's photographers. The photographer recruited by the BBC is a good shot at documentaries, but when it comes to making movies, he is a little bit weaker. Although he has made 2 movies, now that he has a master, he must seize the time to learn from his mistakes. Cameron held the goblet and took a sip of champagne. Listening to Sir Alan's shouts of luck and luck, he couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis. This fat French guy doesn't look like a nice guy. He has a big beard and doesn't know how to fix it. It's so rude. Standing next to Your Excellency is simply embarrassing. Learn from him. Not only did he neatly style his little golden hair, but before today, Cameron also specially applied some hairspray and got a classic aristocratic hairstyle. He looked very much like the young man next to a certain aristocratic gentleman housekeeper. Sir, what about me? Without waiting for Luc Besson to reply, Cameron quickly interjected and asked about his work arrangements. Alan frowned. In fact, Cameron was also very good at shooting thriller scenes, but he couldn't use a few more cameras to let them shoot from different angles. Right. Is it going to be like a sequel to Journey to the West, where a fighting scene is switched left and right and replayed in slow motion for half an hour? That's too luxurious. In this case, didn't you get the script? You will be responsible for the shots that require special effects. Cameron thought about the script and found that there were only a few scenes where special effects were needed. Right. How does this work? He traveled all the way from Canada to Wales and only had this small role. If this goes on like this, won't all the favors in the future be snatched up by the fat French guy next to him? Your Excellency, I'm not only good at special effects shots, I'm also good at some medium and close-up shots. Okay, then just stay with me these days. Then you can tell me some of your understanding of the camera, and I'll take a look first. Okay. Cameron had a happy face and glanced at the fat French guy next to him with a look of contempt. Luc Besson was a little confused by the look in the eyes of the oily little golden retriever in front of him. He always felt that this person was very hostile to him, but he seemed to have never provoked him. The Hollywood-style cultural propaganda that many people are familiar with, such as some popcorn movies or later Hollywood blockbusters, actually developed in the mid to late 1990s. During this time period in the 1980s, Americans' preferences for watching movies, it's more of a retro style to some extent. During this period, and earlier periods, Americans' interest in watching movies was somewhat similar to that of Indians. They like to insert musical numbers into their movies from time to time. For example, The Wizard of Oz, which occupies an extremely important historical position in film history, is a representative example. It's that movie with the little girl, the Tin Woodman, and the little lion. The story goes on for a while, then sings, dances, raps, and then continues again. Of course, this is just a general trend. Later, as the influence of the United States grew, Hollywood movies focus more on propaganda, which was a cultural invasion. Now all Alan has to do is use the Hollywood model to launch a countercultural invasion. Since the Christmas gift that I faced the adult last time was hacked by Ziohezy. Then Alan is planning to give American children another enhanced Christmas gift, which will be released this Christmas. His new film is adapted from the novel. At that time, Alan had seen a movie called The Bad Seed. There are 2 parts in the whole movie. The first part is very creative. When he watched it for the first time, Alan was shocked. He didn't expect that a child could be so bad. In order to get her classmate's medal, she actually pushed her classmate off a cliff and fell to his death. When the nanny at home found out, in order to prevent the nanny from betraying her, she planned to kill the nanny. The teacher suspected her, so she killed the teacher. Even in the end, she even tried her best to kill her father. Just highlight one cruelty, and after killing so many people, she killed everyone who had doubted her. This is a child. What this movie is about is it possible that when a person is born, his temperament is inherently evil and bad? The director who made this movie at the time didn't know what he was thinking. Is he well versed in the theory of white guilt? Anyway, he found a little white girl to star in this movie, and it received a huge response once it was released. But actually, as long as you look carefully, you will know that this director is a Jew, and it's not surprising that a Jew made a movie about white children being inherently bad. Later, someone even made a remake of this movie, which even changed the plot of the original drama, making it bigger and more exciting. Allen originally planned to follow this trick and find a remake of the original film. This film had been around for 5 years. He took it and changed it, changing the protagonist from a white child to a black child, which was not a big problem. But after searching for a long time, Allen discovered that the original play of this movie could not be found here, but the original novel could be found. What are you waiting for? Since no one has filmed it, then take the copyright of the original novel and film it yourself, even if the modification is a little different from the original work. The formalities must not be omitted. Master Allen's reputation must not be stained, and he will not be short of the tens of thousands of dollars in copyright fees. Now, after his change, the heroine has become a mixed-race African American child. The plot of the entire movie has changed from criticizing white people to black people. I believe that when the movie is released, it will definitely bring different joy to American children. Chapter 167. Natalie Portman. After picking up the iced Coke on the table and taking a sip, Allen stood up and said, "Okay, let's talk. I'll go in and rest for a while." After driving all the way west for dozens of minutes, Allen took a nap and changed into less serious clothes. When he got off the bus, he had already arrived in Silver Point. This is Pembrokeshire, a coastal county adjacent to Carmarthenshire, with Haverfordwest as its capital. Solvay Port is very interesting in April. It is the safest port on the west coast of Wales, bar none. Why safe? Because after the tide goes out, there is basically no water in the entire port. As long as the ship is parked, the entire ship will be stranded on the mud in the port bay. It cannot go out to sea until the seawater rises. There is no water. If the ship is parked on the mud, this can still be done. Not safe. Apart from not being able to bring in too big a boat, everything else is an advantage. A cordon was set up around the highlands on the coast, and dozens of large and small tents were lined up in a row. The colorful tents looked very artistic. Several actors who came with him just got off the car and couldn't help but be a little confused when they saw this scene. Julianne Moore was wearing a windbreaker and looked at a huge bonfire in the distance on a clean lawn. A big fat chef was holding a big fork and was roasting a whole cow in circles around his head while using the fork. Stir it into the beef, and from time to time grab the seasoning bag on your waist with your right hand and sprinkle generous amounts of seasoning on the beef. A few people who looked unusual just by looking at their clothes gathered around and laughed in low voices. When they saw the arrival of the motorcade, they quickly moved towards this side. Behind them were a group of children, both men and women, playing football on the grass, which looked very lively. "Your Mightiness, welcome, Your Excellency, the barbecue is almost ready. Haha, it's great to see you again, Your Excellency." Cameron stood at the door of the bus, enviously watching a group of people salute and say hello to Allen, who had just gotten off the bus. The taste of power is so intoxicating. The expressions on these people's faces are so just right. Not flattery, but when I hear them speak, every word seems to be filled with flattery. It's so disgusting that I don't know how to restrain myself. One time. Seeing that Allen was about to go down the last step of the bus, the last step of the bus was slightly higher than the ground. Cameron stepped forward, bent down and held Allen's right arm, speaking in a voice that could be heard by everyone around him. He said in a loud voice, "Sir, please be careful. There are pebbles on the ground today. We need to shoot a scene for a school spring outing. It's not easy to find a group of brats. Even Natalie and her family have to waste so much time trying to get it done." Allen finally thought of a way and called some acquaintances. The people in front of him were either following him, Allen, or they were attracted to Dane and Earl's mansion and were about to follow him. In addition to some of these people's subordinates, everyone gathered together and took their families on a spring outing. And finally enough was enough for Master Allen to gather a dozen young kids of the right age to act as extras. After looking at the sky, Allen said, "It's getting late. Let's take a shot first and have a barbecue later." Yes, sir. You are busy first. Do you need us? Yes, yes. Making a movie is a big deal. This is a great opportunity to promote our Wales. Yes, yes. Alan glanced at York, who was roasting a whole cow in the distance, and called Syphis, who had just gotten off the car, and said, first arrange for someone to test the camera, and take a shot of children playing on the beach. Pay attention to safety. Okay, Syphis nodded. Not all coasts like this are beaches. How about taking pictures of children falling off cliffs? Ignore the small village in the distance for now, and you can't take pictures from the tent side. I can only go a little further west, and pick a low beach to try first. Fortunately, Rex came this time too, and brought more than a dozen people with him. There are police officers. You can ask them to help keep an eye on the children, and stop them from running around. Rex brought a little fat man to Alan and said, Master, this is my son, Pluto. Say hello to your excellency quickly. As he said that, he slapped the little fat man on the back of his head who was sniffing. Respect, respect. The little fat man may have been a little nervous after being beaten by Rex. After respecting him for a long time, he actually forgot the following words, and his little fat face turned red from suppressing it. Alan shook his long windbreaker, grabbed the hem of the clothes, and pulled it up, squatted down, looked directly at the little fat man, and saw that he was wearing a very cool metal badge on his chest. This badge is like a shield, with a relief on it, a huge bull's head with very domineering horns. There is a row of words on the bull's head, which means the best police officer in Carmarthenshire. There is also a row of small words below, the bravest child. It seems very unreliable, but this badge is a real and officially recognized medal, and the issuing unit is Alan's butler, who This is a small gift for a close retainer, especially a child like this, who has a strong sense of honor, and even though this medal looks childish, this thing is a real honor that can be written into the file. Ordinary people, there is no place where you can get what you want. Even if this kid goes abroad to work in the future, he just needs to take out this thing, and it will be very effective. Let's see. I can get a medal from the Earl when I was a child. Isn't it awesome? Don't be nervous. Just keep acting for a while. If you perform well, you will be rewarded. Aha. The little fat man sniffed again and nodded blankly. His father only said that he would take him to meet a big shot today. They came from Carmarthen early in the morning and had been waiting all morning. When Meng saw Alan with his imposing manner, the little fat man was already frightened. Speaking, he had never seen his father please someone so much. Dad is so scared. How could he not be scared? Alan patted the confused little fat man, pulled him slightly, made him half turn around, stood next to him, pointed to the servant next to him holding the camera and said, look at the camera, crack. This photo of Mr. Allen squatting and talking to the children is ready. Rex, come here and take a picture together. Oh, alright. Rex was extremely excited when he saw Alan taking the initiative to take a photo with his son. Except for the media, ordinary people could not take pictures of the aristocratic appearance without the owner's permission. That's called candid photography. If he was caught secretly taking photos, the crime would be serious. He didn't even take a photo with Alan. Unexpectedly, his son was lucky today. When he grows up, he will know how much this photo alone can bring him. Good thing I didn't expect that. After taking the photo, Mr. Allen actually asked him to take a photo with him. Rex quickly imitated Alan's example and squatted next to his son. He hugged his son with one hand and grinned happily. He looked at his son, who was still a little confused next to him, from the corner of his eye and pinched him again angrily. He rubbed his butt and whispered, "Smile for me, crack." Another photo was taken. Rex looked at the camera with a sense of loss. He stood up and took the film handed over by his servant and thanked him. He just took a photo, and after it was developed, he planned to enlarge the photo, frame it, and hang it in his home and office. The name is called Commemorative Photo Tour with His Excellency the Earl. Rex's son had a few lines today, but it doesn't matter whether he said them well or not, since there will be post-dubbing anyway. Looking at the strange-looking little black man in front of him, Pluto felt some instinctive disgust. There are basically no outsiders in Wales, and black people are extremely rare. These black people have a characteristic. They like to gather in groups. They like to run wherever they are treated well, and then quickly breed a large group. To look at a region's attitude toward black people. You can tell just by looking at the number of black people. And in some places, if the treatment is not good, or even life is in danger at any time, then the little black guys will not dare to go. Although Wales and France are only separated by a sea, they can only see Swansea and Cardiff occasionally. To a few cautious black men elsewhere. No one dares to come. Therefore, when Pluto saw Natalie Portman wearing makeup to look like a black child, although it felt a bit strange, he still instinctively hated it. What is your gold medal? I like it very much. Can you give it to me? The camera in the distance does not affect Natalie's performance at all. She is considered a seasoned actress. Pluto was so taken aback by her that he forgot about the camera point. But when it came to the gold medal, he glanced blankly at the medal hanging on his chest. This is his favorite thing. Not only does it look good, but his father has specifically told him that this thing is very precious and he should keep it well. If he didn't go out to the party today, he usually wouldn't bring it with him. Now this little black girl in front of me asked him to give her the medal. Who is you? I don't know you. You are so rude. Why should I give it to you? Natalie heard Pluto's words and subconsciously recited the lines. Because I'm an American. America. If I want it, you have to give it to me. If you don't give it to me, I will steal it. Pluto was stunned for a moment. What's the reason? This is the first time he has heard this reason in his life. His father is the sheriff of Carmarthenshire. In school, he was the only one who robbed other people's things. Someone actually came to rob him today. Almost instinctively, Pluto used his hands hard, and little Natalie was pushed down directly. She was originally good at acting, but being pushed like this, coupled with Pluto's size, scared her to tears. Pull away. Don't disturb the child. Just calm him down, Alan quickly added as he watched Rex pull back his sleeves and prepare to hit his son. Children are not sensible. What he wants is this effect. Only when it is shot with emotion can it look real. In front of Natalie's parents, Alan squatted and talked with her. What's this? Pointing to the small cage in front of Natalie, Alan told her to feed the bunny with her own hands every day. Natalie was very obedient. Rabbit. No, no, no. This is your cart of candy. Alan held the rabbit cage with one hand, put the cage behind him and said, now, the rabbit is gone. Your candies are gone too. They were all snatched away by that little fat man. This move was easy to understand, and Natalie was a little angry at what Alan said. Now that your candy has been robbed, you have to be angry. For a while, you have to remember your current mood. If you think about the candy being robbed, you really hate the little fat man who took your rabbit away. Do you understand? Natalie, who was only 7 or 8 years old, rolled her eyes, smiled and nodded. Alan didn't know if she remembered it, so he could only take a shot first to try. In this movie, he wanted to capture the viciousness and ferocity of a little girl that was inappropriate for her age. But how should something like this be represented? The story can be promoted, but relying on the story alone will seem a bit pale. The most important thing is the acting skills of the actors, especially the facial expressions. To put it bluntly, it is the eyes, but the young actor is too young, so she doesn't understand these things yet, so we can only teach her slowly, or let her embody certain emotions, and try them over and over again. Moreover, this kind of substituted emotion should not be too excessive. We must consider the children's mental health and endurance, and can only think of various inducements. This little rabbit is very crucial. The rabbit is an inducement. Compare this to candy. If the rabbit is there, the candy is there. If the rabbit is gone, the candy is gone. In this way, it is easy for Natalie to understand. Okay, shoot quickly and give it a try. There can't even be a supporting role in this kind of scene. Although it was shot that Natalie wanted a medal, but the fat man didn't give it to her. She stared at his back with some resentment after the fat man left. Now I can only take a close-up of the facial expression, and then I'll take other shots and edit them together, and that's it. Natalie pondered for a while, looking at Alan in the distance and the rabbit cage at his feet, and a splash of water slowly gathered in her eyes. Click. Alan saw that this was a bit too much. What he wanted was to be fierce, not to cry. If you cry, there is no need to go to such trouble. After a few beatings, even a child will cry. Don't be impatient. Take your time and think about it. Someone robbed your things. He even used your rabbit to get the candies. Then he didn't give you any candies and ate them all by himself. Think about it. Alan followed the lead and looked at Natalie standing there with empty eyes in a daze. He stood up and backed away slowly, indicating to the photographer that he was ready to take the photo. As long as his eyes were in place for a moment, the rest could be cut out. Crouching a few meters away from Natalie, Alan held a telescope and stared at Natalie's eyes carefully until the little girl's eyes slowly changed from empty to smart, and then from smart to gloomy. Very good. I had that feeling. Alan, who was about to call it a day, suddenly paused in his hand holding the telescope, and goosebumps instantly appeared on his whole back. Natalie's eyes were fierce, and she slowly turned her head. She really stared at Pluto in the distance, and then, a silent sneer that looked extremely penetrating, even compared to the little girl's sneer at the end in the movie, called Tang Detective 1. It's not far behind. However, Natalie was only 7 or 8 years old at this time. Her sneer is extremely inappropriate for her age, so the shot is full of tension and very visually impactful. Chapter 168, The Real Experientialist. It even made Alan feel a little scared. Anything that goes beyond common sense will cause people to feel instinctive fear. Don't stop. Keep shooting. Wait for her to come back slowly. The photographer stared at the camera and kept taking photos of Natalie for a full minute. Finally, Natalie saw the silence around her and everyone was staring at her. She felt a little embarrassed and lowered her head and ran to find her mom. Okay, call it a day. Let's eat. Looking at the watch, it was past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. In order to shoot this shot, he even missed the tea time. Seeing that this shot was finished, Alan decisively ended the work early. After dealing with his men, several bodyguards stood far away from Alan, standing on the edge of a cliff, leaning against the cordon. Alan held a cigarette and looked at the sea in the distance. A lone point to the north is the Irish Sea, and on the other side of the big island are Northern Ireland and Ireland, where mobs and unruly people gather. Your Excellency, don't you want to eat? A nasally voice came from behind. Julianne Moore was holding a dinner plate with several pieces of barbecue on it and some sauces sprinkled on it. Looking at the barbecue being handed over, Alan smiled and silently refused. Normally, he wouldn't eat these things handed over by outsiders, for fear of being drugged. Julianne Moore looked a little embarrassed as Alan rejected what she handed over. Your Excellency, thank you for giving me this opportunity. After thinking about it, Julianne Moore was ready to thank this excellency. There are not many opportunities to be alone together like this. After a day of contact today, although this person is a director, he sounds very friendly to the people. The fact that he, a nobleman, can do this kind of work represents this meaning in itself. But, from her point of view, how should I put it? Alan is like some big shot putting on a show. Although he is said to be a director, he may be used to it, and he will unconsciously carry the kind of arrogance that repels people thousands of miles away. In addition, when he was on the set, when he was filming, he was surrounded by several servants, some bringing water and some passing snacks. There is a chef not far away who is ready at any time. Such a posture, not to mention she is a small actress. Even a first-line international movie star does not have such a big presence. In addition, no matter where she goes, she is surrounded by people. It is rare to see people like this when there are few people, so she can only choose this time to express her gratitude. The way to survive as a young actor is to seize every opportunity. Oh, as long as you can act well. Alan has no intention of watching Julianne Moore now. He is just a little tired. It's not that I'm tired, but I suddenly came to this wide seaside today. With the sunset in the evening, the end of the sea level in the distance seemed to be wrapped in a layer of red light, which looked extremely beautiful. When he suddenly saw this scene, he felt a little turbulent in his heart. He wanted to compose a poem to express something, but due to the limited ink in his stomach, he couldn't write English poems. You can't just open your mouth and say a long ago, right? Glancing at Julianne Moore next to him, Alan stared at her belly and said, why aren't you with them? There are many people surrounding the bonfire in the distance, opening large barrels of beer, eating barbecue, and drinking wine, which allows the newly formed crew and actors to get familiar with each other and bring them closer together to facilitate future work. Julianne Moore was a bit stuck when asked. What could she say? What else could she say? That she wanted to take advantage of the few people to flatter her, and it would be better if she could cling to her. Looking at Alan's side face, the skin on his face was slightly glowing under the sunset, and his golden hair was slightly blowing back with the sea breeze. The stand-up collared shirt on his body set off his cheeks, and his windbreaker was blown by the sea breeze. Sound point: when a person is very capable and has a high status, it will make people awe and yearn for him. But if this person is still young and good looking, that will make a qualitative difference. When he was in the United States, Julianne Moore read reports about this man and even saw his photo in the newspaper. But at that time, she only regarded it as news, not to mention having any thoughts. The gap between the two people was so big that they might never meet again in their lifetime. Now it was like a dream. This person was standing not far in front of him, and he didn't look at her much, but so close. Julianne Moore could even smell the fragrance from Alan's body brought by the sea breeze. It was a very elegant floral scent, not strong, but it made her smell intoxicating. Alan waited for a long time, but before applying, he turned to look at Julianne Moore. This guy seemed to be in a daze. He coughed dryly and asked again, "I heard that you are married and have children." The voice of this question was slightly louder, awakening Julianne Moore, who was thinking about it. Blushing slightly, this made Julianne Moore, who had been married for more than a year, a little overwhelmed. How long had it been since he felt this way? She has been smoothed out by life in recent years. It is not easy to live in the United States. The burden of life has made her almost breathless. Coupled with the financial crisis at the end of last year, she can hardly even support herself, let alone giving birth to a child. "I wouldn't have it without you. The current economic situation is not good. I can hardly afford to support myself. I haven't thought about having children. Hollywood is also affected." Alan was a little strange. He only paid that much attention there. Apart from getting to know people when poaching people, he usually didn't pay much attention to it. "I don't often go to Hollywood. There are many studios and crews there, but the costs are also high. I'm based in New York, where there are several TV studios. I shoot TV series." Julianne Moore explained to Alan the difference between making movies and TV series. Not all American actors go to Hollywood. It can only be said that there are many movie actors and movie crews gathered in Hollywood. And she is still a minor TV actress. TSK, what a pity. Alan smacked his lips inexplicably. It would be better if you have given birth to children. Like Meryl, if you have given birth to children, you will know more and have rich experience. I always feel that women who have never given birth to children lack a bit of maternal temperament. This thing is very mysterious and has an indescribable feeling. Now at the beach, Julianne Moore is still wearing the same performance outfit from the morning, a hip-hugging skirt and glasses. When the sea breeze blows, it seems to be cold, and he is shivering slightly. Alan's sharp eyes saw goosebumps rising on her chest. She took off her windbreaker and put it on her body, while Julianne Moore looked at her in surprise. "Is it cold? Go back. Don't get cold and affect the shooting." Julianne Moore felt the temperature on the windbreaker and smelled the fragrance wrapped around his body. The clothes also had an indescribable smell that was unique to men. It smelled very good, no matter how noble his status is. Dane is indeed Great Britain, and his gentlemanly demeanor is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. His Excellency, VL, cares so much about a young actor like her. This is too gentlemanly and considerate. Crossing his hands and pulling the front hem of his windbreaker, Julianne Moore whispered thank you. Seeing Alan nodding to her, he went back first. Looking at Alan walking away, for some reason, Julianne Moore felt a little lost. There was no flirtation or love at first sight. The impression this gentleman gave her was that he was serious and businesslike, but without losing the gentlemanly demeanor. After resting one night in a tent on the beach, the sea breeze at night flowed along the gaps in the tent and blew like a whistle, which was quite annoying. Alan woke up early in the morning, feeling a little angry. He didn't sleep well last night. He looked at the small dog in the bed next to the bed, with his body tilted and a big mouth, sleeping like a dead dog. This silly bird may have been raised as a dog since it was a child. Other snow owls always sleep squatting, but it just doesn't point. It likes to sleep lying down, and its sleeping position is very scary. Alan stretched out his foot and kicked Xiao Huang gently. The bird's head shook slightly, and its big yellow eyes stared at Alan. Xiao Huang looked confused. I'm already up. Why are you sleeping? Get up quickly, someone. Get me dressed. After drinking a bowl of mutton soup and warming up his body, Alan changed into sportswear and wore a small woolen hat. He took Xiao Huang out for a walk, throwing meatballs as he walked. Xiao Huang was very busy being instructed by Alan, flying to the right and to the left. Alan even came to the coast and hugged Xiao Huang, pointing to the sea in the distance, trying to get Xiao Huang to catch a fish for him. Xiao Huang was smarter, but not yet able to understand such complicated instructions. He looked at Alan with big eyes in a daze. After one person and one bird looked at each other for a long time, Alan rubbed its big head and said, "Okay, you can go and play by yourself." I saw that the crew next to me was already setting up the filming equipment. They were going to shoot the scene where Pluto, the little fat guy, was pushed off the cliff. I won't shoot the specific process. It's too dangerous. Just get the idea. All we have to do is shoot the scene where the little fat guy falls off a cliff and dies. Then Rex, who plays his real character, will lie down next to his son and cry. In this movie, Rex plays a role of the sheriff of Carmarthen Town in his true colors at that time. Alan also arranged other plots for him, which was very crucial. Oh God, my son, my dear son, Rex, was broad-shouldered and round-waisted, and he was extremely strong. In addition, his son was also fat. The two of them were at the bottom of the cliff. From a distance, they looked like a big seal hugging a small seal, humming their point. Alan grinned when he heard Rex's howl. This is too fake. Stop, stop, stop. Call him over here. Alan couldn't stand it anymore and asked the crew members on standby to run and call Rex over. "Master, is my acting okay?" Rex licked his face, rubbed his hands together, and trotted up to Alan with an expectant look on his face. Alan remained expressionless without saying a word, and slowly stood up and said, "Have you seen the adults in the movies who cried like you when their children died? Isn't it like this in TV dramas?" Rex was stunned for a moment. He felt that he had done a good job. Before he could think about it, his eyes were dazzled. Sir Alan suddenly moved. The leather boots were like a slide, slowly moving in front of his eyes. Zoomed in, and then there was a sharp pain in the abdomen, and the rest. Rex was a bit fragmented. He suddenly took 3 or 4 steps back, unable to stand still. Rex sat down on the ground, clutching his stomach, and grinning in pain. He was suddenly kicked so hard that he burst into tears. Only then did Alan's voice reach his ears. "Go, hold your son and cry. No need to talk nonsense." Rex didn't dare to hesitate, staggered to his feet, held his stomach, and bared his teeth as he struggled to move to his son. The idiot was lying on the ground, squinting as he watched his father being beaten, grinning with joy. Rex slapped Pluto on the forehead. "Why are you laughing? Pretend to be dead for me." Rex didn't say much because of the pain in his stomach. He hugged his son, who closed his eyes again and cried silently. He didn't know how to cry, but the pain in his stomach was so painful that it made his eyes red. Cameron looked at this posture, took a simulated lens, and stood silently behind the photographer to watch. This analog lens is a bit like a large telescope. When you stand at the same angle as the photographer, holding this thing and looking at it, it feels like you are shooting. It is better than nothing. I mean, it is like seeing the lens you are shooting now. He had heard about Alan's habits. This master liked the experiential photography technique, that is, trying his best to immerse himself in things and experience them while shooting. Now, when I see him, Cameron seems to have been open to a new world. This son is a real son, and his father is also a real father. Even if he cries, he is really crying. Sure enough, the experience is yides. Looking at the simulated camera, Rex is really sincere. What a good old man. His eyes are red. The tears flowed so naturally. The emotion in this shot is so sincere. You can also use this trick in the future when you meet an actor with poor acting skills. Cameron, who felt that he had learned something, held up the simulation lens and looked at it happily. I stayed at the beach for 3 full days and filmed a little boy falling off a cliff. The father cried bitterly. The police cordoned off the scene, collected evidence and investigated, and waited for the scenes before the crew packed up and returned to Carmarthen Point. Returned to the manor. Alan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Living in a tent felt uncomfortable. After living there for a day, he retreated to the bus, but it was not as comfortable as home outside Point. Looking at the somewhat gloomy castle, this strengthened Alan's determination to repair the garden quickly and build himself a bigger and more comfortable house. Philadelphia, located in southeastern Pennsylvania, United States, is one of the largest cities in the United States. Point just across the river in Philadelphia County. In the suburbs of Kenton County. Point, a black Chevrolet Express parked quietly on the side of the road. Point, this is a commercial vehicle similar to the domestic Dodge model. It is very suitable for pulling equipment and can be used as a functional vehicle such as a news interview vehicle. It has been featured in many film and television works. At this time, all the back seats in the car were removed, except for the driver driving in front. There were several strong white men squatting in the back car. The leading strong man held a pistol and put it on the forehead of a little black man. Take this express box and go to the party. Honestly, you hear me? If you dare to play tricks on me, you know the consequences. The strong man raised his chin slightly, and the person next to him stuffed a huge cardboard box into Ziohese's arms. Chapter 169. How much dose did you add? Ziohese swallowed his saliva and said stutteringly, "Can you give me something to eat? I will definitely be obedient." 3 days ago, when he was stopping someone from robbing someone in the alley, several strong men suddenly rushed out with sacks in their pockets and beat him with sticks until he couldn't even call out his mother. Isn't it just to grab some money? What's more, then he spent 3 long days. For 3 days, these people hung him up without saying a word and then played poker nearby. Whoever lost would be beaten. Point, it took 3 whole days of fighting. Ziohese was beaten completely, and he didn't even know who these people were, but he was scared. There is food when you go in. You can eat whatever you want. Remember, you must give the food to Khalil. Do you understand? The strong man was a little impatient. Point, there are advantages to doing private things for important people. Point, but what if things don't go smoothly? It's been almost 2 months since he came out, and he still hasn't finished his work, which is a bit unreasonable. Point, not far from where they parked the car, in the villa across the road, there was a gathering place for black people. Point, the owner of this villa is called Khalil. Point, this guy is very smart. Since 2 months ago, everyone who participated in the slander, not slander, anyway, as long as they publicly criticized the earl in newspapers, disappeared one by one. Point, at first, no one noticed. Point, these days, it's very common to disappear for a month or 2 when traveling, but Point, everyone disappeared so suddenly, which was very scary. Point, he tried calling the police, but the police didn't care. He disappeared. Maybe he went out to play, and no one called the police. The police are in charge of cases and not responsible for finding people. Point, but Khalil always had a bad feeling until last week, when a friend of his who worked at a newspaper in another city disappeared again. It's still that sudden. Going on a trip. Point, such excuses are so common these days. Everyone who travels disappears with their families. Khalil was in a panic all day long. He took his wife and children and called several friends from gangs he knew to come to the villa to protect him. He swore that he would take leave to stay at home and not go anywhere in the recent period. He didn't know what was happening, but he was scared and desperate. This silent feeling of approaching danger and not knowing where the danger came from made the depressed Khalil almost have a nervous breakdown. Point, the incomprehension of family members and the ridicule of friends, he still couldn't explain it, and his wife even said that he was suffering from delusional persecution, and the two even had a big fight about it. Ding dong. Ding dong. A young and strong man opened the door, and he was slightly surprised by the person outside. Wasn't this Carrie, who had disappeared for several days? Where have you been these past few days? Why haven't I seen you? I faced with his friend's questions. Carrie was also surprised. He didn't expect that his good friend was here. Is this a burglary? It's the owner of this house named Khalil. My brother. Coming quickly. Let me tell you, this bastard has delusions of persecution. He spent a lot of money and asked us to protect him for a few days. He can eat whatever he wants at home and play the game console as he likes. Leo. He pulled his brother and wanted to take the cardboard box he was holding. No, 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 I'm here to deliver things. Someone gave this express to Kal-El. Where is Kal-El? Follow me. The strong man watched Ziohezi holding the cardboard box and knocking on the door of the villa, and then watched him go in. He patted the driver's seat and said, "Drive. If you drive further, I always feel uneasy." The driver had just started the car and drove more than 100 meters when a bright light came from behind. Then a heat wave swept across the car, and then there was a loud noise. Cokes. The entire villa was destroyed. Several cars on the roadside near the villa had their windows shattered, and sirens blaring loudly. The strong man held the car door and shook his head, which was shaken by tinnitus. He turned his head and looked at the other little white man fiercely and said, "How many fucking doses did you give? Didn't I ask you to give it the dose to blow up the ship?" I just used the dose needed to blow up the ship." The little man is an explosives expert who likes to play with bombs and has good skills. This time Kal-El can't hide, so the strong man can't come and attack, right? But if we don't deal with him, he won't have the shame to return to Wales. If you can't even deal with a few little black guys, just kill yourself quickly and don't go back and be embarrassed. At last. Since Kal-El is hiding in panic all day long, the strong man thinks that this is theoretically considered desperate, right? The young master just makes every little black guy who is angry with him feel desperate, but he doesn't necessarily have to ask everyone face to face. So in order to quickly solve the target, the strong man caught a young gangster and asked him to deliver a surprise to his master's family. If he hadn't just subconsciously asked the driver to drive forward some distance, he might have exploded this time. The dose you told me is correct. Look at what it's like when it explodes. What the hell ship did you give the dose to? I'm talking about a fishing boat. What kind of boat are you talking about? The strong man stared at the little man with lingering fear and cursed loudly. "I thought you were talking about warships, boss. I use the dosage according to our previous standards for destroyers. I'm afraid it's not powerful enough." The little man stared out the window. Thick smoke was rising from the villa. The upper 2 floors had collapsed, and no one inside had escaped. Look at this effect. It seems that, as the boss said, the dosage is just a little bit too much. Fake. Take a photo. The police won't be here for 5 minutes. Everything else has been arranged, right? It has been arranged that this will be a fight between their gangs. The evidence has been sent out, and they will receive it in a few days. But the strong man looked at his watch, counted the time, and waited for 3 full minutes. Seeing that no one came out of the villa, he finally relaxed and said that if he said that he would kill these people, he must keep his word and not leave anyone behind. Leaving one behind would be an insult to his professional ability. There are no cameras on the road now. The fights between these little gangsters are usually very fierce. In this kind of villa area, the neighbors are still far away from each other. Only one house was blown up. It is really common here. Just treat it as a vendetta. When the time comes, the police will randomly arrest a few gangsters and bite a few bosses. Once they are caught, the stolen money will be confiscated, and the matter will be over. As for the evidence, they have all collected it for the Kenton County Police. In a few days, they will receive incriminating evidence sent by enthusiastic citizens. Everything is perfect. Drive. Let's go. We can finally get the fuck back to Wales. Natalie directly snatched Pluto's medal and then pushed Pluto off the cliff, pretending that Pluto had slipped and fallen. The teacher came to explain the situation to the parents. After the teacher left, Jane Reno took out some photos. This is a photo taken by the children during their spring outing. Although Jane Reno was cheated on, and neither of the 2 children was his biological child, he was rather sharp-minded. When he looked at the photos, he suddenly discovered that his daughter was staring in the direction of Pluto in several photos. The eyes are very meaningful. This discovery made his hair stand on end. Jane Reno stood up and prepared to talk to his daughter. "You have no idea what I want. I need love, baby. Daddy needs to find a job and make money to support the family. 1 big and 1 small, 1 black and 1 white." Natalie looked very irritable, and she was complaining that her father did not care for her. But adults have their own difficulties. We can no longer survive in the United States, and we have to continue living in Wales. Many people in the West, especially Americans, do not have the habit of saving money. Without a job, there is no income. How can you support your family without income? A family conversation ended on bad terms and the sensible sister finally appeared. Shazan stuttered and spoke half-baked English, persuading her sister Natalie. But Natalie didn't appreciate it. She even spoke harshly to him. She hated this sister and said that she had robbed her of her father's love. This plot, how should I put it, has a different perspective. Natalie is a rather selfish little black guy. She wants this and that, and is disobedient. The main manifestation is that she has a bad nature. And Shazan, she is sensible and obedient, and she also knows how to work to support her family. Any normal parent knows which child to love. Although a sensible child may be easily ignored, her parents will never treat her too badly. Alan simply used the inherent impression that Orientals are honest and obedient, while black people are rebellious and stupid and selfish. To enter the plot point, based on his narration, the screenwriter arranged dialogues that fit the plot very well, and even refined some details. Have a rest. When tea time came, Alan stood up and asked the servants to prepare tea for everyone present. Mr. Alan is quite generous and often rewards the crew in the name of afternoon tea. Give them a little favor and make them grateful, and then they can work better. Back on the bus, the servant handed a letter to Alan. What is this? Alan took the envelope. The envelope was red and had the new Manchester United team logo printed on the outside. Inside was an invitation signed by Ferguson. In this season 1987/88 Manchester United's results, it's hard to describe in one word. To say that Ferguson's coaching is effective, it is just a little bit. Last season, Manchester United narrowly avoided relegation. This season, it was considered early avoidance, and they played as rubbish as ever in the past 2 years. The Manchester United team seemed to have drunk too much. They lost the elegance of the strong team in the past. They sleepwalked all day long, and were ridiculed in newspapers by their opponents in the same city. The season is coming to an end now, so there is no need to think about competing for the championship. But for the team's big boss, Earl Allen, who didn't even come to watch a game this entire season, Ferguson felt that this was a bit unreasonable. No matter how bad you play, you still have to come and see it, right? The boss is too lazy to come. Are you completely disappointed with them? Now in the final game next month, Ferguson warmly invites the team's big boss, His Excellency Earl Allen, to come to the scene in person, to see the young men under him. Regardless of the results, this year has finally passed, and next year will be even better. Allen pouted as he took the invitation letter. He hasn't been too busy recently. The tequila outside has started to renovate the store and will be ready for trial operation soon. The acquisition of the production line also went smoothly and has been shipped to China. For the rest, he comes to the set every day to play. When it comes to making movies, Alan still attaches great importance to this movie. Now that he, the boss, has been invited to watch the game. It's okay to go once. Alan thought for a while, why not take the crew with him and treat it as a holiday. Picked up the pen and wrote a reply under the invitation. I will attend. Don't feel any psychological pressure and play well. Take it and give it to Ferguson. Hand the letter to the servant and ask them to reply. Shazan, the older sister, had the most contact with her younger sister, so she often helped her younger sister clean the room. And then she found the medal belonging to Pluto under her younger sister's mattress. Seeing this medal, Shazan turned pale and looked a little pitiful. Hiding from their father, Shazan closed the door, pulled her sister, and asked in a low voice, "How did you get this medal?" "He gave it to me." "You are lying." Although she had a bad premonition, Shazan still couldn't believe that her sister, at such a young age, actually killed someone. She is still a child, but she didn't dare tell outsiders about this kind of thing, for fear that the police would arrest her sister. The Shazan here seems to be a virgin, but this is human nature. If the family does not protect their own family, then what is the family? I don't need you to worry about it. This is what he gave to me. Natalie became so angry that she snatched the medal from Shazan's hand, pushed Shazan out of the door, then closed the door, and looked at the medal carefully. There was a huge floor-to-ceiling mirror in her room. Little Natalie hung the medal on her chest and looked in the mirror like a child changing into new clothes. He turned around in the mirror and admired his own appearance in the mirror. Alan praised her last time and asked her to smile like that. Sneer from time to time. Natalie was very interested in Alan's words. She looked at herself in the mirror, touched the medal with her little hand, and sneered. I said, if you don't give it to me, I will snatch it. Cat. Very good. Change people and take a rest. Alan put his hands behind his back and looked at Natalie with her face blackened with satisfaction. This little girl was very spiritual. The more she acted, the better she felt. She even exceeded his expectations. Rex, are you ready? Ready. Okay, you'd better not add any nonsense to me. Just read according to the lines. With Alan's warning and his personal experience last time, Rex pursed his lips and firmly promised that he would perform well this time. In an office decorated like a police station, Rex looked at Jane Reno and said, our town of Carmarthen has a very small immigrant population, so it is normal for you to not be able to find a job. Although the police station is short of manpower now, but you can't just be a police officer. Why, Jane? Reno asked somewhat naively. You know about the Irish thugs who attacked journalists some time ago, right? The situation outside is not good recently, and the damn Irish are still haunting you. Foreigners like you have not passed the test of time. Even if you have previous experience, you can't do it. Hearing Rex's words, Jane Reno was a little frustrated. P.S. More updates. An empty nest man in his 30s stayed up all night to pay monthly votes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170. Mr. Allen has insomnia. The identity assigned to Jane Reno in this movie is that of a bankrupt who used to be a policeman in the United States. Because the American police patrol every day, he has less time to go home. So his wife very thoughtfully gave birth to 2 children with different skin colors without his help. Here X singled out the Irish mob's attacks on journalists. It was a private item that Alan specially asked someone to add. Even if everyone knows who did the attack on the American reporter, so what? Who dares to say he is now adding this kind of thing into the movie to further whitewash himself and characterize the matter? This thing must have been done by the Irish mob. Regardless of the box office performance or reviews of Mr. Allen's movies, there are still a lot of viewers who have watched them anyway. What's more, he has been selling videotapes for a long time. As time goes by, more and more people will watch his movies. In addition, Britain has many historical colonies and many Commonwealth countries, so there are more places where it can spread. The coverage is very broad. As long as this statement is added to the movie, it will become a historical fact in a few years. Whoever dares to look into his dark history can use the official news from the time and movies like this as evidence. In addition, some time ago, he sent people to the United States to bring warmth to the little black guys. This kind of thing will be discovered sooner or later, but it is still the same situation. There is no evidence. What can you do to me? The Carmarthenshire in the movie is quiet and peaceful, with simple folk customs, and Earl Allen has always been obsessed with film art. How could such a person do such an immoral thing? It's all slander. Although I don't know if this is useful, but now that I have some free time, it's always good to have an extra insurance policy. This is called caution. When Jane Reno heard that he couldn't even do a job as a patrolman now, he looked worried about the future. Rex didn't look at the camera, thought for a while and said kindly, although you can't be a patrol officer, I still have a job here. I wonder if you are interested. Thank you, Mr. Sheriff. No matter what job it is, I can do it. But Rex took out a document from the drawer of his desk, handed it to Jane Reno, turned the document, pointed at the document and said, in the national parks to the east, rangers are needed. It is a very simple job. Usually you need to patrol along established routes to guard against poachers, which is generally easy, as long as you work far away from home. Being a ranger in Wales used to be one of the most dangerous jobs. In order to weaken the power of the nobility, the British designated some areas as national parks. These places used to be the hunting grounds of certain nobles, where they could go hunting, or do other shameful things originally. Everyone could happily hunt, but suddenly it became a protected area, and no hunting was allowed. Who among the noble gentlemen can accept this? Why? What things in the hands of nobles are causing the most headaches for British officials now? Land bears the brunt. In addition to land, the next thing is rights and money. No rights are being reduced. Money is which nobleman would leave a lot of floating wealth in his hands. That is to say, land is the biggest headache for British officials. None of the nobles who can stay on the British island are fuel efficient. Whoever makes it to the end will have a lot of land in their hands. Those who couldn't survive either had their families ruined or went overseas to the colonies. This thing is like raising goo. Those who remained were all killed layer by layer, and each family had its own way of preserving life. Some of the land in their hands was inherited, and some was purchased through mergers and acquisitions. The British official wanted to further take back the land from the nobles. These nobles hold a lot of land in their hands, but they don't grow food. Sometimes growing food is inefficient. You have to hire people, you have to pay taxes, and the most important thing is that selling food doesn't make any money. Even if you leave the land vacant and don't grow anything, you just leave it there. This is the thinking of the aristocracy. But the British official can't stand it. This kind of behavior affects domestic stability. Most of the food eaten by the whole of Britain depends on imports. Who can bear this? Later, inheritance tax was introduced one after another, which was still aimed at nobles, and it increased every year. Even with such a heavy tax, most of the nobles accepted it and refused to sell their land. Just like the disciples of the Eight Banners, the inheritance of the ancestors cannot be insulted. Can aristocrats without land still be called aristocrats? In this process, some nobles accepted even paying heavy taxes, but some small nobles could not bear it, and many went bankrupt. In these years, it is not that no nobles have not thought of using other crooked ways to avoid taxes, but where is Great Britain, the financial center of Europe? Everything may be lacking here, but the most unlikely thing is financial talents and experience. What kind of evil spirits and evil ways have they not seen before? Some nobles want to entrust their property through some trust institution, foundation, etc., and then avoid taxes. What are the consequences? The land itself is private property, and the nobles are not willing to sell it, and no one else can do anything to them. But when entrusted to these companies, the nature of the land changes regarding financial issues. Britain is full of financial talents. When these lands are the private property of the nobles, due to legal reasons, the nobles cannot be treated like that, but ordinary commercial companies will be fine. Some aristocratic men do not understand financial matters, and they will not end well. Every minute point in this case, it is better to pay inheritance tax honestly. The later aristocrats hated these trust institutions or foundations extremely, because some people had learned from the past that these financial institutions sometimes cheated both sides. Some smart people think that the British aristocrats are like idiots, not as fancy as the rich Americans. The rich people in the United States donate money, donate shares, and then avoid taxes. Why don't the British aristocrats learn from them? Those businessmen in the United States are in the business of companies. They are families who take care of each other. Those trust companies and foundations were also created by this group of people behind the scenes, plus the Jews behind them. They also play this kind of thing, so they can take advantage of it. They are essentially a country controlled by a large conglomerate of plutocrats, but want to play this trick in Great Britain. Take a shower and go to bed early. This is a reason why many nobles refuse to take other paths until the end. But all the ways to avoid it have been thought of by smart people in advance, and all roads are blocked. Either sell the land and take the money to invest overseas, or honestly sell the land and take the money and enjoy life as a nobleman. Or just pay the inheritance tax honestly. There is no other way. During this 100 years of conflict, most of the nobles' lands were recovered, and some of the land was converted into national parks. For each national park, an administrator would be sent from London, and then the administrator would recruit some local rangers. That is, mostly patrolled. These people have guns to prevent poachers or people who come in privately to hunt. But the noble lord doesn't care about you. The two sides have irreconcilable conflicts, and now they can't even hunt. Is there anyone patrolling? Wouldn't it be enough to just kill the patrollers? The national park is so big, 1 or 2 people are missing, let alone a few days. Communication was not developed in the past, and there are many things that can't be found after the rangers have been dead for several years. Some nobles sent people to kill these rangers purely to vent their anger and cause trouble. If I can't fight above, why can't I kill a commoner? But when these rangers die, the superiors have to pay pensions. Too many people were killed, and London couldn't bear it anymore. Later, there were aristocratic local snakes around various national parks to help guard the national parks, and the official would subsidize a guarding fee, which was a subsidy. This is protection money in disguise. Everyone has reconciled with each other. If you don't kill the ranger, we will give you protection money. But the British aristocrats are here to fuck themselves. Give me money. Giving money is fine, but it doesn't stop them from killing people to vent their anger. Later, the two parties compromised again and changed the subsidy from once a year to once every quarter. If the ranger disappears, or the national park is damaged, the subsidy will not be paid. In this way, this chaos finally slowly disappeared. But to this day, the profession of forest ranger is still a relatively dangerous profession, so local people basically do not want to work in it. Alan can now receive the subsidy every quarter, but some time ago that idiot national park ranger had the audacity to go to Charles to complain about his misbehavior in the national park, and then the angry Mr. Allen asked someone to masturbate the guy, and he ended up in a miserable state. As for why not kill him, there will be no subsidy if you kill him. Who can't get along with money? Don't kill him, but make him lose his job and leave his wife and children. It's better to die. Rex told Jane Reno the history of the ranger in detail, letting him understand the dangers of this job. Jane Reno had a serious look on his face. He couldn't find a job now. This was the only job he could do. He had no choice. No matter how dangerous the police chief said it was, he had to do it. Thank you, Chief Rex. I did this job. Very good. Take this. This is your recommendation letter. You can report according to this address. Rex took out another letter of introduction and handed it to Jane Reno. Very good. Such a drama full of private goods is finally over. Who doesn't know that Sheriff Rex is famous far and wide for being able to clear his name and reveal Rex's face at the same time? The detection rate is 100%. Carmarthenshire police pioneer. The day's work was over, and Alan took the bus and wandered back to the manor. As soon as he entered the hall, Hooter was waiting here early and reported good news to him. Master, those people who went on a business trip to the United States are back. As usual. Alan opened his hands and waited for the servant to take off his windbreaker. He lifted his feet and continued walking forward. He paused after taking 2 steps, and then he realized who the person who Tess said was on a business trip. Little Heezy was killed. Where are the things? Are you done with your work? The things are in your study. Who? Tess looked at the young master with a smile, who turned his head with a surprised look on his face. Recently, the young master seems to have something on his mind, and his smile is less than before. Today, I have a good news to report, and sure enough, the long lost smile reappeared on the young master's face. He reached out and took the windbreaker from the servant's hand and put it on his arm. Okay, let me go take a look first and prepare hot water. I want to take a shower first. Alan came to the study humming a tune in a hurry. The first thing I saw was the thick photo album on the desk. Picking it up and looking at it in order. The photos were marked with time, location, disposal methods, etc. And they were at an extremely detailed point. Looking at the distorted faces in the photo, Alan snorted coldly. When you guys were pointing out the world in newspapers, did you ever think that today would happen? You offended Mr. Allanan. You still want a good ending? Don't even think about running away. I'll send you all to see God. Licking his lips slightly, Alan looked through the photo albums one by one, then took out his grudge book and compared the photos one by one with the people he cut out in the newspaper. Although he knew that his subordinates must have checked things many times, Alan still compared them personally. Looking at the newspaper clippings. These people used to talk nonsense. As if you can hit me. If you can point now, can't you get up? Are you still going to waste time? Do you have the guts to make me weird by publishing reports again? Turning to the last page of the photo album, Alan looked at the collapsed villa in the photo, feeling slightly confused. Why is there no photo of this person named Carol? Why take a photo of a shabby villa? Taking a closer look at the gaze below, it turned out that this guy was too afraid of death. Sensed the danger and hid in the villa. Then if you don't want to come out, your home will be blown up by the violent men, so don't ever come out. Ah, very good. Nodding, he picked up the small box of tapes, held the small box in his arms, and went to the bathroom humming a tune. He wants to take a shower while listening to the recording today. After enduring the bad temper for several months, he finally got his revenge. After taking a shower tonight, Alan felt a little insomnia. He was a little excited, but he had nowhere to use his energy. You can't go to Italy in the middle of the night, right? In recent days, he has really been obsessed with making movies. Just to give the little black guys a hard blow through this movie, the consequence of this is that he didn't touch those actresses. Not only did he not touch him, but Mr. Allen even acted very gracefully and seemed to keep a distance. Now that I feel relaxed, I feel a little regretful. Pulling the rattle on the bedside. Come here, I can't sleep. Please press my head to relax. On the set the next day, both the staff and the actors were keenly aware that the Earl seemed a little different today. The person is still the same person, still so majestic, but it just gives people a different feeling. It seemed full of energy. Julianne Moore stole a glance at Alan more than once. She felt that Alan seemed to be glowing today, and his whole person was exuding charm from the inside out, making her unable to take her eyes away. Taking advantage of the morning tea time, Julianne Moore thought for a while and made up a reason to ask to see the Earl. The first time he boarded the bus, Julianne Moore's eyes widened at the level of luxury inside. She felt like a country bumpkin. She had heard that some big stars had nanny cars. When they were tired from filming on the set, they could go to the car to rest. But this was her first time seeing a nanny bus like this. Behind the driver's seat is a luxurious bar decorated with solid wood. P.S. I've added an update. Give me your monthly ticket. Dare you give it? I'll knock one. Boom. Chapter 171. Master, you have to take care of yourself. There is a small aromatherapy machine on the ground next to the bar. Thin smoke drifts, and a floral fragrance permeates the entire indoor space. In the front half of the carriage, there are sofas, a bar, and a small desk. As for the inside, there are partitions blocking it, making it difficult to see clearly. What's wrong? Alan looked at Julianne Moore, who suddenly came to visit, and was a little curious. He put down the script in his hand, pointed to the other side of the sofa, and asked her to sit down. Julianne Moore took the opportunity to glance at the script that Alan had put down. Love, kind, love the West Coast. Is Mr. Allen so diligent? This movie hasn't been finished yet. Are you preparing for the next movie? Alan looked at Julianne Moore, coughed dryly, picked up the script, and stuffed it into the drawer below. This is a new script. Yes, but it is not a new script he wants to shoot, but a new script for Look Studio in Los Angeles. It's a small studio that specializes in adult movies. He's making a children's version of Ziohe's movie here, and he's also going to make an adult version of it. A two-pronged approach. This script can be said to be quite explosive in the field of pornographic films, because it has a deep plot. Who is crazy enough to watch this kind of movie without looking at the plot? What kind of search officer? Time pause, and dragging the progress bar. Only look at the key parts. But Alan is different. He likes plots with plots, and he also likes plots with a bit of depth. This is called a deep and thoughtful new era pornographic film. But when an outsider suddenly saw this kind of script, Alan was instinctively a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Julianne Moore didn't know what this was. Sir, when I was reading the script today, I suddenly found that there was a scene that I needed to overcome. Alan frowned and said nothing, signaling Julianne Moore to continue. I'm more afraid of bugs. I think I might not be able to film the driving scene. Julianne Moore is talking about a scene she will be filming in the future. She is the teacher of the heroine Ziohezi. Originally I was still very concerned about the heroine, but this little black guy who just immigrated to Wales had such a bad personality and character. When he was in school, not only did she steal things from her classmates, she also liked to swear and insult her classmates, which caused a very bad influence from her various behaviors over a period of time. The female teacher felt that this child needed more education. After communication, suddenly I discovered that this child had violent tendencies. It further reminds me of Pluto's cliff fall incident some time ago. Seeing that the teacher discovered Ziohezi's trick, the heroine was ready to kill the teacher. She is still a child, so it is definitely not possible to use force directly, so she secretly placed a very large hornet's nest in the teacher's car. Don't ask how she got such a big hornet's nest. Anyway, it was just for the plot, so she just put the hornet's nest in the teacher's car. Then the teacher driving home after school was so tragic. She was stung to death by a wasp in the car. If this scene is filmed well, it will still be very interesting. Especially if you shoot it from the perspective of a bug. Think of a few wasps lying on the teacher. Then the camera moved forward and showed several close-ups of Julianne Moore in uniform, with wasps lying on his snow white skin. Based on the photographer's previous expertise in nude photography, Julianne Moore's body is shown from a wasp's perspective from top to bottom. Give her a few more shots of facial horror, and finally her death at the whole irritating point. This plot, let alone children, must be said by adults after watching it. It's exciting, but if the actors themselves were allowed to experience such a scene, it would not be so friendly. Especially when he thought that he would be sitting in a car and covered with wasps in a small space. Julianne Moore's scalp went numb. He personally took down a new teacup for today's morning tea. Alan drank jasmine tea. He poured a cup for Julianne Moore and pushed it to the table in front of her. Alan had a headache. He had read the script a long time ago. It had been filming for a while before he mentioned this issue. And when the time comes for filming, real wasps will definitely not be used. They will all be props. But for a lady, it's okay to say she's afraid of bugs, and Alan shouldn't act too impatient, as it's ungentlemanly. Thank you. Julianne Moore took the tea and glanced at Alan, who was frowning and thinking. This face became more and more intoxicating. She was already thinking about what reasons she would need to ask to see Alan next time. You shoot the front scenes first like this, and if that doesn't work, you can find a stand-in and shoot the scenes from the back seat, not the front. Although it loses a little bit of the fun, it's not a big problem. Anyway, this movie is mainly to highlight the badness of Ziohezi, who has been bad since he was a child. If you can't take a little exciting shot, you can just not take it. Just as he picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea, Julianne Moore almost couldn't hold back when he heard Alan's words. The Lord she imagined might be a little more forceful and force her to act, no matter what, or just give a few words of comfort. But I didn't expect the final outcome to be like this. This result seems very good and considerate, but this is not what she wants. The atmosphere in the air became a little awkward. As if nothing was wrong, Alan picked up another document and ate dessert while reading it. What's wrong? Alan felt that Julianne Moore hadn't spoken for a long time, so he raised his head and looked at her with some confusion. Nothing, sir. Can I use the bathroom? Alan raised his chin and turned his head to gesture behind him. Julianne Moore stood up and pulled down her skirt slightly. The bad thing about hip covering skirts is that as soon as she sits down, they will go up a bit, making it easy for her to be exposed. After passing through a small door, the second half of the bus is a very large single room with a standard double bed placed there, and next to the partition is a small bathroom and toilet. The information in hand is application information for several products Alan's radio manufacturing factory has already opened its doors in China, and recently purchased several more production lines in preparation for expanding production. And the managers he sent to China were not idle during this period. They keenly discovered a small object and felt that there should be business opportunities in it. Many people know that Alan has industries in Africa. That place in Africa. There are many mosquitoes and diseases. The Gambia is a little better, because they are a coastal country, and have been colonized for a long time, and have been civilized for a long time. Compared to other places in Central Africa or East Africa, Gambia is considered a very civilized place. There will be a little less disease. But mosquitoes have always been a big problem. And these managers discovered an artifact in China, fengyalging and cooling oil. These two things have miraculous effects in repelling mosquitoes, mainly because they are cheap. £1 can buy a large box. If this was shipped to Africa and promoted, the profits would be unimaginable. What is proposed in this document now is whether to obtain the overseas sales rights of fengyalging and cooling oil throughout China. It is best to have a direct monopoly. Chinese people may not realize that such inconspicuous little things like them can have such a big effect overseas, especially fengyalging. This stuff can not only repel mosquitoes, but you can also drink it, even if you have heat stroke. It's just full of treasures. Alan, who was thinking about this just now, had no time to care about Julian Moore's little tricks. I took a pen and tapped on the document a few times. The sound of water came to my ears at the right time. At first it was a dripping sound, but without giving anyone time to react, it turned into an accelerating clattering sound. The room was so quiet, and the toilet was behind his desk, separated only by a thin wall, so no matter how good the sound insulation was, it was useless. Although he couldn't smell anything through the wall, Alan still sniffed his nose subconsciously. When you don't care about some things, you may not think about it, but as long as there is a beginning, the rest is a bit overwhelming. People in the toilet seemed to realize that the sound insulation was not good, and their voices were somewhat restrained. But it only lasted a few seconds before failing. How can I control this thing? The more I try to control it, the less control I get. The sound of water that had been quiet for a few seconds filled the entire space again. Alan slowly put down his pen. What fengyalging? What cooling oil? He can't cool down now. The pen in his hand was very hard and made a clanging sound when he hit it on the desk, but his heart, it's hot, with the sound of the toilet flushing, followed by the sound of the faucet opening and washing hands. Opening the door and closing the door, Julian Moore walked out with a reddish complexion. "Excuse me, Your Excellency." Julian Moore's face turned red when he thought about the sound she made in such a quiet situation just now. She just raised her head and looked at Alan, but at this moment, Alan felt that something was wrong. A white shirt with 3 buttons open, a few strands of hair scattered on the chest, and a black hip skirt. Julian Moore held his hand slightly, and there were still some drops of water on his hands that he hadn't shaken off after washing them. Face slightly red. This made her already fair-skinned look even more charming. Alan tilted his head and just stared at Julian Moore, looking up and down without saying a word. The sound of water just now seemed to still echo in my ears. The pen on the desk is getting straighter and straighter. With a slight smile on his lips, Alan stretched out his right hand and hooked his index finger towards Julian Moore, gesturing for her to come over. Looking at Alan's eyes, he became more and more aggressive. Julian Moore's heart beat faster due to his eyes. The more nervous he became, the redder his face became, until Alan hooked his fingers at her. The legs were on his body, but he seemed to be out of control at the moment. He took a few steps forward involuntarily, and then he was pulled hard by Alan and sat crookedly on his lap. The strong smell of male hormones hit his face, and Julian Moore whispered with a dry mouth, "Your Excellency, don't call me sir, call me Alan. How is my child doing in school recently?" Julian Moore's mind was a little stuck when Alan asked this question. But she got stuck, and Alan didn't get stuck. He raised his big hand and touched her leg gently. There are many such scenes in documentaries about the animal world. Fawns and lambs that are not long after birth, or are still very young, sometimes get separated from their parents and then encounter predators. They are naive and ignorant. They have no impression of predators and do not know the dangers involved. Sometimes curiosity brings them closer and closer, and then nothing happens. Tell the world this truth. It's not that you shouldn't interact with people you don't understand, but that vegetarians should stay away from meat-eating people. Don't overestimate your ability to deliver it to your doorstep. Now Alan feels like a lion taking a nap on the grassland. In his days, a little lamb swayed before his eyes. Since he was full, he didn't care too much. He was sleepy and wanted to sleep, but when he woke up and all the meat in his stomach had been digested, he discovered that the little lamb was here again. And she actually brought her own condiments. What's this? This is a gift from nature. I'd be sorry if I don't eat the cumin she brought with me. Originally there was a scene between Julianne Moore and Natalie to be filmed in the afternoon, but the crew was suddenly notified that the afternoon was off and there was no need to shoot. Not only was the afternoon off, but the next 2 days were also off. This sudden and unexpected holiday left some actors who were working together for the first time a little confused. But for many older employees, this is very common. Especially Natalie's parents, who smiled and said nothing to Natalie's curious questions. Didn't you see that there is one person missing from the cast? The Excellency has also disappeared. The bus is still parked there, but the person is gone. Don't ask children about adults matters. It was originally supposed to be a 2-day holiday, but it was extended for a few more days. Alan, who had been recuperating for several months, suddenly met a Yankee. In this frontal battlefield, Mr. Allen revived the majesty of the British gentleman and made the Americans cry for their fathers and mothers. A good teacher came to visit my home. The parents turned into bullies and imprisoned the teachers. Hiss, tap, tap, tap. Alan lay on the bed and grinned. Ute looked on with both distress and amusement. What's heartbreaking is that the young master has suffered again. What's funny is that this suffering was brought on by himself. Facing the old maid, Alan had nothing to be embarrassed about, just helping to apply medicine and so on. Master, please take care of yourself. No, I have my own sense of proportion. Te looked helpless at Alan, who was so boastful. I didn't get out of bed for 3 whole days, and my skin was all scratched. Does this still mean you have a sense of self-discipline after living for so many years? Since the young master inherited the title, Ute has gained a lot of experience. This is the first time he has seen someone who can actually break the skin. However, one cannot blame anyone else for the tragic situation of his young master. When the maid carried him away, the condition was not good either. She was also swollen. But the amazing thing is that, even though it was so miserable, even though Miss Julian's face was full of tears, she was still concerned about the young master's situation before leaving. This is very rare, and she has a conscience. How's Julian? Well, in her condition, she'll be fine with just 2 days of rest, and she'll also need to take some anti-inflammatory drugs, TSK, that's it. When he heard that he would have to rest for 2 days, Alan smacked his lips and felt a little regretful. To say that young actors also have their advantages. Although Julianne Moore does not look particularly stunning, she is obedient. Her obedience is a little different from Monica's obedience. She was the kind of obedient person who tried her best to be satisfied with whatever Alan said, even if her eyes were filled with tears. P.S. I stayed up all night to update more passionately, and I cried when I looked at the monthly ticket for the last time. Chapter 172. Sued again. Faced with this situation, Alan wanted to bully her even more. No way. This situation can especially arouse the male's desire to conquer in the sound of Julianne Moore's "Oh yeah. Oh my god." Mr. Allen gradually lost himself. Then almost gave up his martial arts skills. Master, I just received a call. Sir Capel is coming to visit you in the afternoon. Oh. What is he here for? Alan was suddenly startled. It seemed that he hadn't written to Charles for a while. Was His Highness missing him? Then he sent Capel to urge him to write a letter. I'm so embarrassed. Why don't you just call me and say it? He didn't say anything. He just asked about your situation. You can ask again after he arrives in the afternoon. Who? Te spread his hands and looked at the young master who was paralyzed on the bed. How should we meet this afternoon? You can't tell Capel that the young master is injured, right? Ahem. Help me up. I have to go to work. Alan put on a bathrobe, sat up and walked towards the study point. It made a tinkling sound, and it hurt when it hit my leg. When I shook it, the medicine was also taking effect. It was cool and painful, and it felt so sour. Hooter walked behind Alan and watched his young master pulling his legs and slowly moving to the study. If he didn't know the inside story, he would have thought that the Earl was so diligent and continued to work even though he was injured. It turned out to be my great hero. The pillar of the country. One leg is crossed and the other is hanging down. This sitting position is more comfortable. Alan looks at the various reports of Leo Gao piled up on the table and feels a little headache. Didn't you just deal with a bunch of them a few days ago? Why did you accumulate so much in just a few days? What was on the top was the story about China's magic medicine that day. Alan didn't take this kind of trivial matter too seriously at first. It was just a mosquito bite. But then I thought about it. I still have the small pharmaceutical factory that I hired from that old guy from Fox. It's just idle anyway, so I might as well expand the business. There is only one overseas sales right, but the other party must produce English packaging. He wants to customize it and put the trademark of his pharmaceutical factory on it. Then he will find someone to apply for the drug approval. If this thing were to be monopolized, wouldn't he be able to sell it for as much as he wanted? For exclusive sales, a premium of dozens of times is not excessive, right? Then increase the purchase price by 50% and then pay it all in US dollars. I believe that the other party who is short of foreign exchange will not be able to resist this temptation. Let alone asking them to produce English outer packaging. They can produce it in Martian language. After commenting on the document, he picked up the report form that Cameron handed over. First special effects company Alan was planning to acquire failed. Not all Americans admire the powerful, and some are more stubborn. This is the case for this special effects company. The founder is a young man who is only 29 years old this year. Faced with the huge amount of US dollars thrown out by Cameron, he remained unmoved and even said something back to Cameron. What else is there to say? Do I care about such a small amount of pounds? Get rid of the British people's dirty money. I won't sell it for a penny today. Even if I jump from the Statue of Liberty, I won't take a penny from the British people. Then Cameron was embarrassed. He had just taken refuge with the esteemed Earl, and in the blink of an eye he was taking money to go to Hollywood to show off, and he encountered a tough problem. How does this work? If you look down on the British, then Cameron is also from the Commonwealth. This map is too powerful. Cameron, who was more motivated, was already at a loss. He could only find his nobleman, old Sir Carl, for help. This kind of thing may be a problem for an honest man like Cameron, but for old Carl, it is not a problem at all. Originally, old Cole was going to lead people overnight to tie up the rude boy and throw him into the Pacific Ocean, but he was stopped by the timid Cameron. The other party is still somewhat famous in Hollywood, so his sudden disappearance would not have a good impact. Then Carol Leo used a gentler approach. Since the founder of the company would rather die than surrender, what about the employees below him? Old Carl doesn't understand these new age technologies. He doesn't understand anything about computers or computer special effects, but he understands one thing: when it comes to work, you can't do everything yourself as a boss, right? If you don't come, I'll poach all of his subordinates. He doesn't believe that all his subordinates can be as tough as his boss. A few small bosses spent hundreds of thousands of dollars each. In just half a month, the entire special effects company was short of cleaning staff. One by one of the others, there were a total of 37 people in the company, except for the boss. 34 were dug up, and the remaining 2 that were not dug up were 2 cleaning staff. Equipment and other things were just a small amount of money. In the end, when the 2 of them combined, the young master took over the entire special effects company without even spending half of the 10 million US dollars in acquisition funds. Now this small team has been installed in an office building in Cardiff, the capital of Wales, and is just waiting to do special effects. This time, along with the briefing report, there was also a script and shooting plan. Look at the big line of words: Terminator 2, Judgment Day on the script. It's a plot. It's still the same plot. Real Man of Steel, the super robot T-800 is back, and then blah blah blah. As expected, the cast is still the male protagonist from the previous film, Austrian bodybuilder Arnold. This person's acting skills are average. To say he is average is to praise him. According to Cameron, it was because his acting skills were too bad that he temporarily changed his character. The robot T-800 became a ruthless and cruel person. Not many characters by talking less and keeping an expressionless face. You can avoid the fact that his acting skills are poor. Scroll down to see the heroine's information point. Alan frowned. Some time ago, he specifically looked at Terminator 1. If he remembered correctly, the actress named Linda Hamilton was the same person as the heroine in the first film. But this person really doesn't fit in with Alan's aesthetics. She has a big mouth, a big chin, and wide cheeks. She looks like a tomboy. It's not so much that her looks don't fit in with Alan's aesthetics, it's more that she looks simple ugly. After reading the information of the remaining main actors, Alan picked up the pen and wrote directly on the actress's name, changed to something better looking. I took out the script again, took a quick glance at it, and crossed out a few irrelevant black actor roles. This Nimadu robot has traveled back from the future. Since the robots in the future will be so cruel, in theory, they don't need to be as pretentious as Americans to coax black people, right? Since they can't coax black people, what else do we need black actors to do? Alan hates those idiots in Hollywood who give black people positive roles in most movies. Otherwise, there are various beautifications. He didn't know when this trend started, but he had a deep impression point for a group like black people who are not easy to educate. Why do so many Hollywood movies assign them the role of a fat black man? The characters of these black people are often computer masters or hackers. Most black people don't even have a bad degree. Do they know what computers are? Do they recognize the 26 letters on the entire computer? Just click it hard. In my movie, there is no need. Looking at the budget of £100 million below, Alan shook his head indifferently. This movie is worth the price. Approved. Not only did he agree with Cameron's film budget of £100 million, Alan would also find a way to stuff some more budget into it. Anyway, science fiction movies are the easiest way to launder money, so he just stuffed in £100 million and made a budget of £2. With this movie, Gambia can earn all its income in a few years. It's perfect. Putting down the pen and rubbing his eyebrows, the servant pushed the dining cart and brought lunch. It is not convenient for Alan to go downstairs to the restaurant for dinner now, so he can only eat lunch in the study. May is about to enter. What should we do in this season? Before, Alan loves eating crawfish and drinking beer, but there are no crayfish in Great Britain now. However, there is no shortage of seafood here. And there is also a close relative of crayfish, langoustine, a specialty of the west coast of Wales. This thing is a little bigger than crayfish, with an average weight of about 1 or 2 ounces each. Alan asked Master Zhang to use this crayfish to make a slightly spicy crayfish for him. Wear plastic gloves and enjoy the fun of sucking the juice and peeling the shrimp yourself. Not to mention, it's quite interesting. The only regret is that the shells of the langoustine are relatively thick and the individuals are relatively large, which makes them not tasty. After peeling the shrimp, you have to take one bite and dip it in the soup. When Huth took Capel into Alan's study, Alan had just finished eating and was wiping his hands with a warm towel. Your Excellency, you have worked so hard. Are you just having lunch now? Capel looked at the pile of documents on the table, then looked at Alan, slightly surprised. The impression this person gave him was not like this before. Now, this old minister of the empire looked like he was worrying about the empire so much that he was a little embarrassed to say the next words. Oh, sir is here. Does His Highness have any instructions? I'm a little unwell today, and it's difficult to move around, so I can only make do with lunch in the study. Alan handed the towel to the servant and stretched out his hands. The servant used paper towels to dry his hands carefully before carrying the plates and starting to clear them away. After the servant pushed the dining cart out, Alan pointed to the stool and asked Capel to sit down. Seeing that there was no one else in the study, Capel put a strange smile on his face and said, "Have you calmed down?" Alan suddenly raised his head and glanced at Capel. He had been extremely happy these past few days and lived very comfortably. Why should he be relieved? Seeing Alan's confused look, Capel organized his words and further reminded, "Your Excellency, the ambassador of the American embassy personally called His Highness a few days ago to express a little protest." Protest? What protest? Alan became more and more confused. Ambassador of the United States, call Charles. What does this have to do with him? Capel was a little speechless. Mr. Allen has always been very smart. Why is his reaction so slow today? He reminded me to this extent. There was no other way. Capel could only grit his teeth and explain in detail. Some time ago, a group of people used the same reason and the same routine to trick dozens of black people into traveling abroad, and then nothing happened. This was not a big deal at first, but then something unexpected happened. If you say you lied to others, then go out. They have already left the United States. No matter what you do, it has nothing to do with them and the United States. But why blow up the villa? There was such a big fuss, and in the end, an enthusiastic citizen of Philadelphia mailed the so-called evidence to the police station. When did the citizens of Philadelphia become so enthusiastic? Do you think there really are superheroes? Superman. Evidence man. He is also enthusiastic about the public. This makes the US security agencies unable to complain. There are so many flaws that they don't know where to start. This group of people has actually been targeted since the first day they arrived in the United States. There are Irish thugs in the UK now, and they are always nervous. There are thugs in the United States too. Everyone is not at peace. But the status of this group of people going to the United States is a bit special. Moreover, they abided by the rules and did not take action in the United States, which made those who stared at them turn a blind eye and just think about it and tolerate it. Although people didn't know what was going on at first, but as time went on, this group of people had very clear goals. After checking there, they knew what was going on. There are big shots who want to vent their anger, and now these little black men are the targets. This excusable, so no one has ever stepped out to take care of these people. In addition to their special status, these people are all veterans of the British Navy. They have certain skills and weapons. They don't have to go to these people to kill black people. But for the last vote, maybe the leader got impatient and blew up the villa directly. This caused a bit of a fuss. Dozens of cars near the villa were more or less damaged. This is no small matter. The main reason is that there is too much movement. Although this group of people's actions make people unable to complain, the evidence they found is indeed effective, and the other party gritted their teeth and tolerated it. The main reason is that there is no way to do this kind of thing openly, so just arrest the person. He may be injured, and even if he is arrested, what will happen? Beating a dog depends on the owner. If normal ordinary people did this kind of thing, the American police would have emptied their magazines long ago. If they extradite people back, it won't be a big deal, and it will destroy the prestige of the United States. In the end, I had to use another method to find the rightful owner to protest, or to protest quietly. The American ambassador received a call from home. He knew about Earl Allen. Everyone in Britain knew about him. Then he called Charles. Charles was also confused when he received such a call. If it was something else, it would be fine, but what could he do about this kind of thing? Do you want him to quarrel with Allen? This is impossible. A group of black people publicly denounced a British nobleman in the newspaper. According to Charles's idea, he died unjustly. Damn it. But since the ambassador protested, he was too proud to wait until the others left before making a phone call. This approach not only gave the ally face, but also gave the ally some dignity, which made it very difficult for Charles. In the end, he could only say that Earl Allen was old. He is still young, rather naughty, has a bad temper, and cannot bear to be wronged. I will pay more attention to it in the future. Anyway, even if this matter is stopped here, everyone can understand it tacitly. Anyway, the people are gone, and there won't be any trouble on the other side, because of a group of people who are gone. It's not like everyone likes black people. Just for show. Chapter 173 Welsh characteristic physical effects. Coupled with Alan's current status, who can do anything to him, the others didn't move, so it was just an instigation at best. If he insists that it was not him who instigated it, but that it was the veterans who couldn't stand the Count's anger and did it spontaneously, who can say anything to him? Alan and Angus, the powerless and down and out Duke, cannot be viewed in the same light at all. Angus was bullied in the United States because he was notorious among the British aristocracy. Everyone knew that their family had been a prodigal for several generations. All the land in the family was sold, and all the houses, manors, and castles that could be sold were sold. They can no longer survive in their own country, so they have to go to Africa and Australia to eke out a living. How can such a duke compare with a powerful earl whose reputation spreads throughout the United Kingdom and Commonwealth countries? If anyone dares to touch him, this is no small matter. This is a big issue that can escalate to the entire British aristocracy. Although Americans are crazy, they are not stupid. Their local big businessmen and dignitaries are targeting the aristocracy of Great Britain. Although Great Britain has never looked down upon them and just acquiesced that they are like this is enough. We are all of the same class. How can we undermine each other? There is no contradiction between them. His approach was just a little extreme and conspicuous. In addition, this gentleman has a bad temper and is well known for his bad temper. He dared to have people attack a reporter's convoy in front of his own house. When his temper got angry, he asked people to go to the United States to help him vent his anger. If he was really pushed to the limit, what couldn't he do? It's really not worth having trouble with such a person. In the end, I could only protest quietly. Protest against this kind of thing. There is nothing you can do about certain things, but you can't do it if you don't say it. It's just a statement, nothing more. Alan frowned and glanced at Capel without saying anything, just snorted coldly. Just this cold snort represents his entire attitude. He loves me as much as he wants, and he has the ability to fight me. Capel smiled bitterly and shook his head. He knew this was the result. This person gave people the impression that he was more radical in doing things and did nothing without regard to the consequences. So, His Highness didn't expect to be able to say anything about him. Originally, in His Highness's opinion, this was not a big deal. Your Excellency, there is something else that Your Highness asked me to tell you. Well, tell me. Alan was a little absent-minded, as if a dead pig was not afraid of boiling water. Well, some time ago, you sent someone over there through the Navy's channels. Capel pointed east. It's not peaceful there right now. Although the other side has been Britain's sworn enemy since ancient times, it doesn't affect the British Navy's ability to make extra money privately. The Navy still has a way to smuggle things over there, and Alan also used this method to send people there. As long as it's not a particularly sensitive area, it can be done by just putting one person in or taking one person out. Chickley? That liar. As soon as Capel said that, Alan remembered that weirdo. He hadn't received any news from him during this period. He didn't know if he had deceived anyone. What's wrong? It's like this. The situation has been a bit bad recently. His Highness said that you'd better not have anything to do with that place, let alone go there in person. Capel was really afraid that if Alan got a whim one day, he wanted to go there to learn more and see the strange things, and then secretly went over to play when his brain got hot. It would be great fun if this was discovered. Moreover, the situation has been visibly tense recently, so Charles asked him to remind Alan that it was difficult to write this kind of thing on paper, so Capel could only let him take the lead. Alan stared at Capel with a retarded look for a long time, then smiled and said, "Thank you for the reminder, Your Highness. I will definitely not go there to play." Isn't this year's European Cup held in West Germany? I don't even know about the European Cup. I'm not going to see it, Your Excellency. We haven't entered the European Cup this time. There is nothing to see. When Capel said this, it was Alan's turn to be stunned. Didn't get in? What do you mean? It's just that they were eliminated and didn't go in. The barbarians from the north went in, and the thugs on the other side of the sea also went in. Capel spread his hands helplessly. You were able to play in the World Cup finals 2 years ago, but you didn't even make it to the European Cup this year. Alan was confused. Is the England team so bad? The Welsh men's football team is just a dish. He has long been accustomed to it. Giving points to anyone is not a gift. He also specifically explained that if he meets the England team, he must show his best form and give them a hard time. Now good guys, the British boss and the fourth boss are going home hand in hand. What's even more embarrassing is that Scotland has entered the European Cup, and Ireland has also entered the European Cup. What the hell is this? Shame on you. Shame on you. What a bunch of losers when it comes to the British men's football team. The atmosphere in the study room, which was a bit gloomy just now, has become visibly heated. I'm going to watch Manchester United's home game in a few days. How dare these people play in the league? I really want to kill them. Alan was unable to complain and expressed some sympathy for the England team. No, sir, please calm down. Capel was shocked, and his mind instantly thought of Alan rushing into the Manchester United stadium with a machete, chasing the players and slashing, and then the scene was broadcast to the entire Commonwealth. It was terrifying to think about it. This guy really dares to do this. Your Excellency, please calm down. I have finished conveying my words, and will go back now. After looking at Alan's face, Capel didn't want to stay any longer. He had seen that this gentleman had a bad temper and was simply lawless, but he couldn't do anything about him. If he stayed here for a while, Capel felt that he should have some. It's dangerous. It's better to return to London quickly, before it's too late. Hutter, help me deliver Lord Capel. Okay, Master, Your Excellency, I'm leaving first. After resting for a few days, Mr. Allen returned to the set full of energy. There was a big scene to be filmed today, and Cameron led a few young people wearing glasses, rubbing their hands together, looking impatient. What's wrong? When did you arrive, Your Excellency? Cameron suddenly noticed Alan approaching, and quickly asked with concern, just arrived. Who are these people? Looking at these new faces, Alan had never seen them on the set before. Oh, they are from the special effects team. That's what they are. Cameron couldn't say that he was a digger in front of others, so he mumbled something vague. Alan nodded, understanding who this person was, but he wasn't going to use their CGI this time. In addition to being expensive, special effects nowadays are very slow to produce. For today's scene, the special effects took about 30 seconds. If this were done 20 or 30 years later, it would only be over in half a month to a month at most. But now it takes 2 to 3 months, and the effect is just average. We don't need any special effects today. I'll show you the special Welsh physical effects. Alan didn't explain it in detail, just made up a term and told Cameron. Welsh special physical effects. Cameron, who has been in the film industry for several years, heard this term for the first time. Apart from being curious, he was also confused by the high-ranking nature of the term. Although I don't know what it means, when this term comes from the Earl's mouth, it seems very powerful. Learn to learn. Listen up, you only have one chance this time. If you perform well, you will be free from now on. If you perform poorly, you will have to go back again. Understand? A kimchi flavored accent came from the mouth of a short long-haired Korean. He has been in prison for who knows how many days, a year, or 2 years. Anyway, I have food and drink, and except for the lack of freedom, everything else is fine. He was almost going crazy due to being imprisoned. In the past, some seniors were let go after they had made meritorious deeds. No one even thought of coming back to see him. This time, as long as I behave well, I can go out and finally leave this hellish place. He is going home. He misses his mother, and even more so the kimchi made by his mother. When Rex personally brought a long-haired man with a figure similar to Shazam's to the set, Alan smiled and nodded to him, pointed to the venue inside, and asked him to explain it in person. This scene was shot first. The sister played by Shazam has a good temper, a good personality and a sense of responsibility. She has been admonishing her sister since she discovered that she had committed a murder, but this little heezy sister didn't appreciate it at all. She even had the idea of killing her sister, because she was worried that her sister would report her. Today's scene was a scene where Natalie, played by Zio Heasy, locked her sister in a utility room and burned her alive. Certain Lionly shoot the second half of this scene and burn this scene alive. The photographer was sitting in front of the camera. Cameron was holding a simulated lens and originally wanted to get closer to learn what Welsh-style physical special effects were. Alan pulled him and said, "Just stand here and watch. It will be dangerous to go further." "It's Your Excellency." Cameron was a little puzzled, but he didn't dare not listen to what Alan said. He could only stand next to Alan and look at the unique utility room with a simulated lens. He knew Sheriff Rex. He was very kind and responsible. He liked Rex very much. It was the man who followed Rex that made Cameron a little confused. "Sir?" Is this our stunt double? I'm seeing that Alan didn't seem to want to say anything. Cameron suppressed his curiosity and silently watched the on-site staff applying makeup to the stunt double. Their cosmetics seemed to be different from those used in the past, but Cameron just glanced at this detail and didn't care, and waited patiently for the filming to start. Half an hour passed slowly. As the rolling shutter door closed with a bang, the entire utility room was really closed, and the camera was set up not far outside the window. Seeing this scene, Cameron's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. Is this serious? Everyone is in your position. Cherish this opportunity. Our stuntmen are also working very hard. There is a 10-second countdown. Alan held his special small speaker, and under Cameron's surprised gaze, he put down the speaker and began to count the time silently. 10 seconds. Just 10 seconds. Cameron felt like all the scenes in his sight were in slow motion. Then a very ethereal voice came to my ears. This voice seemed to be coming from a very far away place, and then slowly echoed back to my ears. Start. A match was struck, and the small flame drew a precise arc, accurately passed through the protective net outside the window, and bounced into the utility room. Immediately afterwards, the gas line on the utility room floor was ignited. A raging fire ignited instantly, and an extremely shrill scream suddenly came from the utility room. Ah. Zibber. Ah. Let me out, you liars. I'm going to kill you. The entire set was silent, and the screams were gentle and high-pitched at first, very penetrating. Cameron watched the long-haired stand-in helplessly. The makeup on his face seemed to be burning, and his entire face was covered by the flames, making it difficult to see his face clearly. The entire burning man rushed to the window in the utility room, grabbing the protective net outside the utility room window with both hands, shaking the net frantically, and screaming loudly. The screams were occasionally mixed with a few incomprehensible words. Where did you hire the stuntman? This acting is so good. At this time, Cameron's eyes widened. Although the heat wave hit his face in the distance, it did not affect the stuntman's performance at all. Wales is really a land of outstanding people. It is indeed the territory of Mr. Allen. The acting skills of any stuntman are amazing, so good. Cameron was even a little ashamed when he thought of the actors he had recruited with crappy acting skills. There is no comparison at all. But as he watched, in just a few dozen seconds, the stuntman in the utility room became increasingly strange. This performance is too good. It seems like it's not moving. Are you so committed to the performance? Go in and clean up. Alan called out expressionlessly to Rex, who had been watching from a distance. In the utility room, the flames were already licking the windows and starting to burn upwards. If we didn't go in to put out the fire, the house would be gone in a while. Rex nodded to Alan and brought several people from the police station with fire extinguishers to put out the fire. Sir, are all our stuntmen so professional? What's wrong? The acting is really great, Cameron praised sincerely. I wonder if I can get to know this stuntman. I can give him a small role in the new movie and help him. Haha. No need, you will never see him again. Alan said something to Cameron, who was confused, which made him even more confused. I'll never see him again. Alan didn't bother to explain to him. He pointed to a few policemen who were spraying fire extinguishers into the utility room and said, compared with that kind of computer special effects, which one is more real? Does this need to be said? Cameron was speechless. It must be true. Real. Isn't this a real burn? Look, this is real, and the picture is well presented. The most important thing is that it saves money. Go back and ask the special effects team to make an account, and just say that this is the special effect you made. Do you understand? After belatedly, Cameron seemed to finally understand something from Alan's words. He swallowed and looked at the utility room that was still on fire and the motionless figure lying on the window. In an instant, I feel like all the hairs on my back stand on end. I understand, sir. P.S. I fell short. I didn't get enough 1,000 monthly tickets this month. Let's continue working hard next month. Chapter 174. Something happened. Seeing that Cameron was clearly frightened, Alan glanced at him without saying a word, silently watching Rex clean up the scene. Does this stick look pitiful because of him alone, or rather because of people like them? So many families were destroyed, and their lives were destroyed, which outsiders cannot understand. What do they do? I used to be in the pimp business and work part-time as a transporter. Where did those skilled women come from? A large part comes from South Korea, and a small part comes from other parts of Asia. Anyway, all kinds of information about working abroad are everywhere. It's good to go abroad to earn dollars in pounds. Many people who are not deeply involved in the world believe it. Some of these underground gangs are more particular about what they do. But most of them don't talk about this. Most gangs use excuses like being a clerk or a nanny. What's more, recruit some high quality people. There are those with good facial features, well marked figures, and even those with high academic qualifications start a leather goods company and work in a very formal class for a period of time. Then the company organizes overseas travel, and you pass through a certain place on the way. As soon as the plane lands, you don't even think about going back. You just train locally for a period of time and then take a boat to various places. This is just the most common trick. What's more, there are even more vicious methods used to force it. These small gangs can recruit as few as a few hundred people or as many as thousands of people every year. Think about what this means. This is the person who is being sent to the place. What about the people who are consumed on the road? Alan had no love and no idea to rescue those people, but he was not ready to let go of the Koreans he captured, leaving them for X to use slowly, or just pick one out when they were needed at other times. After finishing filming a special effects scene, the crew went on vacation and were about to go to a football match. Alan was too lazy to continue filming these days, although he can ask Cameron to help him keep an eye on the set and continue filming. But making movies is Alan's hobby. He does it for fun. What does it mean to let others take over the things you relax and have fun with? Anyway, the crew is paid for their holidays. Without him, Master Alan, they can travel and play around and get money, and no one has any objections. It's just that this method is a bit too arrogant, which makes some young actors who have never seen this kind of behavior a little stunned. The last Sunday in May is the traditional final game of the English League One. The home atmosphere at Old Trafford Stadium this season is so-so. The home team's performance was terrible. It doesn't matter whether we win or lose today's game. Anyway, we won't win the championship if we win, and we won't be relegated if we lose. But when the host announced loudly that a special audience had come to watch the game in person today, the entire stadium fell silent for an instant. This weird atmosphere even caused the players from both sides, who were warming up on the court, to stop. Welcome the owner of Manchester United, the Earl of Carmarthen, His Excellency Alan, to come and watch the game today. Crash first. There was a chaotic sound, and many people stood up in confusion along with the people around them. No way. If you don't know, it doesn't matter whether you salute or not, but since this is Manchester United's home court and the host specially introduced it, it would be very rude if you don't get up. This is not only the home court of Manchester United, but also the home court of Your Excellency. He is the real owner here. Tens of thousands of people stood up and silently stared at the huge VIP room. The scene was still shocking. Alan was wearing a long-sleeved shirt and a red vest with the Manchester United team logo printed on the chest. Originally, he just listened to the staff's opinions, stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of the box, gave the camera a shot, showed his face, and encouraged the team. I didn't expect the scene to become so big. Damn it, Ferguson. What is going on? Rebellion. There were more than 50,000 people present at the stadium today. What is this concept? Tens of thousands of people stood up and looked at him, looking breathtaking. The white sweat on Alan's body was almost frightened. He waved around with a stiff mouth, then tilted his head and whispered, "Who came up with this ritual? Stop it quickly. Don't affect the game." Yes, in this box, except for 2 waiters and a few bodyguards, Alan himself, other actors and staff were watching today's football game. In other boxes there are still a large number of people who didn't come. This is very fucked up. None of them are Manchester United fans. Some families have only watched one team's games for generations. The whole family, old and young, are all fans of that team. They don't want to watch Manchester United's games. Alan really has no choice at all. Point throughout the first half, Alan looked drowsy. He finally understood why England did not enter the European Cup this year. Manchester United has always been a major player in the national team. Point. But now these old people are almost all useless. Some people can get used to it, but most people can't get used to it. Point. As he kept kicking, he became completely different. He had to be technical, but had no skills, and he couldn't be reckless anymore. Point. Although Alan, the boss of the count, was there to cheer on, the effect was not great, and it was not until halftime that the opponent scored a goal first. Point. Did you spend millions of pounds to buy such a thing when they were co-writing their best dishes? Did they let themselves catch up? Today, Alan brought people to watch. Not to mention beating the opponent. At least he scored a goal, right? What now? He felt that the field was a mess of headless flies. Ferguson was wearing a thin side suit and frequently waved his hands on the sidelines, but to no avail. Point. Where does this leave Mr. Allen's face? Just bring people to see this. Go. Get Ferguson and ask him to come over during halftime. It's Your Excellency. The waiter looked at Alan, who looked unhappy, hunched his neck and trotted away. There were less than 5 minutes left before the intermission. Point. When the referee blew the halftime whistle, the box door was knocked. Point. Looking at Ferguson with a gloomy look on his face, Alan pointed to a few players who took off their shirts and put them on their shoulders, chatting and laughing, and walked off the field, and said, "You want me to watch this?" Ferguson was speechless. Other preparations for today have been very good so far. The welcome ceremony and the fans are very cooperative. Point. The atmosphere at home is just okay. Point. But point. In football matches, results are fundamental, and we are still one goal behind on the field. Point. No matter how fancy things are in other places, if the results are not good, everything is just talk. Point. What's more, His Excellency the Count finally came to watch a game, and the team still performed like this. Ferguson really had nothing to say. He had already left the game early and returned to the locker room, but he took out the dagger Alan gave him. Point. Ferguson is really anxious today. Point. This group of people is really careless. In today's game, it seems that winning or losing doesn't matter, but this person is here to watch the game in person. If he loses, where should he put his old Ferguson face? Your Excellency, I know. Need to explain. Let me ask you, what is your so-called technical flair like this? Are you so timid on the court that you don't even dare to fight? Pass the ball and see what kind of shit these people are passing. I don't understand football, but what was English football most famous for? It was the fierce fighting. It was confrontation. Are you worthy of wearing the clothes you are wearing? What are you doing? Which side played harder in the first half? Can't you see? This is the last game of the season, right? Yes. Replace some substitutes who don't play often. I'll shovel them hard in the second half. Follow their midfield shovel. Shovel until they are scared. Press them and play. If the so-called technical flow is like this, why play football? It doesn't matter whether you win the game or not. If you can't show momentum, I will make you lose momentum in the future. Get out. Alan said the last roll very loudly. Point. So much so that Ferguson's shoulders shook violently at the sound of his voice. Point. He felt that 2 Mosingzy had been sprayed on his face, but he did not dare to wipe it. Point. Todd nodding silently. Ferguson was ready to go down and make substitutions at the beginning of the second half. Ferguson replaced 2 substitute players. Alan couldn't tell whether there was any technical content, but the atmosphere on the court was visibly lively. After 7 timeouts in 5 minutes, the referee has already shown 3 yellow cards, but the Manchester United team was very energetic in the second half. The yellow card didn't matter. They stood up and continued to tackle. Point. It's the last game of the Dunema season. Many players have booked their air tickets and are preparing to go on vacation after the game. If they are injured. Point. It will be scrapped next season. As expected, the opponent was timid, and the effect was immediate. Point. Even the atmosphere at the home court became lively. If nothing else, it looked very festive. Point. Alan smiled and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. That's right. It doesn't matter whether your skills are good or not. Just fuck him and that's it. This scene is so exciting to watch. Point. On Children's Day, the crew had a holiday. Point. No way. Point. The female lead is still a child, so we can't let her go to work. And film on Children's Day, right? The capitalists cried when they heard this, but Alan, who was resting at the manor, welcomed two little guests at home on Children's Day. William brought his brother and some miscellaneous things to the manor, as if moving. After hearing the news, Alan, who was studying biology class with Julian Moore, pulled on a piece of clothing and hurried downstairs, looking at the servant carrying things down and then at the two young brothers carrying small school bags. Alan had a question mark on his head. What are you doing? Alan thought that these two people were coming to his place for vacation, but I was busy. How could I have time to be a nanny and take care of the children like a little grown up? William first touched the confused Harry next to him with a serious face, then took Alan's hand and pulled him aside. Seeing his expression, Alan calmed down and asked, what happened? Did the cows eat Charles' garden again? Then he was beaten and ran away from home. Cousin, can I stay with you for a while? William looked at Alan expectantly. How long will you stay? I don't know either. Isn't this a joke? I don't know how long he will live here. How can he play every day with these two little ancestors at home? Alan squatted down, his eyes still slightly higher than William's, and asked softly, why did you come to me suddenly? What happened? William is usually heartless. He is just over 6 years old and wants to play, but today he had a rare serious look on his face and no longer had a playful smile. No matter what he thought, Alan decided to ask. William looked around, then very cautiously whispered in Alan's ear, my parents had a fight. My father hasn't been back for a long time, and my mother often goes out. I don't want to be at home anymore. Damn it. Alan's heartbeat almost slowed down by half a beat at this news. It's amazing. William may be young and ignorant, but children are generally more sensitive, and they will feel emotions. Coupled with the fact that William is so serious now, this sentence is extremely credible, but this kind of thing is very troublesome. Alan doesn't want to care about it, and can't care about it. Gritting his teeth, Alan held William's shoulders with both hands, stared into his eyes and said, who have you told this? I didn't tell anyone, so I brought my brother to find you. Does your mother know you came to see me? My mother isn't home. After talking for a long time, he still ran away from home. Alan stood up and called the servant to bring Harry over. This guy is just over 3 years old now. He is wearing a little hat and carrying a small cartoon school bag, and he is just standing there in a daze. When something happened to these two brothers in distress, they still came to seek refuge with their cousin. Have you eaten? Alan didn't know what time it was. He was still busy just now. William shook his head honestly. Okay, let's stay here first. I'll have someone take you back to your room. Then you can take a shower and change clothes. Let's have dinner together later. Okay, William nodded and turned to pull Harry. Alan hurriedly called Hooter. Go and call Capel. See if you can contact him. Tell him the situation here. Ask His Highness what to do, and tell the two young highnesses to come and find him. It's me. Don't say anything else. Although William did not tell the adults when such a thing happened, Alan should call and report it, and he had to call immediately. Who knows who is following William? Okay, master. Although Hooter didn't hear what William and Alan said just now. Looking at Alan, who looked serious now, he felt that something was wrong. This kind of thing is very difficult to handle. In the past, newspapers occasionally mentioned this kind of news, but no one took it seriously. Now leave it to the young master to have a headache. Alan returned to the study, lit a cigarette, and rummaged through the drawers. He didn't know what he was looking for, but he was just a little irritable. This kind of thing is not as simple as just a quarrel, as William said on the surface. Alan knew very well how much Charles loved his estate. But now, he has not returned to the manor for a long time. What does this mean? This kind of thing seems to have nothing to do with him, but Alan has a very headache. Where should he stand? Standing princess? Impossible. Stop Charles. This is necessary. But if Charles stands, how should he face the princess? And what should William and Harry do? Should we let them live here in the future? This is not the way. PS. More updates. No reason. Just for next month's monthly pass. Chapter 175. You forced this on me. Walking back to the bedroom, Alan changed his clothes and comforted Jillian. After waiting for Hooter to come back for a long time, He walked to the room prepared for William and waited for them to come back from washing. The servant took the two brothers and sisters to take a bath. When Alan saw William again, he was followed by a young butler whom Alan didn't know. The kitchen made a simple lunch, including fried salmon, vegetable salad and soup. Mashed potatoes and cheese sticks were specially prepared for little Harry. Alan sat by the sofa, looked at Harry who was a little dazed and confused, and waved to him. Alan has very little contact with this little cousin, mainly because he is still young and doesn't go out often. He is still in kindergarten. I have to go to school for 3 or 4 hours every day, and my main responsibility is to play. After wrapping a napkin around Harry himself, Alan waved the young butler who followed William out, leaving the three brothers alone in the bedroom. Holding Harry in his arms, Alan gave him a cheese stick, then looked at William and said, "Then how do you go to school these days, little?" William is currently in the 2nd grade of elementary school. It is Children's Day now. Although he has a holiday, he still has to go to school after the holiday. Alan is mainly worried about what he should do after the holiday. He can't be allowed to send William to school in London in person, right? There is still 1 month left before the summer vacation for primary school students in the British education system. The period before the age of 4 is considered early childhood. Most people go to private kindergartens or public kindergartens, but it is difficult to apply for public kindergartens, and private kindergartens have to pay. Starting from the age of 4 or 5, you can go to the so-called primary school for a total of 6 years. Tutor. Without hesitation, William glanced at Alan, picked up his fork, and stuffed a piece of salmon into his mouth. "What about your brother, tutor?" Alan was a little speechless. Tutoring. The key is who will teach. You can't let yourself teach them, right? After accompanying the two of them for a lunch that was not lunch, Alan asked them to pack up and take a rest, then turned around and walked back to the room, hands behind his back. William subconsciously got up and followed Alan. Alan, who was walking in front, was thinking about something and didn't pay any attention to the two little followers following him. As soon as he entered the room, Alan saw Gillian. Just as he was about to speak, an extremely exaggerated voice came from behind him. "Cousin, what is that? Dada." William turned a blind eye to Julian and took small steps to the corner where the doghouse was on a thick oval mat about the size of a car tire. A white figure with a fat head and big ears was lying. The big head hangs on the edge of the mat, the bird's butt is stuck out, the two wings are placed casually beside it, and the two birds' claws are facing the sky. At first glance, this thing looks like a dead bird lying on the mat. Alan used to think that Xiao Huang was influenced by him and became fond of sleeping on his stomach or lying down, but later he checked the information and found out about owls. When they are young, their heads are too big and they will get tired if they stand for a long time. When sleeping, if the environment is stable, they like to sleep on their stomachs. Later, Xiao Huang got used to sleeping, and this habit was retained when he grew up. When at home, just like a puppy, it is very casual in its kennel. As soon as William walked in with Alan, he saw this little thing at first sight. Baby is fat and very cute. He wasn't afraid, so he trotted over and touched Xiao Huang's head a few times. Xiao Huang, who was sleeping, was suddenly awakened by someone. He slowly raised his head, and his big yellow eyes were confused for a few seconds before looking at William. Time seemed to freeze for a few seconds. When Xiao Huang saw William's appearance clearly, he instantly jumped up, flapped his wings so hard that several feathers fell off, and he shrank back on the mat with a look of horror on his face. "Cousin, what is this? I wanted to, didn't. I'll let you rest." Alan turned his head, looked at William, and then at Harry, who was standing not far behind him, feeling a little headache. In the evening, in the study, after waiting all afternoon, Charles' call finally came back. "Your Highness." Alan picked up the phone, heard no sound coming from the other end, and called out in confusion. There was silence on the phone for a few more seconds. Just when Alan was about to hang up, Charles's voice came over. "Have William and Harry gone to your place?" "Yes." "Well, then you should take care of your brothers first." Charles also had a headache. He had not been home for more than a month, but he ignored the feelings of William and Harry. Now, if the princess is not at home, the two little brothers will be the only ones left at home. It's not that the servants can't take good care of the two little princes, but the children will feel lonely without adults around. At their age, it's really hard not to have an adult around. But Charles didn't want to go back, and he wouldn't tell Ellen these things. Now that William was taking Harry to find Ellen, Charles thought it looked good. He didn't feel at ease if an outsider took care of him, but Alan took him just right, and since it was a remote place, there wouldn't be any news. The more Charles thought about it, the more he felt that Ellen was inexplicably suitable for raising children. Your Highness, when will I send William and Harry back? Why are they being sent back? I will ask the tutor to teach them. You can take care of the rest first. Why? What? You've been busy lately. Alan was a little stuck when he asked this question. He said he was busy making movies. He said he was not busy, but he was not idle either. At least he didn't have time to take care of children. I'm a great count. I'm not married yet, and I have two children by my side all day long. What does this mean? No, not too busy. After thinking for a long time, Alan couldn't find any excuse, so he could only say something against his will. There was another dozens of seconds of silence on the phone. Alan didn't know what to say. Joel sighed. After a long silence, another voice came from the phone. Okay, I've been a little busy recently. Take good care of your two brothers. If you need anything, call Capel. After hanging up the phone, Alan looked at Huth, and the two looked at each other. Have William and the others rested? Just slept? Good. Alan sat down slowly and motioned to Hute to go ahead and do his work first. After Hute left the study, Alan took out a cigarette and lit one for himself. As a result of this matter, why did he become a nanny? Inexplicably. Grass. This is what you stuffed into me, not what I kidnapped. Don't regret it then. Isn't it just raising children? It's no big deal. Don't blame me if you are raised crookedly. Alan had little experience raising children. But what should you do if you want to leave a strong impression on your children? Of course, take them to have some exciting fun. There is no need for Alan to teach you etiquette and the like, and you don't need to be tutored by a scumbag like Alan for homework. Leftover Alan can only start from the aspect of bravery. I woke up early in the morning on June 2nd, the second day after William came to seek refuge with Alan. On the lawn of the manor, three figures looked like Wi-Fi signals. William is wearing a set of armor, and even Harry is wearing a set of ultra small mini armor with a little wooden stick in his hand. Alan took the wooden sword to drive Zhao Huang away while playing. He looked at the two little brothers and said, "You two, let me see how you fight." William, give way to your brother. But, saying, "Let go," William's hands were merciless, and he stabbed with a small wooden sword. Harry, a small man, had no defense, and was directly stabbed down by William's wooden sword. Don't cry. Alan had a headache. He hadn't even started playing yet, but he was already playing dirty, and was crying. He stuck the wooden sword on the lawn, picked up Harry who was lying on the ground, and patted his small armor. There was no problem. "Stop. Your brother. Come again," snapped. "My darn thing." Alan clenched his fists. Harry was so unlucky. He was short and slow to react. He couldn't do it, no matter how much William gave in to him. It's not okay to be beaten unilaterally all the time. Okay, let's go eat. After dinner, come out with me. Alan, who was originally full of confidence and wanted to take them to learn fencing, was left speechless by Harry, a stupid kid, and could only end today's morning exercise class in a hurry. When William first saw Natalie Portman, who was about the same age as him, Alan thought that his eyes would light up, and then they would have a child version of an encounter or something. But William's reaction was beyond his expectation. He just glanced away, as if he didn't feel anything, and looked elsewhere. "Hey, why don't you play with the kids around your age?" Alan carried William on his arm. William grabbed the small strap around his waist with both hands, and pulled it to the maximum. Then he let go suddenly, and the strap bounced back to his body. He stuck it with his thumb, and continued to pull it. "I don't want to play with her. My mother used to take the children home. I didn't like them." Alan's eyes widened. "What kind of operation is this? You often bring your children home? What's going on?" This was the first time for Alan to hear such gossip, and he was quite curious for a while. Well, she always brings many children back and lets me play with them. I don't like them, they just cry. Alan raised his eyebrows and looked at his little cousin up and down carefully. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. The princess would be so fierce. William is so blessed that he never knows how blessed he is. Okay, I have to make a movie. You will take Harry to play on the set these days. I will see if I can help you transfer to another school in a few days. Then you will go to school. I don't want to go to school. When William heard that Alan asked him to go to school again, he resisted. In his opinion, it was the period of running away from home. He had run away from home and still had to go to school. Wasn't this running away from home in vain? Okay, you have fun first. Call me if you need anything. Alan stood up and motioned to the servants around him, asking them to take care of William while he was ready to continue filming. Since Shazan joined the crew, Alan has had very little communication with her. First, she seems to be a bit introverted. Regardless of what movies she has made before, she may not be able to let go if she is surrounded by foreigners here. Coupled with the fact that she is not fluent in English, this affects her communication. Among the crew, the one who has the best relationship with her is little Natalie. Your eyes are not good. What kind of feeling do I want? Fierce, insidious, ruthlessness is the most important thing. Think about it. Your sister is very rebellious now, even crazy. In order to prevent you from leaking the news, she now wants to kill you about you. Shazan looked up at Alan. When Alan said something, she nodded honestly without saying a word. It needs to be shown in the eyes. What is our plot? You find that this sister has no repentance and even wants to kill you, and you are going to teach her a lesson and even kill her. Can this be shown? Yes, I can, sir. Fine. It sounded like a mosquito humming, and after Alan told her a few sentences, it became a bit boring. He has been so busy these days, and now there are two followers, William and Harry, which seriously affects his experience. These two things are of no use. Etc. Alan grabbed the armrest of the recliner with his right hand. I seem to be a bit one-sided, but in fact, theoretically speaking, William is also a star, and he is an international top-tier superstar. When Alan was abroad, he had seen news about William going to school in newspapers with Britain's current media capabilities and influence, plus the fact that the school William went to is a public school and he goes to school with common people. This in itself is very popular and can be regarded as a matter of national concern. Now he is at home, has not gone out, and has not been reported. Theoretically speaking, this little guy can be regarded as a human-shaped self-propelled traffic package. The kind that can help people get popular, if you do it well. Not to mention coercing the emperor to control the princes. At least you can have some fun and coerce the little prince to get popular. Alan needs name and fame right now. Making movies is one such method, and now there is a large-scale traffic package around us that is even more powerful than making movies. This anyway, if you don't use it in vain. Charles won't have any objections to asking William to gain fame, right? This person was something he gave to Alan on his own initiative, and it was not something Alan snatched away. TSK Alan thought for a long time, and when he looked up again, he looked at William in the distance, who was wearing a small hat and playing like an ordinary child with Harry chasing Zio, who on point he already has a preliminary operation plan in mind. He will shoot a movie today and then think about it carefully when he goes back in the evening. Ellen, are the two little princes just living here with you? Julian knelt on the bed and rubbed the shoulders of Ellen, who was sitting beside the bed, with her hands. She was very curious about the prince, but she didn't dare to ask more questions. I thought it was an ordinary visit, but unexpectedly two princes came. This made Julian, an ordinary civilian, a little confused. In this kind of interpersonal relationship in life, there is always a prince coming to the house, and he is of the level of the Prince of Great Britain, which makes her very uncomfortable. Well, your highness has been very busy recently. I have been helping to look after them for a while. I'm their cousin. Is there any problem with this? Alan was thinking about his plan to grab traffic when he heard this, and answered subconsciously. He couldn't understand Julian Moore's mood at all. He felt that meeting William was a simple matter, He was just his little cousin point, but point this is incredible for Julian Moore. PS. Today is Labor Day. I slept all afternoon and had a terrible headache. I will just update one chapter, a little slower. Is it reasonable? I'm also a worker. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.